if Nikki and Paulo are bad on the show, kill them off, but don't do it because the audience doesn't like the characters.
Yeah, and do it in this way that really just denigrates the character.
Oh man, that's the thing too, to totally disrespect your characters and to like really go above and beyond to torture them and their deaths were just, to me, reprehensible.
Yeah.
It was no need for them to die like that. I thought the idea of the spider and the paralyzation and the back and forth cat and mouse between the two of them, that's interesting. But the fact that they actually were just buried alive, and we as the audience knew that at the time, that was too much. That was uncalled for.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, I did think the episode was well done, but yeah.
yes, great episode.
I have to admit it. I did like the episode. I thought it was well written and nicely constructed, and had good stuff, and if you isolate that from the show and forget about that it's on Lost, I think it's a good episode, but to do that to the characters, and what I feel like just because the audience hates them, that just bugs me. They made the characters, I feel like they have a responsibility to do something with them.
And they're the ones who made the characters unlikable.
Yeah.
The characters it's not their fault the audience didn't like them. It's the writer's fault that the audience didn't like them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's true. Yeah.
Because they shoved them in there out of nowhere and made them a big deal.
Yeah, they're the audience asked to see what the red shirts were about, and then they didn't want it. And it's they were boring as shit. If you wanted us to be interested in the characters, yeah, you could have written them better. I mean, they had nothing to do, and they just got shoved in there. And it was just hey, here's these people. They have lines now. They thought that people were gonna like that. It's just it doesn't make any sense. It seems like they set themselves up to fail.
Yeah. They should have known better.
Yeah, they should have. That was a weird thing. That really they fucked that one up.
Yeah, it was, and maybe it was just because there was two of them. Maybe they should have just done one red shirt and what's going, or something. But they, it was a package.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Fans were like, we didn't order this.
Mhm.
And so they killed it.
Yeah, exactly. And it just feels like, when they bury him alive, it just feels like, these people are dead to the show too.
Yeah, it's like, here, are you happy now?
Yeah.
They just went overboard in trying to please the audience, and just and to me, it seems like they think it makes up for it, too.
Yeah.
Here, don't you guys, aren't you guys happy with the show now that we have killed them in such a bad way?
Yeah, you get you're supposed to revel in the fact that you hated Nikki and Paulo, and they have this horrific death.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to be just really pleased with that.
Yeah, and it's now, don't you love us writers again,
Yeah.
But it's no.
No. No, and I saw a lot of people say that, I think a lot of people didn't appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
And weren't yeah, you guys are great again, way to go, I saw a lot of people say, if you're going to write them in there, do something with them,
Yeah.
That's I didn't like them, but you never gave them anything for me to like them.
They never gave them anything. They didn't get anything until they were dying.
Yeah, exactly.
They wrote a great death episode for them.
Yeah. Yeah, none of that stuff was there.
Yeah, if they had, some of that stuff we found out, with the diamonds, and they were the ones who originally found the Pearl Station, and all that, that's huge.
Yeah.
And that should have been, they retconned it, and it just, no one wants to accept it. You know, no one wants to accept, oh, okay, they were Nikki and Paulo, these red shirts who we didn't care about before. Now, like, you know, they're all into everything, and they're, you know, yeah, it was still too much.
Yeah, definitely. So I'd like to just briefly reflect on, I kind of like to do this with characters that die. My favorite Michael moments.
Michael moments through Lost.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. I really liked. I think probably the highlight. I don't know. He had a few bits, but one of my favorite scenes with Michael was the one with him and Miss Clue, in 3 minutes.
Yeah.
You know, I thought I really liked that scene. That Miss Clue like made her mark in that scene, I think. Yeah, that whole like thing, like it's kind of who cares now, but it was really good. Like it was creepy and interesting, and yeah, I just that I really like that a little bit.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I like the thing with the raft. I like when he was building the raft. And
Michael building the raft, and that whole thing was very good. Yeah.
Yeah. That was a fun time. 'Cause it was, I don't know. It was like great. Like they're building this thing. I don't know. I like that. I like when people do stuff like that. When they just like, you know, use these ridiculous materials and build this great thing, and you know they set sail and. You know, it was really exciting.
Not only did they build one raft, they built 2 rafts.
Yeah, they did.
And, like, you know, we learned a lot from building the first one. Now we can build the second one even better.
Yeah. Yeah, totally. I think Claude dropped. He sure did. Okay, so that's, let's see what's in the news. What do you say, guys? You ready? Let's see, world news. What do we got? Okay. Okay. I'm gonna go with this story here. Let's see. Israeli man and Gaza child die in strikes. This is a report from Tel Aviv. Mortar shells fired from Gaza killed a 52-year-old Israeli worker on Thursday, and 2 hours later, an Israeli missile aimed at the source apparently killed a 4-year-old girl playing in her yard. The Israeli army said it believed that the missile had hit the Hamas militant it was aimed at, but Palestinian medical workers said the missile had hit a nearby home, killing the child and wounding her mother. The Israelis said they could not confirm that, but were checking.
All right. Wow, that doesn't sound like fun times.
No, not fun times. Not fun times. Not a good story. Okay, so you're back.
I'm back. Are you done with the news story?
Yes, that was it.
Trouble? Is it trouble in the Middle East?
Trouble in the Middle East. That's right. There was a volley back and forth, 2 deaths at least. So yeah.
Yowza.
Yeah.
That is not one of my favorite Michael moments.
Mine either. Let me see. It's barely a Michael moment, but I thought it was really exciting when he got on the computer and Walt talked to him.
Oh, you mean Ben talked to him?
Sorry, yes.
Or not Ben, Tom or somebody.
Who did you mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, whoever
Ben
was.
Yeah, Ben shouldn't have been there. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that was definitely a good moment. You know, Michael was the one who, you know, when they were briefly at the caves, he constructed that water system.
I forgot about that.
They could like shower or something, and they had like those fresh water. Like he was great with that.
Yeah, that was good. That was back when, like, I thought, you know, everybody's got their little skill set, and they'll all, you know, pitch in together, and you know.
Yeah, unfortunately, it just turns out some people are more, you know, can contribute more than others.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much, yeah. Some people just didn't really have much to add to things.
Kate,
oh, she's a tracker.
Yeah, you know what? She really honed her tracking skills. I think she became an expert tracker as quickly as, you know, Jen became an expert English speaker.
Mm-hmm.
You know, was like,
yeah.
hey, I can do a little tracking, and then like all of a sudden she's as good as anybody else on the island in tracking.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like she just got great out of nowhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
And so that's her
true.
tracking. She does a lot of the missions. You know, she's part of the the reconnaissance team who goes to do stuff. So
she doesn't seem, besides the tracking, she doesn't seem to really have any special skills. How could she? I mean, she's really just been a criminal on the run her whole life. I mean, I guess.
Well, she's really good at getting caught by the enemy.
Yeah, that's
when it's least beneficial, you know, for her group. You know,
she is really good at that. I wasn't going to include that as a talent, but I guess it should be.
The way she does it is a special skill.
Yeah, she's really good at like saying she's going to do something and then like not doing it.
Ooh, yeah, Son would agree with that.
Or doing something else. Yeah. Yeah, like, sure, Jack, you know, you're right, and then just going off and doing her own thing.
Yeah, she's a liar.
Yeah, she's a liar.
She's lying.
Okay, you're a liar. And I have to say, I did like Meet Kevin Johnson. I thought that was a good episode.
Yeah, that was a good episode. There's nothing wrong with Meet Kevin Johnson.
Yeah, it was interesting. It was, you know, Michael got some screen time there. Obviously it was his episode, and I did like how that played out. It was you know, it wasn't like mind blowing, but it was good. It was interesting. So so long.
Yeah, you know, I think what's really interesting is the idea that, you know, I remember Carlton Damon saying, you know, someone asked on the podcast or something, will we ever figure out what happened to Michael and Walt? Will we ever see it? And they said, yeah, we think so, because it's really interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I remember that.
And we got that one scene where Michael says, yeah, we had the boat, we went to a place and sold the boat and went home.
Sold the boat, got the money,
went home. Yeah, that's it. Like, I'm like, that's really, what? Like, all right, guys.
Yeah, they may have had something different in mind in those days.
You know what? Here's a question. What if when Christian says you can go now, what if he, like, teleported Michael back to New York or something?
Well,
which isn't true because Walt would have seen him and that wouldn't have that scene. But
if Harold Perrineau hadn't described getting a call from David and Carlton about being dead, like that would be a possibility. Yeah.
Yeah.
He could do that, I guess. I mean that would be a big deal, you know.
You can go now, home to New York. I'll take
you. Yeah.
No, I think he's dead. I'm just saying.
Yeah. No, actually, I've heard that, read that, I should say, numerous times. You can go now could mean a lot of things. Maybe he's just saying, blah, 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 blah. He's still alive, you know.
That's a good theory.
Well, you know. They're pretty good. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I can't be bothered to get the finer points of their theory, but yeah, anyway, it was something like that.
Yeah,
Shirley.
Don't call me Shirley.
Oh. We already did Jen and Ji Yeon.
Yeah, we did.
So
no, Jen's been dead for a while.
Yeah,
he's been dead to us for a while.
Oh, it's true and sad.
Any other Michael moments? I'm sure he's had something. I haven't thought about him in a long time. You know, it's been a while.
Yeah.
He wasn't in season 3 at all, so.
No. I think, what did he do? Yeah, no, I think I named the highlights, for me at least. I can't think of anything else. I mean, he did some stuff early on, but I don't know.
Yeah, I think that's about it.
Yeah.
All right. Rest in peace, Michael.
Yep. See you later. Maybe you'll be an apparition later if you're not mad.
If you're not mad enough.
Okay. So should I go to the next scene?
Oh yeah.
Okay. That was a big one. Okay, the next scene is a flash forward. We get a shot of. Do you know what that place is called? I could not remember. It's a famous London landmark.
Big Ben?
Is that what it is?
Are you talking about where Sun is in England?
Yeah. The thing they show in the background of that first shot or early on when they
that little bridge thing. I don't know what that. They don't show the bridge.
That has a name. I remember knowing what that was called at a certain point, but now I could not remember what it was called.
I failed British landmarks in college.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
Well,
if it wasn't Big Ben or fish and chips, I didn't know what the answer was.
Yeah. Well, I was there at a certain point many years ago, and I remember seeing it. I remember knowing what it was, and I don't know. I thought
great story, Grandpa.
I thought that it was common knowledge, and I don't know. I feel like my brain's just blocking it, and I don't even know how to look it up because I don't know how to look it up without knowing what it's called. Anyway, somebody let me know, please. What that's called.
Well, I'm sure if you looked up, it was in London, so
yeah.
I mean, how many London landmarks are there?
Oh, there's I probably could find it that way. It would take a little more effort.
It's called the London Bridge.
Oh, it's the London Bridge?
It's officially called Tower Bridge.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's nothing crazy.
Okay.
It's just called, I think that might be the London Bridge that's it's falling down.
It's falling down. Yeah. My Fair Lady.
Yeah, so I hope people are like, it's the London Bridge, you idiot.
I guess I thought there was more to it than that. I thought it was Piccadilly Circus or something. I thought it had some crazy name. But yeah, London Bridge. That sounds right.
Or Tower Bridge, if you must.
Yeah. Tower Bridge, if you must. But I think I heard it called London Bridge.
Yeah.
That sounds right to me. Okay. Anyway, moving right along. A shot of the London Bridge shows that Sun is in London. Sun talks on his cell phone to Ji-yeon. And tells her something or other. It's mommy chit chat. And then Widmore comes out of a building. I guess this is a restaurant or something. Sun approaches Widmore. This is Charles Widmore, the famous one. Sun introduces herself to Widmore. Widmore. Telling her about Pike, that she's the whatever for Pike, the something. Widmore indicates that he knows Mr. Pike, that he played golf with him, and he owes him something or other. I'm getting really vague about this scene. I'm sorry. Sun says, "Are you really going to pretend that you don't know who I am?" Widmore pleads ignorance. Sun says that he does know. And he knows that they've been lying about where they were and what happened there. Sun says, "You and I have common interests." Sun gives Widmore a card and says, "Call me when you're ready to discuss them." And as you know, we're not the only ones who left the island. Sun walks away. Widmore, as she's walking away, says, "Why would you want to help me?" Sun does not respond and continues to walk away. And that's the end of the scene.
Sun is so sassy in the future.
She certainly is.
She's a woman about town. She takes no guff, and I like this. I like future Sun.
Yeah, I do too.
The sort of meek woman that we met in season 1, you know, who can't unbutton her shirt more than 2 buttons without being upset or her feeling bad. Like, she's come a long way, baby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's got this position in this company. Yeah, she's going around international travel to.
She's threatening, important businessmen around the world.
Yeah,
no,
it's a big step for her. And this was a shocker for me because, we've talked about Sun before, based on Ji Yeon, and just how, like, the Sun and Jin saga, like, goes normally. Like, I thought Sun's story was over, and I thought the thing about her, like, buying her dad's company, I thought that was just like sort of her final triumph over her dad, who had kind of like dominated her life. I thought that's what that was about. I really didn't think she was going to do anything with it. I mean, maybe
you didn't?
No, I really thought it was just like I run things now. Like, you can't control my life anymore, and that was sort of like just a personal victory for her. I really just didn't think she was going to take this and like do something like this. Like this scene blew me away. I really thought Sun was just going to sit there and raise her kid and just like bask in the glow of being back in the real world forever. Like,
why? Because she's a woman?
No, I mean.
Are you sexist?
She's got. I don't know. I just thought she was content. I just thought like she wasn't going to get involved in all this stuff.
But all this men stuff, Justin. Is that what you're trying to say?
No.
You don't think she can understand what's going on because she's a woman?
No.
Wow. Oh, is it because she's Korean? Which one is it? No. I would have been in the same place with you in terms of just thinking Sun was, it was a final victory over her father. If it wasn't for the fact that she said that, she has that line where she says, and we're gonna talk about blah blah blah, like now that I'm in, control of this company too, we're gonna talk about some things. And she has the line, there's 2 people responsible for my, So that right there let me know she did have a plan. There were other things she was going to do besides just have the baby. And I'm surprised she just, came up to Widmore on the street like this. He doesn't, I get the sense he's just not as powerful and evil as I thought he was. Because, even in this scene, he's just got, like, at first I didn't think he had any bodyguards with him, but I think there's a guy standing in the background you're supposed to believe is maybe security. Mm-hmm. But Sun could have easily killed him right here. If she was if it was Ben or someone who really wanted Widmore dead or something, if he was that important or, whatever the word would be, like, he could have easily been killed here. And he's not the kind of man who's so powerful and influential that he needs to be in hiding all the time, or like he's sitting out on the street having lunch, like he's just and Sun found him, what I mean, in the middle of the day. It was not like Ben where he kind of had to sneak into his house or something, and like that gave us the sense like we didn't really know in terms what Widmore was doing, what his like regular life was like at that point. But now we see he's just like to me he just seems like a regular businessman who has this history with the island, but he's not like this like uber maniacal Superman, like Lex Luthor or something, where he's just plotting everyone's destruction and he's got like all this money and power and like, I don't get that sense anymore. I just think he's just a regular guy who, he's got a company, and he's got a history with the island.
Mhm.
And obviously he's trying to do what he can to get to the island and stuff like that. But But it really brought him, the view of Widmore, the more they show him, the more, to me, he's more down to earth than I thought he was before. When we first heard the name Widmore, I thought, whatever guy is behind this company is a force to be reckoned with. And now it's just like, well, he's just a guy.
Mhm. I mean, I do think he's very wealthy, and he does, have significant resources.
But so does Bill Gates, am I scared of Bill Gates? No.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Did Bill Gates hire a mercenary team to go, retrieve some guy on this island that nobody knows about? I mean,
Well, maybe he does. I don't know. Did he? Why don't you tell me?
I hope not.
Yeah.
I mean, he has, he was in that little video, had some guy bound and he punched him, and
Yeah. I think they're trying to paint him as obviously a villain, and I think he is a villain. But to me, he's just not the villain I thought he was. I thought he was someone who was just really when Ben was talking about the magic box, I thought it was someone who had resources and money almost akin to, that, to where nothing is out of his reach. All Widmore did was send he sent a mercenary with, a mercenary team on a freighter to an island. That's not that crazy. He didn't send an army of men. He didn't send it wasn't even his own boat. It wasn't even his own captain. And to me that shows and maybe he has more power than that. Maybe he could have sent an army if he wanted, but he didn't. And I feel like he's not as big as I thought he was before.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, obviously the wreckage at the bottom of the ocean, that's a big deal, but he's just, I don't know, he's not as crazy as I thought he was. When Sun just walks up into him in the middle of the street, and I was like, wow, Widmore's just hanging out, huh?
Mhm.
Because he obviously isn't in a position where people are gunning for his life because he's so he's not like a mob boss or something like that, where he's just got all these enemies trying to kill him because he's so powerful or something.
Right. Yeah. But I mean, when they show mob bosses, they usually go out in public, and a lot of times they're killed, out in public or whatever.
Which is why they shouldn't go out in public. People are trying to kill them. I mean, but that's the thing. Usually if mob bosses are, have threats on their lives, I've seen The Sopranos. When Tony had a threat on his life, he wasn't out hanging around. He and his family were in seclusion the whole time, And I think, with Widmore just hanging around with maybe one bodyguard in the background, Sun could have stabbed him or shot him right here and there if she wanted to, and that bodyguard wouldn't be able to do anything about it. So I just feel like his life isn't really in danger. He's not in that position where I thought he might be, where he's just so powerful and he's doing so many different things that that he might be in seclusion or he might be a really hard guy to track down, But if he's just hanging out, he's just not that guy.
Mhm. Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know. Maybe I didn't have as high of an opinion of him as you did. I don't know. This didn't really seem that crazy to me. Maybe I just didn't think of him as being that big.
Yeah, I thought he was a big deal. I thought he was, because Pike, Pike has a lot of money too. I just don't, just having a lot of money is not, not what I thought Widmore was about. I thought there was, he was a little bit more than that, but we're not done with him, so we'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think he's up to stuff, but yeah, it's not. I mean, I think it's all about this one issue. I don't think it's going to start becoming about him doing all kinds of stuff all over the place.
Well, yeah, but it's like Ben. It's when we first saw Ben, we thought, oh wow, what is he up to? What is he doing? What are the limits of his power? And then the more they show of him, the more he's just kind of a guy.
Mm-hmm.
who's just doing stuff. And that's what I mean with Widmore. Like, before we even saw him, we knew the name Widmore, and I thought, well, whatever guy's behind this company who built all of the, you know, stations on the island and all this stuff, I felt like was going to be a huge deal. You know, someone to really contend with Ben, and it's just like, well, you know, they're both just regular guys.
Yeah.
You know, and Widmore's not even necessarily that powerful, you know, or has that many resources, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, above average at least. You gotta
definitely
admit,
above average,
right?
But I mean, in terms of your millionaires and your billionaires, you know, I don't see him being like, you know, at the top of that. You know, there's a lot of rich people in the world.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's a lot of rich people. And I'm one of them. No, I'm
not. Okay. So Widmore aside, you know, what do you think about this scene?
Well, there wasn't much there except for the revelation. You know, Son wants to talk. You know, I guess we can try to speculate about that. You know, the fact that Widmore was on the island at some point. It's something, you know, I think is not that crazy, but it's, you know, it's crazy to hear it, to be the truth. What else is going on in this scene? That's pretty much it, right?
Okay. Well, I'll ask a specific question then. What do you think Son is trying to do? Like, what is her purpose in, you know, seemingly trying to ally herself with Widmore? You know, what is she trying to accomplish?
I don't know. I mean, I think maybe she said they have common interests. I don't know what that means. I think maybe, you know, I don't really think she wants to find the island necessarily. I mean, I think that's what he wants. I think maybe she's trying to find Ben. Maybe she's trying to find, I mean, I don't know who the other person is she blames for Jen's death.
I think later on, in the very last scene, Jack sort of insinuates that it's him.
Yeah, like if it's Jack, then I don't think that has anything to do with why she would need to work with Widmore.
Yeah,
you know, because like, I don't think Jack is hard to find. I
wouldn't expect that he is. Yeah, not like she's gonna team up with Widmore and like hunt Jack down.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine what else she would care about. That's why this is really shocking to me. Like, I just, you know, I can't imagine what she would want to do that she would have in common with Widmore. But you know what? Now that I think about it, maybe she wants to find the island because maybe she thinks Jin's alive.
Like, just at some point in the future she changes her mind and starts to think he's alive or something?
Yeah, something like that. She decides
to have hope. I mean, who knows? Locke could have come to her and said, you know, Jin's alive or something.
Yeah, maybe Locke came to her. That's a good theory.
Yeah.
And like, maybe she finds out that Widmore's looking for the island. Maybe Locke tells her that, or you know, however she finds out. Her dad knows Widmore. And then decides to try to sort of team up with him to find the island just for that reason. I just can't envision a diabolical motive for her.
Yeah, I also don't think it's. Part of me doesn't feel like it's about finding the island, and I know that probably sounds crazy, but it just seems to me like I see it more that. That maybe Son's working with Ben, and maybe there's, you know, I don't really know, but I feel like she's trying to trap him into something more than she, you know, more. I mean, maybe she really does want to work with him. I sense some ulterior motive here. I just don't really think it's like he's going to call her and they're going to set a lunch date and they're going to talk about, you know, X, Y, Z. I feel like the way Son carries herself is like she's got something else going on in terms of like, you know, what it is, and it's not just about finding the island. But I don't really know what that is. I don't know what else she could want.
So do you think potentially this is some kind of sabotage mission? Like she's actually gonna work against Widmore by pretending to want to work with him?
Not necessarily work against him, but maybe, if she is working with Ben and Saeed for whatever reason, or maybe if this, I don't think we really know what time period this is necessarily, but maybe this is when they all need to get back to the island or something, and I don't know if they're all on the same page with that or not, but I don't know. I just see it. I think it might end up being that they do work together, but I don't think that'll be how it starts off.
Okay.
I could see Widmore showing up and Ben is there, and it was Sun's job to get Widmore there. You know what I mean? But they do end up working together or something like that. But that's kind of fishy or iffy. But
so then Ben would really be behind this.
Then
potentially
Ben is kind of behind it. But I don't know why they. The question for Sun is, why does she think Widmore can help her, or, if what she wants is the island, because, I don't think he knows where the island is. I think it took him, all that time to find it, before it moved.
The first time, yeah.
Yeah, and it's I think he'd be hard-pressed to do it again.
We're not the only ones who left the island. See, what's that about?
Well, I think it means he was on the island at some point. Which I think is a good reason why he'd want to go back.
Oh, I thought she was referring to Ben or Locke or something like that, that people besides the Oceanic Six got off, or maybe even Desmond.
No, I think she's talking about him.
She's talking about Widmore?
Yeah. That's what I think. And I think that's why he really wants to get there. I think that I like that idea because it gives a stronger reason why he wants to go back,
Yeah.
If he's been there before, not just, I'm interested in this thing that has, whatever, but if he's really been there, I think he would want to go back more.
Yeah, I guess I thought she was saying Locke and Ben are out there, and I think their interests are counter to Widmore, and I thought she was saying I'm against them, and so that's our that's our common interest.
That she's against who?
Like Ben and Locke, whatever their agenda is.
Oh.
Or just Ben, or just Locke. I don't know. But,
and so that's assuming she knows that Ben and Locke have left the island.
Yeah, it is. But she, the other of the six have known that. So she could potentially know. She could potentially know about one or the other.
Mhm.
Well,
who knows that Ben's off the island? Saeed obviously knows he's working with them. Jack finds out when Ben shows up.
Yeah.
But nobody else really knows, right? I don't think anyone else should know.
Yeah, no, I guess not. There aren't that many other people.
Yeah. And in terms of Locke, obviously at a certain point he starts showing up to people, so I just don't think she's talking about Locke and Ben. I think she's saying the Oceanic Six left the island, but we're not the only ones, implying, this is the revelation of the scene, is that Widmore, just like Charlotte, was on the island before.
Oh.
You got, the way he sort of responds to that, and, then he asks her, why would you help me, and that whole thing. I think that's her ace, because he was playing it like he didn't know what was going on, and she just basically put the cards on the table. And, I like my card-playing metaphors.
Yes, you do.
And he had to fold because she trumped him with her ace. And,
he likes to play his hand close to his vest, but this time, yeah, she had the ace in the hole, and so he had to fold, and yeah, that's what you said.
Yeah, thank you. You tried to come up with fire-paying metaphors, and you just repeated what I said.
Yeah, I realized that. They just seemed like the right ones, and so I just dove right in. And they're like, well, I guess that was the same thing. Oh, well. It was so nice, I said it 2 times.
Yes. So nice, say it 5,000 times. One of the things, so that's what I think is going on there. Do I need to give you a moment to digest that, since that's not what you saw?
I have a hard time believing that. I don't know. That just doesn't seem right to me.
Why?
Because why would she know that? Like, why?
Okay, let's not forget that between what we know in the present...
Like, if she could know that, she could know about Ben or Locke.
Well, yeah, but, I would say in general she could know about Ben or Locke. But yeah, I mean, that's true, too. Who's to say what she finds out on her mission to do whatever she's doing, at this point in the future? There's so much story missing. We got to assume that they know and are doing things, predicated on stuff we haven't seen yet. So when she says, we're not the only ones who left the island, I think, to me, it just comes off as one of those lines, like, like when we find out a big revelation about something, and I think that's the way he plays it off too, It's like, oh crap, she knows, like, this thing about me I didn't think she knew.
Yeah. I can see, I don't know. That just seems so crazy to me that she knows about that. And that she's like saying this.
If she's working for Ben and Ben knows, then it's really simple why she would know. I mean, how she could find that out is very simple depending on how she finds it out. I mean, like, it can be crazy or complicated. She could be doing research and find out. She could... there's plenty of ways she could find out, and simple ways could be like, if she's working for Ben and Ben knows.
Mm-hmm.
Because she could ask Ben, why does Widmore care so much about the island? Because he was born here or something, or because he whatever here. He was here and something miraculous happened, or, whatever the reason would be.
Yeah. I don't know. I really thought, because they've set up this thing where it's like, where it's Ben versus Widmore, like back in the real world, and Ben is like getting Saeed to assassinate people that are Widmores, and like this is something that, Widmore will know about at a certain point, I think. Ben goes to visit him and stuff, and then it's about Penny and all that, but I was just 100% sure it was just about, the Oceanic, like, according to the official story, the Oceanic Six are the only people who came back, and so if you know about the island, then then you're thinking they're the only ones that came back, if you don't know anymore, and so I thought she was saying, because he knows about Ben, and I guess he could potentially find out about Locke at some point. I mean, it's, that it fed into my, my theory about, Locke being killed by him. Like, I thought he found out about Locke at a certain point. And so it was like, these are the, the other side. And it was like Sun saying, like, these people came back. They're, they're sort of living in secret, working against you. And, and I'm against them, and that's, I was so sure that's what she was talking about.
Think about it in the context of what she's saying. We're not the only ones who left the island. If what she's saying is there are other people on the island living in secret, and there's people you want to kill and things like that, I mean, I don't think that's how she would have phrased it. She's talking about people leaving the island. She just said, don't pretend like you don't know that we've been lying all this time about where we were and what happened to us there. Like, I think the we that she's saying is the we of the Oceanic Six when she says we're not the only ones. And I think she's implying that he didn't leave. He left the island too. He was there too. Because I think for her to make it about other people, like, it would just be a weird point in her message to bring in outside people when she hasn't brought them up before. Because it's them two talking, and she brings up the Oceanic Six, And for her to just reference, you know, other people, I think would be weird, you know, especially considering, you know, how much does she know about what Widmore knows about Ben and Locke? You know what I mean? Basically, my point is she needs to be saying something he already knows. And unless we're going to assume, you know, Widmore already knows that Locke is off the island and Ben is off the island, then I don't think that's, you know, it's really valid that that's what she's talking about, because it needs to be something he already knows.
Yeah. Well, we know,
as you know,
we know that he knows about Ben at a certain point, so that's not a problem. Now, Locke, you know, we don't know about that, but you know, like I said, if he really had Locke killed, then at some point he found out, you know, so that's at least, there's at least potential there.
Yeah.
That he would already know about one or both.
Yeah, but you still, to me, run into the problem of her just bringing them up when they weren't the topic of the conversation, you know.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, I think they are the topic of the conversation if, you know, that's what she's talking about.
Yeah, well, she's talking about the Oceanic Six, though. I mean, to me, it just follows logically that she's talking about, when she says we're, she's talking about the Oceanic Six. I mean, she could, yeah, I mean, obviously, if they both know what they're both talking about, she can be referencing whatever she wants, as long as they're both on the same page, but that's how I take this scene, is she's talking about the Oceanic Six, she's saying, we're not the only ones who left, and she's in.
I agree that she's talking about the Oceanic Six, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's part of my interpretation also.
Yeah.
We, the Oceanic Six, are not the only ones who left the island. Among the other people who left the island, you know, that we know of, are Ben and Locke and Desmond, too.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Yeah.
And he could, you know, he could potentially know about all
three.
But
what would be, okay, think about it this way. What would be the point of her saying that? If she's already telling him, you know Ben is off the island and Locke is off the island, what's the point of her saying that? Like, if she's trying to be in a position of power here, which I think she is, then why does she need to say something he already knows? She already knows he knows, and he already knows he knows, or something like that.
I guess to indicate that she knows about it, and she knows that they're set against him, and that, you know, that she's aware of the situation. That's really about what Sun knows, I guess. And that Sun knows that he knows.
Yeah. And I agree. I think it is about what Sun knows, but I just think it's what she knows that he's off the island.
That he's,
yeah.
it sounds so crazy to me.
That was so clear to me. It was, you know, I mean, because I think, I don't know, that's the way the scene plays to me, especially afterwards when, you know, she walks away and he, you know, he's asking her, you know, why would you help me, you know?
Yeah, and that's what I thought the question was, you know. Yeah, I mean, I thought that made sense to ask under my interpretation, too.
Because I think it's, you know, basically your question would be, why do you want to help me kill these people? My question is, why do you want to help me get back to the island?
Yeah.
You know, which I think that's what he wants, is to get back to the island. That's his ultimate goal. His ultimate goal is not to kill those people. I mean, his ultimate goal is to get to the island. And I think, you know, that's what she needs to be, you know, concerned with. And, I mean, obviously, if she, you know, if his, you know, secondary goal was to kill these people,
yeah, I mean, especially after Ben
she could do that.
After Ben is saying he's going to kill Penny, like, I think he'd want to stop that. You know, at the very least.
Widmore claims he'll never find her and all that, you know, so I think he's got his own way to keep Penny safe.
Yeah, well, I mean, Ben says he'll never find the island, but he's trying anyway.
Mhm.
So, you know, I think Ben will try anyway also.
Well, yeah, definitely. I definitely think they'll both try, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't know. I guess I think they're not both right. You know, that one of them will fail or succeed or whatever. You know, even though they say you'll never find this, you'll never find her, you'll never find the, like, I don't think they're both right.
Mhm. Well, I think, I don't know. I mean, I think Ben could find Penny, and I think Widmore could find the island.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't necessarily think Ben's going to kill Penny, but...
yeah, I don't either, but I think he might try.
Yeah, it just seems weird, seems weird to keep that vendetta going so far in the future and just like, I'm just going to kill her, just eye for an eye or something.
Yeah.
I don't want to see Ben do that, I don't think it's sort of the right thing to do, but... well, anyway, I guess we differ on the interpretation of the scene here, but yeah, I think it's, I mean, I like the idea that Widmore has been to the island. I think it makes his character more interesting, and it gives him a better reason for wanting to get back.
Yeah, well, I think he has been to the island. I just don't think that's what this scene is about. I mean, I think, yeah, I mean...
So you think So Widmore is also one of the people who has left the island.
Yeah.
But not the person she's
but
talking about.
But that's not what she's talking
moment.
about, yeah.
All right, that's, okay, you got me there, because that's just crazy. So it's like, but then how would she know?
Because I just don't think she knows about that.
Okay, but how would you? Okay, but take it from Widmore's perspective. Okay, if he knows he left the island, and say he knows Ben and Locke left the island. Okay, so you're saying she's talking about Ben and Locke, but he knows that he left too. So you don't think he would at least assume that she might be talking about him if you think that he left the island too? Like, he would have a conflict of, he would have a miscommunication at the very least, and knowing which one she's talking about, all or both, or one group or the other.
I think, I thought it was, I don't know, I thought it was sort of implied that, or at least, obviously I read into it, that when she says we're not the only ones, like, that it was, within the realm of when we left the island, like, other people left too. Like, it was, within that same sphere of people and time and stuff like that. Not that totally separate, thing of him leaving the island some long time ago that seems to, predate all that stuff by a lot, Like, that's what I thought, it was about. It was about, like, when we left, other people did too, within that group of people and period of time.
It seems like you like the idea of wars going on in the background. I think you want, like, Saeed and, like, all these people to just be, like, killing each other and doing this little war in the background that I just don't think is going on.
Well, Saeed is killing people, right?
But I don't think it's a war, though. I don't think, they're killing some of his people and he's killing some of their people. I think, Saeed has specific people he's going to, like, kill. But I don't think Widmore is doing the same thing. I don't think Widmore is behind Locke's death, and I don't necessarily think Widmore is behind Nadia's death either. So I don't get this sense of this battle going on, and that's.
I mean, Widmore did hire Kimi, who killed Alex. I mean, he does have.
But that doesn't mean that Widmore told him to do that.
Yeah.
Just because Widmore hired a maniac doesn't necessarily mean, like, that's, obviously it's his fault for hiring that guy, but if Kimi goes overboard and does more than he's ordered to do, that's not on Widmore 100%. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah, Kimi was a bad guy, Yeah. If he had hired Captain Galt to go do it, it would have been a totally different, situation.
Yeah.
A different kind of guy in that situation that I don't think would have killed Alex,
Yeah.
That's more on Kimi than I think on Widmore.
But Widmore gets some for that. I mean, he's not
the guy, and
yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, he knew. I think he knew the kind of guy Kimi was when he hired him.
They had that thing where Ben asked, "Did Widmore tell you to kill Alex?" And Kimi, they didn't have to let him answer.
Yeah.
But I would think maybe no, because Widmore has his own daughter. Widmore knows what that would be like, and I think.
Well,
it's like, why it wouldn't help. And I think if Widmore really knows Ben, he would know that that's not going to help the situation. To give Kimi that order is not going to make Ben, acquiesce.
Comply.
Yeah.
If that's true, then that means he didn't change the rules.
Well, yeah, I don't necessarily know that the order came from Widmore.
So Ben mean Ben was just wrong about that.
It could be that he was wrong.
That would be.
Or it could be that the rules, whatever he means by that. You know, it could be that the rules have changed. You know, maybe, you know, whatever their agreement is, the family members aren't supposed to be able to die or something, or, you know, whatever that is about. That's a whole other bag of cats.
Yeah. I just, like, I'm willing to believe that. It just, you know, just changes my interpretation of things a little bit. I mean, yeah, I'll buy that. I do think he's responsible for Nadia, but it's, you know, I don't know. It's hard to know that until we see him give the order or something.
Yeah.
But so you know, I've got him on circumstantial evidence. You know, and I've got him for hiring Kimi, which I think is a bad move, no matter what, you know, what he told him. I mean, the guy's just, you know, I think he knew what kind of guy he was. They kind of talked about his background, and, you know, so you know, I think that was a bad move. But yeah, so okay, I want to understand your position. I want to take it in. I want to, like, I want to get it. I'm having like a mental block. Like, I'm stuck on this. So let me try one more time to think this through. Okay, here we go. So somehow, Sun finds out that Widmore was on the island before, right? So, you know, however she finds out, like, that doesn't need to be explained, but somehow she knows, right? So, and then she's like, okay, now I'm gonna go to Widmore, and like, and I'm gonna tell him I know he was on the island before.
Well, no, I think obviously not. What she wants something from Widmore, and I think her ace is the fact that she knows that he was on the island. She knows that means he's even, like, even if she just knows, okay, Widmore wants to go to the island. Like, okay, look at it from this perspective. Sun has her agenda, right? Okay, I'm not talking about whether she's working with Ben or any of that. Just Sun has her agenda, right?
Yeah.
There's something she wants to do. Okay, at a certain point, she thinks Widmore. I have a common interest with Widmore. If I can help him, he can help me. Whatever the circumstances are.
Okay.
I think to her, it's more plausible for that she can not only convince him to do it, but that he would be convinced to do it if she finds out that he was on the island before. I think that is an extra bonus that, oh, wow,
okay.
Not only does he want to go to the island, he's been there before, so this is a guy who, like, this is, you know, it's intrinsic that he get there, you know what I mean? It's not just something he wants to do that he might give up one day or something, you know? It's the biggest reason why he would, you know, someone would want to go back or something, you know, one of the big reasons. And I think that's why she saves it at the end, because it's something he didn't know, like, it's something the audience didn't know, you know, if it's true, if that's what the scene's about, and it's something, you know, he wouldn't expect her to know. And to me, it's sloppy writing for it to be anything else, you know, and not to say they can't have sloppy writing, but the way the scene plays to me, I feel like it just makes sense. I've seen scenes like this before, you know, someone comes in and they want something and the other person isn't necessarily going to agree with it or help them. You know, Widmore doesn't have to call her, you know what I mean? But at the end of the scene, she's got this kicker of, yeah, and guess what? I know you used to be on the island, you know, so I know you need to call me. You know, that's why she can be so confident, because I think she knows that information. You know, I think if Widmore is really just trying to find Ben and Locke, you know, and he, you know, it's like, I think he can go and find them presumably without her help, you know, and maybe be quicker with her help, you know, or something like that. And I also don't necessarily see her just like turning Ben and Locke over, you know, just because I don't think I'm barely convinced she's even connected to that part of it, you know, at this point.
But here's what I'm stuck on. Why does her knowing that Widmore was on the island before, like, why is that helpful? Why is that gonna, like, convince Widmore to collaborate with her? Like, I don't understand that. Why would that, like, why would that knowledge of hers, like, help?
Well, because he's going to know that she knows he used to be on the island and that how important it is to him. I mean, honestly, if she didn't say that, he could still say, okay, I maybe need to work with her. She can help me get to the island. But the fact that she says it is really just, I mean, it's really just on her to in a position of power for her to be able to say that, and for him to be like, here's this thing that she knows about me. It's the same if it was in any other situation where it's like, he, say for instance, Widmore, person A, has a criminal record, and person B wants something, and they have common interest, and they go, say person A wants his record expunged or something, and person B says, well, I'll help you do that, or I'll help you do this, and, but by the way, I know you have a record, of, a criminal record. It's like, well, person A knew that too, and person A, if what they want to do is get rid of that record, could still work with person B. But by saying that, it's just person B is in a position of power and saying, this is, I know you need my help. It's not that I'm offering it and, maybe, Widmore will call her. It's like she knows Widmore needs his help, and she's telling him that. She's letting him know how that she knows how important it is to him.
Okay, so the whole point is, like, I know what your deal is. Like, your motivations are no mystery to me.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. All right. Okay, that helps.
And I think it's for the audience too to find that out.
Yeah. Yeah. I assumed he'd been on the island before this. Just based on him saying the island was once mine, I feel like he had been there to say that.
Yeah, I think it's, but I assumed it too, but I think it's largely for the middle of the road fans, to hear that said,
Yeah.
Or that revelation, but time will tell if this is actually right. I mean, that's my interpretation of it is
Yeah.
Because the other way has to assume that, she knows a lot of other different things. This just assumes she knows that Widmore has been to the island,
Yeah.
Just has to assume one thing. Which you already agree is probably true. So that's the thing. It has to assume something that I think is true,
Yeah.
And that she could pretty easily find out.
Well, I don't think it's necessarily easy for her to discover this. I mean, I guess if, Ben tells her, that's pretty easy, but...
I mean, it could be easy. It could be hard, however they write it,
Yeah. Just in general, it doesn't seem like, an obvious thing to figure out, but, yeah, okay. Well, God, I'm just in shock.
It must be like you. I didn't think anyone else had a different interpretation of this scene.
Yeah.
I just thought, I'm like, this is what happened. I'm surprised.
Yeah, me too. I didn't think there was another one. It seems so obvious to me. Okay. All right, well, that's so different. That's just, man, okay. All right. That's something we'll find out. It'll be interesting. I really like Sun getting motivated and getting involved in stuff, Like that's for her character, that's exciting to me. That's like, it's just nice. It's nice for her to have something to do besides to sit there and dote over the baby and cry about Jen,
Yeah.
I'm happy about that, and I think for me either way the scene goes, I'm glad about that. So
what was weird too with this scene is Widmore in the beginning, the first part of the scene, Widmore admits he knows she's Pike's daughter. Well, because she says it, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I know your father." Yet he seems to pretend that he doesn't know she's one of the Oceanic Six. It's just like if you already agree you know who she is, how can you say you don't know who she is? Like, as if you never heard that one of your business partner's daughter is one of the Oceanic Six.
Yeah, and they're supposed to be celebrities.
Yeah, they're supposed to be celebrities. You know, it'd be different if they didn't have the whole thing with the relationship with her father, and he could pretend he didn't pay attention to what the Oceanic Six look like, or he doesn't remember the name or something. But he knows the name, he knows it's a daughter, and he should know that, you know, when at the very least when the plane went down, you know, he might have heard, you know, well, Pike's daughter was on 815, you know, that kind of thing.
Right.
You know, for the months that they were missing, you know. So it was weird to me how they tried to play, like, he tried to pretend to, you know, play dumb for a second.
Mhm. Yeah, that is weird. I didn't even think about that. But if he's playing golf with Pike, like, he really should know about Sun.
Yeah, exactly. It'd be different if they were like, yeah, I saw him at a business conference. No, I mean, they play golf together.
Yeah, they, like, know each other for real.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, yeah, I mean, if his daughter's involved in this, you know, big plane crash thing, like, I don't buy that that's never come up.
Yeah.
He's just like
he owes him dinner, you know, like, he's going to go to dinner with this man. This isn't just like even a regular business associate necessarily. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
He's gonna sit down and have a dinner with this guy. That's just, you know, it's not just a business acquaintance necessarily, you know, so.
Yeah. And then she says, like, are you really going to pretend that you don't know who I am? Like, that's so weird. Why?
Yeah.
And he just talked about her dad and, like,
mm-hmm. She's really saying, are you going to pretend you don't know I'm one of the Oceanic Six?
Yeah.
That's what she's saying. And that's what they're trying to get across, but it's just weird because to know who she is to know she's one of the Oceanic Six.
Yeah.
Especially in this situation.
And he's just talked about, like, he has significant contact with her father, like, who definitely knows she's one of the Oceanic Six.
I think he knows, yes.
He was there at the airport. Like, there's, you know, this is a big deal for someone. Like, there's just, that would have to come up.
Yeah.
You know, and so it's just silly for him to try to pretend that, you know, and claim to be, you know, golf buddies with her dad at the same time. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even think about that. It seemed normal to me at the time, but yeah, that's weird.
Yeah.
That's really weird. I don't know what they're doing with that.
Yeah, I think they want it, you know, they're trying to put Sun in this position of power, so they want her to be the one asking questions and stuff and sort of leading the conversation. But I think they kind of should have just...
Conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically in 5 minutes.
Should have
to
just
extend the time by 60 minutes, press *8.
Yeah, they should have just rudely interrupted with random music.
Yeah, that's...
Doodle-doo.
No, that music is so irritating.
Kind of sounds like the, remember on Wayne's World, the little Scooby-Doo thing?
Oh, yeah, when they would do the flashback or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, Wayne's World.
Oh, Wayne's World. Yeah, so I think they should have just, you know, that line could have been a little bit different instead of, you know, and he's like, I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about, Miss Quant. Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Like, why can't they just cut the bullshit sometimes, you know, like just be like, you know, she's already set, you've already agreed you know who she is. She's already basically, you know, you made her have to ask, are you going to pretend you don't know who I am? You know, I think at that point their charade is over.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, and he keeps going, right? I mean,
he went one more level with, like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, that's not enough.
Yeah, and I think that's another reason why I think she has that line, you know, in my opinion, implying, you know, suggesting he's been from the island is another, you know, another sort of, you know, shut up, I'm right kind of thing. You know, I know what's going on here.
Yeah.
You know. Because after that, you know, after she starts talking, he doesn't really get anything else to say. He can't contend with it anymore, you know.
Right.
He's just like, why do you want to help me?
Right. Yeah. Why would you want to help me? Wow. Way to go, guys. Well, when I was watching it, it all made a lot of sense and seemed normal. Now Widmore's crazy and
It's not. I mean, it validates what you already thought, was that he was on the island before. I mean, I would understand if you didn't even think he had ever been on the island, but you already think he's been on the island before, so it's got that going for it.
Yeah.
It's just really, who is she talking about? Is she talking about Ben/Locke, or is she talking about Widmore? You know?
Yeah. Yeah, that's the big thing. But just like the thing about him playing dumb, like that just that really just didn't seem that bad at the time.
Mhm.
I bought it. I didn't really.
They want you to buy it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why, I'm a very, I'm a film school guy. I'm used to watching things from a very analytical standpoint, and I think about, what they say and how they say it, and when when she's like, "Are you gonna pretend you don't know who I am?" I'm like, you guys both know he knows who you are. You just had a whole conversation about it, so it just stood out to me as being really bad.
Yeah, that's weird from her point of view too. If he's talking about her dad.
Yeah, that's why I think her line makes sense, and it's almost like I feel like she's kind of pissed off for having to even ask him that, because it's like, come on, you know why I'm here. I'm one of the Oceanic Six. You've been to the island. Come on, you're trying to find the island.
Right.
Let's cut the crap.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I know you left the island. We have common interests. Okay. Oh, man. Wow. Okay.
And you know what? If Sun at this point wants to get back to the island, that's even a stronger, idea that they have common interests, If she thinks the only way to see Jen again is to get back to the island or something, or anything like that,
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I was trying, the scene blew me away because I could think of no reason she would want to have anything to do with Widmore. Mm-hmm. But, as far as Sun, what could her motivations be? Well, she's got her baby and she's got Jen, and, the baby's fine. Jen's in trouble. If she found out that Jen was alive and on the island, she could want to find it. And if she found out somebody else was looking for it, then, that seems like, the obvious motivation for her. The thing, I was thinking it was more about revenge for Jen's death, but, they could go that way, too.
Yeah. I mean, I could see her wanting revenge for Jen's death. I just don't know how Widmore would play into it.
Yeah.
It's considering who she probably blames, I don't know why involve Widmore.
Yeah.
I also think part of their common interest, and it is plural, and I think I'm honing in on that fact because I think it's more than one thing. I think part of it is going to be something we don't know yet. Some new thing. I really get that sense.
Oh, okay.
There's something else going on there that we'll have to find out later.
Something we wouldn't just guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Something to do with the state of affairs at this point, because we really don't have a clear picture of what's going on. We've got fragments.
Yeah.
Of who's kind of doing what, but we really don't know why, and who's working together and who's not, and who knows about the fact they need to get back, and when do they find that out, and who's going to agree, and all that, and we still got a lot of stuff to find out.
Yeah, we don't really know time periods either for some of these scenes. Mm-hmm. We can, the baby's born, so it's after that. But
born and talking.
Born and talking. So yeah, I guess that dates it too. But it's still, I don't know. It's hard to pin down how all these things are related to each other and what you could expect people to know. But yeah, I guess if it's talking, then it's pretty far in the future, and so.
Mm-hmm.
So she could know. I mean, Locke's probably already back, and so she can know stuff like that. And it seems like Locke went to visit everybody. I could see Locke going to visit her. Yeah, and then she finds out about Jin and that Widmore's on the island. Man. I'm gonna.
You need to take a break on the podcast and let you digest that?
I don't know. I think, long after this is over, like, when I'm lying down to go to sleep, I'm just going to be, like, meditating on that idea.
Mm-hmm.
If that's what Sun's talking about, and Sun knows about it, and she's going to use it, and, I mean, I at least get it now. I didn't even get it at first.
Well, at least you get it.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying, so, yeah, man, wow.
And that's just how scenes like this usually are. I mean, when they say "as you know," and it's like this like revelation about something, like it's usually more impactful if it's about one of the people that's there or something, like.
Yeah.
It just makes sense to me in that sense.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. Okay. All right. I'm gonna snap out of it here.
All right.
That's I can't wait. I'm interested in this plot. I want to see where this goes.
So now you're interested. The writers should give me some money for that. I'm gonna help their ratings.
Yeah. I mean, I was interested anyway. Just wondering how my interpretation was gonna play out, but adding this extra bit is that gives me that's a nice extra thing to think about.
Mhm. Well, you're welcome.
Thank you. Okay, so next scene?
Oh yeah.
Okay. In the next scene, we are back in the Orchid with Locke and Ben and dead Kimi. Locke asked Ben why he would kill Kimi when he knew that it would destroy the boat. Ben says he wasn't thinking straight. Ben continues to put objects into the little chamber. Ben says that good decisions are compromised by emotions, and he's sure that Locke will do a better job at separating the two than he did. Ben closes the door on the chamber. Ben flips the switch or whatever to turn on the magic chamber thingy, and he tells Locke to duck.
The vault?
Yeah. There's a sparky explosion, and Ben says, "I'd better change." End of scene.
All right.
Yeah. So this is a scene where he where Ben this is where he says isn't this where he says oh my God.
You just outlined the scene, so you tell me what he said.
Well, I didn't take the dialogue. Is this scene where he says, "Oh, I guess I"?
Yeah, he didn't really. I don't think he really said "I guess I," but he basically said, he said, I forgot what you just said. He said, he said I wasn't thinking straight. That's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah. He says, "Well, John, I wasn't thinking straight." So it's pretty much, well, I.
Mhm.
I guess I.
I thought he had said that specifically, but I didn't write it down, so I was wondering.
He didn't say "I guess I."
Okay. All right. So, let me think. How about this little like chamber thing? I mean, we talked about it a little bit. I'm trying to figure out. Like, does he know? Well, yeah, I guess he knows what he's doing. It's probably not the right question.
This is yes.
No, does he? What am I trying to ask? Does Dharma know? Maybe. what am I trying to say here? Like, the idea that, like, you know, if you put in metal objects in this chamber and then, like, turn it on, you know, fire up the time travel, like, place, I guess that's what this is, it'll just, like, blow a hole in the wall that leads to, like, the important place. I mean, that's just, like, did Dharma know that you could do that, and that's why they said, like, not to put metal objects in there?
No, you know what I think it is? I think Dharma did know what was behind there, because I think it's the same situation when we first went to the Swan, and they kind of found out, you know, behind the concrete was electromagnetism and things like that, you know, like, I think obviously, you know, Dharma built the station there. I think they knew what was back there, which is why they built it on top of that place.
Mm-hmm.
I think for Ben, he knew that the quickest way to bust the wall down would be to make an explosion in the thing. I really don't think Halawax is saying don't put metal specifically because metal is the only way, like, that the thing will blow up and, you know, I think it's just a coincidence. I think they're playing it for comedy a little bit, you know, when Locke is like, don't do that, you know. Like, I really think, you know, if he had a bazooka or something and just could have shot the wall down, or if he had an axe, or if he had something that would have, given the time constraints, got him through that wall, he would have done that. That's what I think. I think he knew that he thought that the quickest way to break that wall down would be to just use metal objects and you know, it's like a microwave basically. That's what it turned into.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. Okay.
So yeah, I think it's just it's more of a not coincidence. I don't want to use that word, but it's not really important that, you know, he was saying not to use metal, and that's why Ben was using metal. I think, you know, he was saying not to use metal for the very reason Ben used metal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I think, you know, if Ben had some C4 or something to put in there and close the vault, and, you know, because I think maybe Ben also kind of knew, or at least could assume, that whatever explosion happened in there wouldn't be big enough to hurt them, you know, because if you did put C4 or something or dynamite, who's to say the vault doors wouldn't have been blasted off or something, you know, and I think he knew that thing was built, you know, a certain way for a certain reason.
Okay. Another thing I was thinking is that, and I guess we probably already knew this, but considering the fact that you seem to have to, like, blow through this chamber thing to get to the place where you move the island, like, that seems to me to mean that the island hasn't been moved, you know, since this station was built, at least.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that it's been in the location it's been for the whole show for a while.
I think it's been I think it's been there at least since Dharma's been there, if not before Dharma. Yeah, I think so.
Okay. All right. I guess when they started bringing up moving the island, I just imagined it. I mean, so that can't explain the plane. You know, Echo's brother's plane. You know, it just can't be that plane. You know, that the island was somewhere else, and that plane, like, went on it, because if it hasn't moved since Dharma, I mean, the plane was surely after this station was built.
Yeah, you know, I would agree with that, but who's to say there's not another way to get down there or something, or I don't know. I mean, we've seen, this is the second sort of, like, cave we've kind of seen, and, you know, with hieroglyphics and stuff, and, you know, I would say, yeah, 95% agree with that. 5% of me says it would be a very good reason why Yimi's plane is on there and some of the other strange things if they can just say that the island was closer to where the plane left.
Mm-hmm.
You know, maybe someone else didn't press the button back then when his plane was going over, you know, and the island was closer to wherever they were.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to leave a little bit of room for that, but I would say in general, yeah, I would think it has been moved since Dharma, and Yimi's plane is some other reason why it's there.
Yeah.
You know, because you still got you've got other things, the polar bear and other things, I'm sure.
Yeah. There's lots of other stuff, right?
There's tons. We don't need to mention it. Everyone knows.
No, yeah, everybody knows.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm forgetting something. I think there's something else. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. But yeah, the polar bear is the big one that was recent. So potentially whatever explains the polar bear could explain the plane. Because I guess I feel like the polar bear... Actually, I don't even know anymore. Let me just...
Well, I think I don't think they're the same.
I might say, I think I want to say a little more about polar bears later when we get to the meat of this story.
Yeah. We're at the meat of the story yet?
No. No, I'm afraid not.
This is just the bread?
Yes, that's right.
Have we reached the cheese?
No.
I'm assuming we're eating a hamburger.
We are.
What are we eating here?
We got bread, we got mustard. We got, maybe
lettuce?
A little bit of lettuce. But yeah, the cheese is right on top of the hamburger itself. So
maybe the explosion was the jalapeno of the burger.
Ooh.
And I like jalapenos on burgers. They're tasty. A little spice.
I like jalapenos in general. I'm a fan, I must say.
Yeah.
I don't want to eat them by himself, but I like them on a lot of stuff.
On things, yes. Much like other,
I feel that way about tomatoes, actually.
Yeah, I can eat. Tomatoes I'd actually rather eat by themselves than on other things.
Really?
But that's usually because what they come on. Like, I don't like them on burgers, so I like tomatoes by themselves, and I don't want them on something that's hot or I'll eat them in a salad or something like that, or But usually, if they come on something, I don't want it on that thing.
I see.
Especially the way I phrased it. I definitely don't want it the way from what I just said. So let's go back to Lost.
Please let me. Okay, fair enough. I think I missed what was bad about the phrasing.
Yeah, that's good for you.
Okay. I don't know. It made sense to me, but a lot of things make sense to me. Okay, so we'll go to the next scene, right?
Yeah.
Okay. On the beach, Juliet sits solemnly drinking, and she sees a shirtless Sawyer swim onto the shore.
Shirtless Sawyer now with suntan. like a Barbie doll. This is shirtless Sawyer. This is condescending Sawyer. This is literary Sawyer's got his glasses and a book.
Reading a little book, yeah.
Oh, man. Get them while they last.
Yeah, I liked literary Sawyer. And then there was General Store Sawyer.
Yeah, that supplies
that everybody needed.
Dude, he had everything.
Yeah, he really did. It was all about let's go get something from Sawyer, and what do we have to?
It's like, hey guys, what do you want to do today? I don't know. Let's stop by Sawyer's store.
Yeah.
Try to have him give us something we desperately need.
Yeah.
There's just something to do.
Yeah, it really was. It was a good activity, and then you always had to you had to either talk him into it or give him something that he wanted or just entertain him for a minute or two.
Exactly. That's what it was about. It was about, he just wanted to be entertained and a distraction for a little bit, and yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just needless to carry on like that, but yeah, I think he just liked it in the end. It was just fun for him.
Yeah.
But I'm glad he doesn't have his store anymore. We got enough of those scenes. That got really old.
I'm surprised it wasn't he didn't go to his stash and be like, hey, where'd my stash go? And it was like, oh no, maybe it disappeared in the implosion of the hatch. Surprised that didn't take that problem with it.
Yeah. Oh wait, what are you saying? His what?
you know, his stash. You know how he doesn't really have it anymore.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they didn't just, you know, throw that in with, you know, with the
hatch.
With the hatch implosion.
Yeah. No, that was the ping pong game. He lost his stash in the ping pong.
Yeah,
game.
he lost in the ping pong game. That's right.
That's what they tried to do. Like they
broke it up.
Like while he was gone, everybody went through it, and then he came back, and he's like, "But you took my stuff," and you know, I'm gonna win it back, and then he lost the ability to say nicknames for 2 weeks, and that whole plot, whatever. The stash was a thing. It used to be a big thing. Oh well. Days gone by. So anyway, shirtless Sawyer swims onto the shore. Sawyer walks up to...
A little alliteration there?
Yeah, a little bit.
Sawyer swims on the seashore. She sails by... Yeah. Nice.
Sawyer walks up to Juliet. Sawyer sees the rum that Juliet's drinking and asks her what's she celebrating. Juliet says, "I'm not celebrating." She indicates the smoke from the exploded freighter, and Sawyer says, "That our boat?" Juliet says, "It was."
Direct quote.
And scene.
Yeah, that's how she said it.
It is. Yeah, this is sad Juliet drinking.
Yeah, I love him, like, what you celebrating? Like, when's the last time you saw someone with a bottle of hard alcohol in their hand and they're celebrating something? I mean, if you celebrate, you usually pour yourself a drink of something, maybe. Not, like, swigging out of a bottle.
It's true. That's usually not
a
good
coming
sign.
From Sawyer, you know, who I'm sure has done that, you know. Like, I feel like his default for seeing someone drinking out of a bottle would be, you know, what are you depressed about?
Yeah.
You know, that should be his But, you know, they just wanted to have the lines the way they wanted it. And it works. I like it.
Yeah.
But, I thought that was funny.
Yeah. Yeah, they wanted Sawyer to find out and Juliet to be sad. And
well, what I wanted was Sawyer to explain to Juliet what happened to him. Like, because I was thinking she might be thinking he just came from the boat, you know, that's now on fire.
Oh.
You know, because that, from what she knows, like, she doesn't know why he's there. She doesn't know if he swam from the other side of the island, if he was in the helicopter. Like, she has no idea really why he's there.
See, that's my problem. Like, I think without conscious like intervention on my mind's part, like my default is to assume that the characters have seen the show.
Yeah. Well, you know, I have to remind myself that too, because when I originally saw the scene, that I just assumed she knew that, not that he had jumped from the helicopter, but I went so far as to think that she knew somehow he was on the helicopter and headed to the freighter. And then I watched the scene again, and I realized she just really doesn't know where he came from. You know, all that she knows is he came out of the water.
Yeah.
And last time she saw him, he was on the, you know, she doesn't know what happened on the other side of the island at all. You know, so yeah, that's the thing. We got to remember that, like, these characters don't watch the show.
Yeah. And that's, I mean, they've been doing that, like, in the last couple of episodes, like, a lot of, like, information sharing and dumping. But yeah, in this case, they didn't really do that. So he didn't really explain himself. I mean, could Juliet, like, if she can see the smoke, could she have seen, like, the helicopter and maybe, like, been able to tell, like, that Sawyer jumped out and that they got away and stuff like that?
No, I mean, the way they depict those scenes, I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I think, could she have? Yeah, but the way they depict it, I don't think so. Okay, so now, next episode, she's like, I saw you jump out of the helicopter, you know, like, I'll be like, okay, but, you know, I think, to me, if she had known what he just did, I thought she would have reacted differently. She would have been concerned about the fact that she saw a man jump out of the helicopter. She wouldn't have necessarily known that was Sawyer until he washed up. Yeah. You know, so I think it would have played differently. If we're supposed to believe she saw that, then I think this scene doesn't really ring true, the way she reacts to seeing him. You know. Because he comes out and says, "Nice day for a swim." I think she sort of takes him at his word for that, because I don't think she thinks it's anything crazier, given the situation that she's lamenting, the loss of that freighter.
Mm-hmm.
But if she knew it was more than that, I think she would have, it would have been different.
But she could have known that Sawyer wasn't supposed to be there. Like he hasn't been.
Yeah, that's the thing. I think she thinks he's not really supposed to be there, and I don't think she believes 100% he's just out for a swim. But I think what she thinks about where Sawyer came from is trumped by the freighter being blown up.
Yeah.
And I think if she had seen Sawyer fall from the helicopter or a man fall from the helicopter and Sawyer washes up, she would be concerned, because you could drown. Anything could happen, and she would want to know the circumstances of why he jumped out and all that. And I feel like that would be at least on the same level as the freighter being blown up. And it's just not even addressed.
Yeah. And I could see her being more upset about the freighter blowing up than about, like, what happened to Sawyer.
Yeah, once it's all settled, but you don't think if I saw someone, especially, not me, Juliet, if Juliet saw someone fall from a helicopter, however many hundreds of, however far out it was, potentially going to drown, and then you're worried about who that was. It could have been Jack for all she knows. It could have been someone who was thrown out. Like, I think she would have been worried about that, and then as a corollary, I think she would have told other people, and they would have gathered to see what was going on. They would have sent people out to potentially go, help get that person out of the water. That said, I think that would have been, when she sees him wash up on shore, I think she would have been anxious to see who it is. Oh my God, who? What's going on? Are you okay? Oh, it's Sawyer. Oh, okay. You know what I mean? I think the scene would have played differently if we're supposed to believe she saw Sawyer jump out of the thing.
Mm-hmm.
From the beginning, I think the scene would have played differently. I don't think she'd be sitting there drinking if she was expecting or could, or was thinking someone was in the water, someone just jumped out of a helicopter,
Yeah.
Because I think she'd be looking for that person the whole time until they swam to shore.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
But that's the thing. She has no idea where he came from, and it's really not a big concern, because I don't think she's thinking he came from any place crazy. She has no reason to really believe that. So, that's why they can focus on the freighter.
Yeah.
And he doesn't give her any reason. He basically insinuates he just went swimming.
Mm-hmm.
So she doesn't, so it's not a big deal.
Right.
Yeah, she doesn't even know Jack is gone. That could be the last time she sees Jack. I can't say that.
Yeah, Sawyer should tell her eventually.
Yeah, I think so. But that's the thing. He doesn't have much to tell her, because, they don't know what happened to the helicopter, because they think it was going to go land on the freighter, and the freighter just. So I think they're thinking they might all be dead.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that is what they think.
Mhm.
But he should at least fill her in on, like, how he got there at some point.
He should fill her in on how he got there and tell him, well, we were running out of fuel, and we were going to go to the freighter, and I jumped out, and because even when he jumped out, I don't think they hadn't even found the freighter yet. Right?
You're right. Yeah, at that point it was just about, like, the fuel's running out. After he jumped out, then it was about find the freighter.
Yeah.
So you're right. They hadn't found it yet when he jumped. So he really didn't know, like, what happened to them.
Yeah.
I guess until he gets to shore.
Mhm.
And still he doesn't know what happened to the helicopter, but, like, he didn't know about the freighter exploding until he got to shore. Apparently, he was just swimming, and
I'd like to think, he could have heard the explosion, but whatever. I'll assume he didn't.
Yeah, it seems like he didn't. He's quite glib coming on shore. If he,
it's a better reaction,
Yeah.
If he doesn't know.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking he ought to have heard. It seems like a pretty big thing. They try to build it up as being big.
Yeah, definitely.
So, yeah. What can he do?
Go to the next scene?
Yes. That's good. I need you for segues.
I am the segue master.
Yeah. I always forget to do a segue. I just let it come to a full stop and then do a cold start boot thing.
And then talk about it.
That's my way. I like to talk about things.
That's the most interesting part.
Yeah. Anyway, the next scene, let's see. Ben puts on a familiar parka. Locke says, "What's that for?" Ben says, "I'm going somewhere cold." Locke says, "Then where's mine?" Ben says, "You don't need one because you're not going with me." Locke says, "Yes, I am." Ben says that Jacob told Locke what to do, but not how, because he wants Ben to suffer the consequences. Locke says, "What consequences?" Ben says, "Whoever moves the island can never come back." Ben tells Locke to take the elevator and go find Richard and the others who will be waiting for him. The capital O others. The others will share what they know and follow Locke's every word. Ben says, "Goodbye, John. Sorry I made your life so miserable," and offers his hand for a handshake. Locke accepts, shakes his hand. Ben walks away, and Locke asks, "What do I tell them to do?" Ben picks up a crowbar and says, "You'll find your way, John. You always do." And scene.
I half expected Ben to have one of those little hand buzzers when he was going to shake Locke's hand. I expected him to just like, "Ha, John, you're an idiot. I buzzed you."
One last, thing he gets over on Locke. Yeah.
Yeah. That line about, "I'm sorry I made your life so miserable." How dare you? How dare you, sir? How dare you apologize at this point? And for what? He shouldn't have anything to apologize for if he thought his actions were right and just, even in his own convictions. Why is he apologizing now? When at this point, Locke is where he needs to be, and you know what I mean? It's not like Locke is dying or something, or Locke missed out on something. He's getting what he wants. Maybe it's just me. Maybe because it reminds me of that Hurley thing earlier. It's like people, when people apologize for things, sometimes I find it weird why they do that. And here's another example of Ben apologizing, and is it just out of just 'cause or something?
Yeah, I took this the same way, that this was like a personal level apology, not like the your destiny and what the island wants, might have demanded that what I put you through happen, but I personally am not happy that that's the case.
But when did that change? Is he not happy because now he's about to go, because he's not on top anymore?
Maybe so.
It's just a little weird to me.
I was just thinking he's trying to say he doesn't like to see people suffer, even if it's for, some higher purpose.
But he's very quick to not take the blame for things he's had to do. Yet he's saying, "I'm sorry I made your life so miserable." To me, that's not something Ben should say if in reality, other forces dictated what he was supposed to be doing.
Mm-hmm.
And if he really thought those were right. If he's apologizing now and he's really being sincere, then I think some of the stuff he's done before, when he was doing it, he should have had, mixed feelings about. Because I don't see how you do something and you're totally sure, especially if it's coming from orders from someone else, but you're totally sure. And then, I can understand him apologizing for his part, and I get the personal level apology, but just coming from Ben and who Ben is weird to me.
Yeah. I'm wanting to think of it in terms of that thing we kind of talked about earlier about, that there's this like island representative Ben, and then there's the personal Ben, you know, like his own sort of feelings about the matter. And then like when he's acting as the island representative Ben, you know, he's firm and you know, feels sort of fully justified as that kind of agent. But just, you know, looking at things from just his personal point of view without, you know, any connection to the island, you know, and I think he sort of, when he was talking to Locke in that Cabin Fever episode, he sort of said that, you know, the fact that he was, you know, the chosen one, like, led to sort of, you know, suffering in his world, you know, that kind of sucks to be that person, you know. So I think he sort of understands that and sympathizes with it, even though he may realize that it's necessary, that it has to happen. You know, I don't think it's too crazy to do that. Now, I don't think it's crazy to do that, but for Ben, I think it's crazy. I think for me, I think they want us to like Ben as much as we can, and I think they want us, you know, they want him to be sympathetic by apologizing to Locke. Yeah, I agree. You know. Yeah, they want us to like him, but they can't make him too nice. I mean, they still have him say so, you know, and stuff like that. But they don't want to take him all the way over either. They seem to want us to generally like him, but understand that he'll do bad stuff. You know, so I think they're trying to build sympathy points for him here. And the other thing is, like, Ben didn't do that much to Locke. Like, unless he's saying, you know, most of Locke's life that's miserable has nothing to do with Ben. You know, because Locke has had a lot of horrible crap happen to him. Yeah. That from what we understand, has nothing to do with Ben. So that to me was weird too, because it's like Ben needs to apologize to a lot of other people before he apologizes to Locke about what he's done to them. You know what I mean? Because Ben's done some stuff directly to people. You know, what has he done to Locke that's bad? I mean, he tried to kill him. That was a big thing. You know, and maybe he's also, you know, for his general role as leader of the others, and you know the beginning part of the show when they were being attacked and stuff, and you know that's not fun. You know that was miserable, right? I'm sure for them to have to deal with that. But he hasn't really done that much to me that's like that I can really just hone in on the personal, you know, apology level of it, where he pushed Locke out of the window, or you know, he stole Locke's kidney, or, you know what I mean? Like, he did these things that were really that bad. The other big thing I can think of is the dad thing, that he, you know, brought his dad to the island and demanded that he kill him in front of everybody. That whole plot, that was the other big thing he did. Yeah. To Locke. And then shooting him. But I think in terms of, and he can still apologize for it, but I think in terms of what Locke needed to do, in terms of like whatever the other's idea of that is, that was the right thing, you know. You know, to sort of, because Ben was doing it to make Locke become the leader Locke ends up becoming. Anyway. Yeah. You know, he wasn't doing it to torture Locke. He was doing it so he could get past it and become the person he's supposed to be. Yeah. So it's like, you know, reprimanding your child for something, but it's like, you know, you're doing it for their own good, you know. And you can apologize for that. I don't have any problems with it, but it still was sort of for his own good. Yeah. 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 And I mean, he couldn't even really do it in the end. Yeah. You know, yeah, exactly. Like he just wasn't able to step up and actually do that. Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I think, you know, having his dad back was, you know, that was a thing. But and shooting him, which I had forgotten about. But yeah, I mean, he barely even thought that would do anything. Like, you know, he even says later he should have known better, right? He did. Yeah, he did say that later. He was just like, oh, I guess I was desperate or something. What else? What did he say? Yeah. Something like that. Like. Yeah, something like that. Oh, man. I was just crazy and blah, 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 blah. I just, when Ben is sincere, you know, I'm weary of that.
And you know, it's a very sincere apology. You know, he takes a moment to think about it and he says it, and I like it. I like the scene. I just don't buy it. I just don't buy it. Not coming from Ben, not at this point, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway, there's some other stuff here. First of all, the parka.
Ah, the parka, yeah. Here it is.
I wonder how cold it is down there.
I wonder why it's cold down there.
Because if you're, I don't know. It's weird to me. The whole parka thing is really weird. I feel like the biggest reason he puts on the parka is so we can see him in the desert with the parka in the future, you know, in that other episode.
Yeah.
You know, because that's why I asked, how cold is it down there? Is it really that cold to where you know, if you were down there for a couple minutes without a jacket, it would be so terribly uncomfortable that, you know, you would regret it?
Yeah.
Is it really that cold? Or is it really more about what they want him to be wearing when he appears in the desert?
Yeah. I mean, it was cold enough for ice and stuff. I mean, I can see wanting to have a jacket to go down there.
Yeah.
You know, I would wear, you know, if it were below freezing, I mean, and I was going to go do some work like that, I would put a jacket on.
Yeah, it's not crazy. I just wonder, is it supposed to be like really, you know, subarctic temperature?
Like really super, super cold?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
He didn't put on a jacket. He put on a parka, you know.
Yeah.
Like, that's, you know.
It's more extreme. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it might be they just wanted him to wake up in the desert with a parka on, and they wrote a way for him to do that.
Yeah.
That was the thing. They started there and worked their way backwards.
Mhm.
That seems plausible to me.
So this idea that Jacob wants Ben to do it.
Ah, yeah, right. I mean, I guess I believe that. I mean, like he says, Locke doesn't know how to do it. I guess he could tell Locke how to do it.
It's very simple.
It's really more a matter of physical labor than, a lot of detailed knowledge.
And it's like, you know, before, you know, in this scene, we don't really know what Ben is going to do, so I bought that. Like, okay, whatever it is, it's very complicated. And even up until this point, you know, there's been things you need to know to do, even to get here, you know, in terms of the orchid and stuff. But what he actually ends up doing, you know, Christian could have told him very quickly, you know, go to the orchid, you know, find the blank, get down there, blow the door, you know, blow the wall out, get down to the thing. It's like 4 steps, really.
Yeah.
You know. But this idea that
it seems like he might have needed Ben's help as far as knowing knowing what to push and stuff to make the thing work.
Mhm. Yeah.
You know? Like that's something that like would be a little hard to describe for Christian.
Yeah, well, you could just watch the video, the guy that presses the buttons on the video.
Yeah, there's that. Or he could just like appear in there. I mean, I don't see why he can't do that. If he can go appear in front of Michael.
Or he can just appear and like press the buttons himself.
Or he could do that.
I don't think Christian really knows. I don't think Christian knows how to work the machine.
Yeah, I'll buy that. If he's Christian, he really shouldn't know.
Yeah.
Because
even if he's not Christian, I don't want him to know. Just because he's dead or an apparition, I don't want him to know things just because of that.
Mhm.
You know, because then that means he can know anything and everything.
Yeah.
And that's scary.
Yeah, it is scary. And I don't think, well, I don't know what I think. I do think there are some things he knows because he's an apparition, but I think there ought to be some limits to that.
Yeah. This idea of Ben not being able to come back, or the person who moves the island can't come back, do you think it's really like what it sounds like? Because I feel like it's like whoever moves the island can never come back because the island's going to be moved and they won't be able to find it.
Just a practical thing as opposed to... Well, and it seems like if you move the island, it kind of blows you out of there and drops you off somewhere else.
Mm-hmm.
So not only is the island somewhere else, but then you're somewhere else, so you can't. If he's gonna say that, if he's gonna say can never come back, I'm just, my personal preference is I want him to mean it. I want him to say that, and for it to be, he just.
Oh, of course, I want it. Yeah, I want him to mean it because I want language to be clear and direct.
Yeah, because if you're gonna say that, it's just like. If you leave the island and anyone moves it, you could say, well, they can never go back. It's just sort of silly to me to say it like that. You don't know where the island is, so you can never go back. I mean, that's just kind of, I don't think that's true.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, and that just bugs me. If he's going to use absolute language like that, I want him to mean it, and I kind of think that he doesn't mean it. That it really is just a practical thing, and that if they find the island, Ben will be able to go there.
Yeah.
He won't I don't know what would happen. You would just, the barrier would be a force field, or, just repel you from the island somehow.
In the last scene, Ben tells Jack that the island won't let him come alone, whatever that means.
That's true.
Presumably the island wouldn't let Ben come back if, so it would just engineer something where he just could never get there.
Yeah. Oh, is that how it would do it? I guess I'm imagining they're right there, and so it would just set things up where they would never get there.
Yeah, well, he would just, if he's with them, he would just not be able to get there with them, or, they get there without him, or, just whatever it would take that he doesn't get there.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't want to be on the plane that's headed there, and Ben's, a plane headed to the island, and, Ben's on it. I don't want to be on that plane.
You don't want to be on that plane.
Because if he can't come back, I feel like that plane might crash.
I see. Okay. So it won't be they see the island and the plane goes in for landing and it just bounces off
Yeah, no. Or he parachutes to the island. I think, a big gust of wind would probably, take him and dump him somewhere far away or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
It just wouldn't, allow him to come.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right.
Although I do have to say, we'll talk about it more later, but, do you get the sense he's planning to go back to the island? He tells, Jack all of them have to go together.
Mm-hmm.
It seems weird to me that he's not going to try to go back himself or something.
Me too. That's what I thought, I assumed if he was kind of orchestrating this thing, he would participate, and not just send them on their merry way. Then again, maybe the island just doesn't want him anymore.
Because that's the thing. If it's not just a practical consideration, you can't get back because it sends you somewhere else, and then you won't know where it is. What's my point? Oh, yeah. Then that means it should be some sort of willful thing or some sort of effect of moving it, and I don't know what the effect would be, but the other will idea would be that the island doesn't want you to come back. And it's why would the island care that, you're the one who moved it, so it won't let you come back?
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't make any sense to me, that the person who moved it can't come back because the island wouldn't want it to come back.
Yeah.
So since that doesn't make any sense, I
that seems like a weird and arbitrary rule.
Yeah, so I don't want to believe that. The other idea is that there's some effect that happens on the person who moves the island that prevents them from coming back. And then the third option is they can come back if they find the island again.
Mhm. Yeah. That's the thing. I kind of think Ben. I kind of think Ben is out, as far as the island goes. So even if he did go back, it wouldn't be like his place to be anymore. So I don't know what he'd do if he went back to the island. Maybe he won't go back.
I don't know if he will go back, but I think if he did go back, I could see him just being content, just being another. You know what I mean? Like
just being a regular guy on the island.
Yeah, I mean, maybe his ego wouldn't like that, but I think in terms of his, from what he just kind of wants, I think he wouldn't mind a quiet life on the island.
Yeah. Okay. I could buy that. And that'll be it for him. He'll just kind of settle down and stop scheming and.
I mean, I don't think that'll be the end of Ben on the show. Obviously, I think they'll do that. But just in general, I think that's something he would want.
Oh, okay. That could be his reason for going
back. Yeah,
that's
yeah.
Okay, but he won't necessarily end up that way. I would find that a shocking ending for Ben.
Yeah.
Just like kicking back and hanging out in the jungle or on the beach or something.
Because presumably, if Kimi and his men weren't there, and they didn't need, and Widmore wasn't trying to find the island, and they didn't need to move the island, and Locke is still going to be in this position of power, he's the chosen one so at some point Ben has to relinquish the crown.
Yeah.
Then Ben would have no need to leave, and he would just stay there and and sort of just be another.
Right.
So I feel like that's what he would want, given the circumstance anyway. So. If he can get back to the island, he would probably still want that.
Mhm. Yeah, I agree. It makes sense.
And I think maybe he's using hyperbole here because with his line about never being able to come back to just convince Locke that Ben is the one who needs to do this.
Mhm.
Because that's a line that tells Locke, well, if you want to stay on the island, you can't be the one to do this.
Locke wouldn't want to never be able to go back to the island, so yeah, that'll help convince him. And Ben is surely not above saying something just to convince Locke to do something.
I think Ben is not above lying to get what he wants from anybody.
So that's a pretty good option. I think. Because the idea that you just, you move the island, you're expelled forever. I don't know.
Yeah, it sucks. And think about it this way: if the shoes are on the other foot, and Locke is the one who moved the island, and Locke ends up in the Sahara Desert, what's Locke going to do in the Sahara Desert?
Die.
He'd be dead. He would be dead.
He would be so dead.
Ben has a plan. He's got his stick. He beats the guys up. He goes to Tunisia. He's got a room. He's got a plan on how to continue. Locke would be at a total loss.
Yeah.
Which is kind of why I think he's right about Christian wanting Ben to do it because Ben can handle it. Locke can't.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, no. Locke would be so dead. Oh God, that would be a really sad ending for Locke. He just kind of starves in the desert.
He just dies of thirst and
That's it. And they find his skeleton years later.
And it's got a Dharma collar on it.
Yeah.
Maybe he's Adam.
Oh, look at that.
And Eve.
Oh, the twist.
Yeah.
There are two Locks.
Neither one is interesting.
Fucking Adam and Eve. Yeah. Locke, too. All three of them.
All three of them. The three lamos.
Yeah. So, let's see. Locke is the leader of the others now. Go.
Oh, okay, yeah. All right, yeah, I got plenty on that. I love it. I love that even as Locke stands on the precipice of his future, the future he's always wanted, even when he didn't know what he wanted, he still has to ask someone else what to do.
Yeah.
What do I tell them to do? Wow. If he wants, that's like, if Ben is going to tell you what to do, Ben might as well stay the leader.
Yeah.
The point of Locke being the leader is to decide what to do.
Yeah. If Locke thinks he can just be the leader by okay, Ben, just whisper in my ear what to tell them.
Yeah.
Every time, and I'll say it, and then I'll be the leader.
That's the thing. Locke is still not ready. I really believe he's still not ready because you can't. To ask a question like that means you're not ready to be the leader.
Yeah. That's not a good leader quality. What do I do? What do I do? Yeah, that's the thing. It's stuff like this that, I want him to take charge. I want him to, have intuition and make good decisions,
At least, and that's the thing, and this is what I do fault the writers for the, they can obviously write the characters if they want, but, it's one thing to have Locke say, what do I do? It's another thing to have him at least present a suggestion of what to do and Ben correct him. At least it would show, some fortitude on his part and some, Locke could say, so I assume I'm supposed to, lead them to do whatever or protect the island or, some sort of assumption about what his new role is going to entail. He just comes up with nothing, though.
Yeah.
He doesn't even come up with anything on his own, and that's, to me, is where the writers have the choice to make him, to keep him, to sort of keep the character what they want, but to make the character have a little bit more, like you said, to be more decisive and to show that he is growing as a character and not just to still just this bumbling dude.
Yeah. Yeah, a little puppy dog.
Yeah, why can't they have Locke suggest something to do? Or there's plenty of ways to rewrite this. With little details changed.
Yeah. And whenever he does have an idea, it's just I'm thinking he wanted to blow up the submarine, even then they sort of suggested Ben wanted him to do it, and it was sort of really Ben's idea, but still
even when he is bold and decisive, it's really maybe he was tricked by somebody else.
Yeah, exactly, and even that was just so I never really bought his motivation for doing that. I still just don't understand why he couldn't let Jack and Juliet leave the island.
I think they didn't want him to leave. Didn't leave the island.
Well, there's
That's
that.
Why. But I really think Locke blowing up the sub is the same, basically ineffectual Locke that, stuffed the grenade in Miles' mouth.
Yeah.
It's he gets, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
You don't tell me what I can't do. He's Don Quixote. He thinks he knows what he's doing, and he puts all his passion behind it, and then it's just wrong, or it's just a bad thing to do.
Yeah. And why was he wet? God damn it! I want to know that. I'm frustrated. I really thought we'd get an answer to that. Now I don't think one's ever coming.
I think maybe they assumed that to do what he had to do to blow up the bomb, that he had to get wet. Blow up the sub, he had to get wet.
I guess so. I just thought since they never showed him doing anything that would entail him getting wet, that there would be something there. But yeah, I guess you're right. Maybe it was just supposed to be obvious that he'd have to get in the water to set this bomb thing. Mm-hmm. The dynamite or whatever. The dynamite shouldn't be in the water, right?
Maybe he has to. I don't remember that scene. I don't remember if we saw him. We didn't see him actually get on the sub, right?
Yeah, he got in the sub.
So we saw him walk from the dock to the sub.
Yeah, and we saw him go inside. We saw shots of him on the inside of the sub.
Then yeah, he shouldn't have been wet.
That's what I thought.
No. Unless he fell. I remember we said that before.
Oh, we did talk about that.
He just
like 80s comedy shot of him going like, whoa!
Yeah, he just like falls in the water. I feel like it could just be a production thing where someone just thought he should be wet for what he did, so they made him wet.
Mm-hmm.
And then in hindsight, it's like, well, he didn't need to be wet.
Yeah. Yeah, okay, that's the thing. There's always those production people mucking
mm-hmm.
about and ruining things.
Yeah.
Make him wet.
Make him wet.
It's better that way. Yeah, all right. I don't know. I think the answer is something mundane like that.
Yeah, I think it's just really mundane.
I don't know. I wanted something there. I really did. But just, yeah, I mean, even this season, yeah, you were talking, the grenade thing, his, Ben's locked up, I'm going to get something out of him. He just,
he had Ben in his capture, and like, it was bad. He didn't do anything.
And Ben just talked his way right out of there after getting him to throw some dishes again.
Oh, see, and that's where, again, I look at the writers and I shake my finger because, like, I don't understand. I feel like at a certain point they're just not being fair to Locke, the character.
Yeah.
If they keep him mired in this, with this, like, this loop of, lunacy, but he just can't, like, he just can't rise above his own, like, crappiness, then that just sucks for the character.
Yeah.
And to me it's not fair to the character to not actually grow as a character over 4 years, to actually regress, It's not fair to the character.
Yeah, I mean, that really does seem to just literally say his progress or his, like, development as a character is on the same level
mm-hmm.
as that episode from season 2.
Exactly.
And that's just terrible. And the thing is, like, some characters, don't change that much, but it's just the fact that he is being sold as, like, the savior of the island and this, like, really important guy, like, it just seems so shitty to have him be like this.
Yeah, and I really feel like that when I think they get their jollies, off of, making Ben be this manipulative character. I think they like that a lot, and they'd rather see him manipulate John into throwing the dishes again than to actually have John be smart enough and experienced enough to not do that, to know what Ben is doing. And, even at the time I thought we would find out Locke was just pretending. I gave him way more credit than he obviously deserves,
Mm-hmm.
I thought he did that kind of on purpose because he knew what Ben was doing, and it was all going to fold into John's plan.
That would have been cool. I would have liked
awesome
to see that.
because they could have had their cake and eaten it too.
Yeah.
It would have been so much more, to me, interesting and more engaging that Locke is, okay, here's a guy, that he's basically playing Ben's game, and he's going to win at Ben's own game. That is how you show a character, show character growth.
Yeah, and I was thinking, they never let anyone get one over on Ben.
That's the thing. They never let anyone get something over on Ben, and that's a mistake to me. Ben is not, he's not a flawless character.
Yeah. Yeah, like
I guess Keamy got one over on.
That was that's what I was gonna say. When Keamy shot out like that, Ben was really shocked by that, and that was a big moment for him. Like the first time someone did something he didn't expect, that actually hurt him. Like that's props to Keamy for being the first person to ever do that.
Yeah, I mean he gets credit for that.
Yeah, I mean that's he was not manipulated by Ben. And that's I can appreciate that, but just like once, I mean Ben gets to like do schemes all the time, like just once, a character that they're building up, why can't he
I really think for the fans, I mean I really think Locke needs to be. Why isn't Locke the person we're rooting for? Why do they want us to root for Ben? Why do they want us to side with Ben or to think he's great and cool? when for the show itself, Locke is the chosen one, you know?
Yeah.
That's my thing. I think they should be making Locke as interesting as they possibly can, you know?
Yeah.
And now he's dead.
I agree. Yeah, I know. And the tone that Locke had in season 1 is what I would expect him to be like once he, like, you know, comes into his own in this new role. You know, that's the kind of Locke that I'm looking for. Like, they've been able to do it before.
Mm-hmm.
You know, blah.
Blah, indeed.
So what about the others? What do you think? How do you think this is going to go with Locke, like, being the leader of the others? Like,
oh, goodness.
I really can't envision what Locke is going to do with this position. You know, we've got these other people on the island, you know, and then we've got the others. And, you know, I can't imagine what he's going to do. And I guess at some point, you know, he decides to leave. But, like, you know, it seems like maybe he'll just sit there and let Richard, like, tell him stuff.
I mean, you know, it really goes, you know, the first question is, what are the others even doing? You know, what do they want? What's their goal? Because Locke needs to help them on that journey. He might have something specific to do if there is a specific edict or something, you know, to find everyone on Jacob's list or to, you know, whatever their goal is. I mean, that's really the underlying question is, you know, what do the others do anyway? You know, what would Ben be doing if he were around in this situation? You know, I don't even know.
I don't know that either.
Yeah, and so I really think, you know, I don't think we will have to worry about that because I think it's you know, something's going to happen that's going to, you know, drive Locke to action very soon when he gets over there, I think. But I think it will be Richard telling him a lot of what to do. I mean, because at the very least he doesn't know anything.
Yeah.
He doesn't, you know, I hope he finally asks what Smokey is.
It'd be nice. He really never followed up on that. Even after Ben was like, that, you know, admitted that he lied, that he didn't know, you know, or what did he say? I wasn't being entirely truthful.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, no, he really should definitely find out about that. So you're thinking just in general, like without the, you know, the plot sort of forcing things to happen, he would just continue to lead in the others carrying out whatever their mission is.
Yeah, I really think
not
without,
like Locke being there would bring about some new direction or
no, I don't think so at all.
Okay. It's just he's just the guy that's going to try to lead them through carrying that stuff out.
Yeah,
now.
exactly.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, that makes sense. I couldn't think of anything for them to do. So, you know, the old others missions, I guess that's, you know, that's what they have.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, they haven't really done anything all season. So, at least as far as we know. So yeah, there's no obvious like interest that they have at this point. I mean, you know, they try to get those pregnant women, but that didn't really work out. Are they gonna go for that again?
I mean, presumably Middlelos is still around.
Presumably,
you know, so they could try to recruit more people, or you know, I mean, how are they even going to get off the island now? You know, is my question. I mean, now that the island has moved.
Yeah.
And they don't really we don't know if they have any sort of, you know, vehicles or anything that went with them. So, you know, they don't even know where they are necessarily to begin with, you know, and someone's going to have to get off the island to even figure that out maybe.
Mhm.
You know, figure out what part of the world the island has moved to.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, something's going to have to happen there because supposedly they don't have transportation, the others off the island at this point, without the submarine. That was supposed to be it. So yeah, and then even if they do know how to get like off the island, yeah, they don't know where they are and
I can see them I think there's probably some others that aren't on the island, whoever maybe works at Middle or something, or, I feel like there's some, maybe a few people around the world that are connected to them, or people they could at least trust or something.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe, maybe the others have some sort of device, much like a satellite beacon or something, and then they can cut it on. It will alert somebody where they are, and they'll send like a craft or something to them.
Oh, okay. I guess they could do something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I can see Alfred going to go do something, and John's like, "What are you doing?" "Oh, I'm going to alert the blah 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 to our new location or something." And
yeah,
they have to go to some new station to turn on the whatever beacon, and
mm-hmm.
It's a whole, that's the first episode, basically, of season 5.
I see. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, a nice preview. So at this point in the show, do you pretty much think that the others in their mission doesn't really have much of a role to play?
Yeah, I think their big thing was the babies, and I think their other big thing is going to be Jacob's list.
Okay. And
so
you think that's going to be important again?
I do. It better be.
You do? It better be. Okay.
It's the basis for everything the others do. I mean, or at least a big part of what they do. So I feel like at the heart of them is the list and why the list is there.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find out about Jacob.
Yeah, that's true. We will find out about Jacob. I agree. And I guess that is connected to the others, so.
Mm-hmm.
So as long as Jacob's around, there's some kind of others relevant topic being addressed. It just seems like the others have gotten kind of marginalized.
They have. I think they're done. They're done with their big role, I think, on the show in terms of the others themselves as people doing things and affecting other people on the island. I think it's going to be more about them and not about what they're doing necessarily.
Okay. As being kind of, they've been the main antagonists for most of the show.
Mm-hmm.
Up until this season. So that'll be somewhat of a shift for things. But yeah, I agree. I mean, they've already gone in that direction with this season. So, I mean, they've only got 2 more. I mean, how much more can they do?
I just had a crazy idea about Locke and why he's going around trying to convince everyone to go back to the island. What if, like they said, some bad stuff happened since they all left and they all need to come back? And what if Locke was really stuck on the island and he knew he needed to go to all of the 6 and convince them, but he really had no way off the island? What if he decided to move the island like Ben did and moved it again?
Oh, dear.
So, maybe he knew it would transplant him somewhere else in the world, and that would be his way to get off the island. And now, of course, the challenge being to find the island again to get back.
I see.
Something like that.
Okay.
I thought might be going on.
I could do that. Move the island twice? Sure.
Just turn it again.
That would be a way to get Locke off there, which seems like it might be some kind of issue. So yeah, I really didn't think that would be true, but it's on the table at least. He'll have to know what to do, although it's not really that hard.
Yeah.
If you go down there and you see a big wheel,
Yeah, and he should see, the crowbar in the thing, and he should be able to tell he put it in there to turn it, and he probably, depending on how much snow is there, he might see footprints.
Mm-hmm.
Was it snow or just ice?
I don't know.
I hope it wasn't snowing. It should be snowing.
I don't
here.
know. I've always been told that, the farther you go into the earth, it gets warmer. That's that's the lesson I learned.
Well, getting closer to the core of the earth and the hot molten metal that's there, you mean?
Yeah. I never got the idea that you would kind of go and bore into the earth and then, it'd be like tropical paradise up here and then just winter, Arctic, desolate, terrible place underneath.
Mm-hmm.
That's bizarre to me.
Yep.
I don't get it.
Well, I'll explain it once we get to that scene.
Oh, okay, great. I can't wait.
Because it's the next scene, right?
Yeah, I'm kind of jumping ahead here. Yeah, it is pretty much the next scene. You'll find your way, John. You always do. I don't know. That's a questionable line, I think.
You always find your way because other people help you along your path.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, I don't know. That's really just not very apt for Locke at all. It applies to Ben.
That's why I feel like when he apologized and when he says you'll find your way, you always do, I just feel like he's lying. Ben is just like, I feel like he's smirking in his head when he says that stuff.
Yeah.
Like he's just saying it to be like manipulative and to like just be condescending, and John just takes it as a compliment.
Yeah. 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 That could be it. I bought it, but yeah. Ben would definitely do that, I think. That's his style. Yeah. The next scene is barely a scene. I'll just quickly describe it. It's Locke's arrival with the others. We cut to Locke in the jungle. Locke approaches the others. He sees Richard, who says hello. Everyone kind of looks at Locke. And Richard says, "Welcome home." So that's a little bit. We kind of just talked about it, so I guess, you know.
Yeah, I'm surprised, they're only 2 miles east. I mean, I guess is that where the temple is? 2 miles east of the Orchid? Or did they just park there to be close? Because they were, they left the temple, I guess, to go help them out.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they were just waiting there for John 2 miles east?
Yeah. Yeah, I think, that's what I assumed. Although I didn't really think about it. I assumed it unconsciously.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that wasn't the temple. That they were just camped out there waiting there for Locke to show up.
Yeah. Well,
welcome home. Like, that's his home.
That's the other thing when he said welcome home. That's another thing that made me think that's where they were kind of living.
Oh, I see.
But I don't think he really. I think he just means it metaphorically, like
welcome
to your new people, your new life.
Yeah, and sort of where you belong.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the guy who tried to like recruit Locke when he was a kid.
Mm-hmm. And Locke just didn't pick the right stuff.
Of course he didn't. Why would he get it right?
Why would he get it right?
Why would he ever get anything right?
Because the writers hate him.
I guess they do.
Yeah.
I guess they do. Yeah. At a certain point, if I were Terry O'Quinn, I'd get really frustrated with that.
Yeah, I mean, has he ever caught a break in his life?
Yeah.
Locke this is the best thing that's probably happened. And, obviously with, being with Katie Seagal, whatever her name was.
Yeah, Helen.
Helen, yeah, like that, in like being the leader of the others and getting his legs back.
Yeah. Getting his legs back, that was a big plus.
Yeah, and, he was happy when he was with his dad before his dad stole his kidney.
Yeah.
So, like, those are, like, the only, like, positive things. But besides that, he's just been, crapped on his entire life.
Yeah.
In every situation, and it's and if at this point, like if when, and I think I'm just gonna have to believe it, Justin. Like, he will never be Locke of season 1 again, because if he's not that Locke now, in the 3-hour finale, that's gonna position him into the highest position in the others in their circle. If that's not the Locke that we always wanted, then we're never gonna get him.
Yeah.
We're just not. And now that we know he's dead, and, he can never really be the same Locke anyway now that he's dead, even if his apparition has stuff to do, like, it won't be the same.
Yeah, no, not at all.
So I really think we need to, like, R.I.P. Locke of season 1.
Yeah.
I really think I just don't see it happening anymore. I don't have any hope left that he will ever be a good character anymore in terms of his own journey and like getting to that point. Like he can be involved in cool stuff, but Locke being the Locke we really want, I don't see it happening, because if he can't do it here when it matters and it's important, then he'll never do it.
Yeah. When could he possibly do it? I never thought about that. Like, do you think the writers really just don't like the Locke character, and just aren't interested in trying to like make him seem more, assertive or interesting or clever, or
I feel like they're not trying hard enough to give him an honest arc. This is where he started, and he does a 180 and becomes something else. Like, I don't think they're trying to do that, and I think part of it, I don't think they hate him, obviously, or anything like that, or even that it's really 100% conscious on their part. But I think, certain things like when he's with Ben, he never gets the upper hand because they like Ben more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I think it's things like that where it's sort of circumstantial that, where they want Locke to do these things, even like blowing up the submarine. It's like, okay, if we had found out that was the right thing for him to do and he thought of it on his own, we could give him a plus. Here's a good check mark for Locke.
Mm-hmm.
But then they go ahead and say, not only was it a bad thing to do, not only did he strand, Jack and Juliet on the island for longer, but maybe Ben was the one. It was Ben's idea in the first place. Ben knew he was. So it's like even when they try to make him be more assertive, they take it away from him. It's really odd to me, that especially Locke. Almost more than any other character. Because now that we know how important he is in terms of what's going on, like he's the chosen one, and they can't give him a full arc and can't make him at least live up to their own prophecy that's sort of built into the show.
Yeah.
Like that's weird to me.
Yeah. Yeah, and maybe that's the problem. He's just around Ben all the time, and they're wanting Ben to be the one in charge, the one who always knows what's going on, the one who always like thinks up things, just sort of always trumps him.
Yeah.
And he just has the bad luck of being around Ben all the time. Maybe he'll get better when Ben isn't around.
But don't you think if he's really the chosen one, he should be able to surpass Ben in some way?
Oh, totally. He should. But I was just thinking maybe that's why that keeps happening.
Yeah, definitely.
They just like Ben so much that it just, who cares if it's the most important character on the show? They're not going to get one over on Ben.
Yeah.
Ever.
It's crazy.
He is the ultimate. Even if, his place on the show is just not as big.
Mhm.
That's so weird because Ben is just, God, he wasn't even on the show for a long time. I don't know. He's the big man.
It's those big eyes, man.
Those
they
big
can't
eyes.
help it.
Yeah.
Those Michael Emerson eyes.
Yeah.
Those Emerson eyes.
He was a really exciting character early on, Ben, for me.
Mm-hmm.
But and I still like him well enough. But I'm not as enamored with him as it seems like the writers and maybe other people are. I don't think he's that great.
I've had enough Ben.
Yeah, I mean he's kind of one note. He does his thing and that's it.
Yeah, I really, I'm sure they'll make whatever Ben is doing in the future interesting, but the fact that we still have to deal with him, and we're probably going to deal with him for the rest of the series, is a little sad to me because I'm just like, wow, guys, he is one note. He can only do so much, and I'm tired of Ben. I think he had a good run. Now that Alex is dead, that was big for his character. But now that we have to deal with him more, now he's running the scenes in another timeline.
Yeah.
It's just enough. I think we've had enough Ben.
Yeah, I agree. It's that's the thing. He's he's usually, involved in the interesting plots, and so that part's good. But just for him as a character, just in seeing his personality and stuff, like I'm done with that. I can leave all that stuff. I don't need it.
Yeah.
I'm only really interested in him in that he's going to get involved in things I'm interested in. Like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Early on it was, what's this guy about? He's kind of interesting and enigmatic and all that, but it's just, those days are over.
Yeah, those days are way gone.
Ugh. Oh, well. Okay, so I guess we'll go to the next scene here.
Next scene.
We're back with Ben over in the Orchid Station. Ben goes into the little chamber there that he put the metal objects in to blow a hole in the wall. He goes in through the hole in the wall that he created earlier. Ben walks through a cave-like area to a ladder, and he climbs down the ladder. He breaks a little sheet of ice and climbs down some more. As he's getting fairly close to the bottom, the ladder breaks, and Ben falls down, hurting his arm. So Ben, Ben lights a match and lights up a lamp that's in this sort of cavey room he's in.
The cave?
It's well, there was the first cavey area. Now it's like icy cave. It's all white and icy and cavey. So he lights up the lamp. There's and we see that there's a wheel with some spoke handle thing sticking out of it that's kind of set into the wall. Ben looks up and says, "I hope you're happy now, Jacob." Ben tries to turn the wheel. He uses the crowbar that he brought down to break some of the ice that's locking the wheel in place. And then he also puts the crowbar into a hole in one of the spoke things. And he, with great effort, manages to slowly turn the wheel. We hear a sort of a buzzing noise, a somewhat familiar buzzing noise, and we cut to the following things. We see Locke and the others, Sawyer and Juliet on the beach, Dan and some red shirts on the Zodiac craft, and finally Jack, Frank, Desmond's son, Hurley, Kate, Saeed, and the baby on the helicopter. They're hearing the noise. Desmond asks, "What is that?" We go back to Ben. He's still turning the wheel. And we see a familiar sort of white light. And we again cut to Locke and the others, Sawyer and Juliet, Dan and some red shirts on the Zodiac craft, and the helicopter people. We also see the island enveloped in a sort of white light. The whole screen goes white for a second, and then the light fades. We stay with the helicopter, and we see that the island is gone. Frank says, "Where am I going to land this thing?" Jack suggests the Hydra island. Frank says there's nothing but water in every direction. Fuel is out, and the helicopter is going down. We hear the blades slow down. Frank tells everyone to brace themselves. Saeed gets the life raft from Desmond and throws it out. The helicopter crashes into the water. We see Jack underwater. Jack swims to the surface. There's a bit of a commotion, but everyone's okay but Desmond. Jack and Frank find Desmond, load him onto the life raft with everyone else. Jack does some mouth-to-mouth and some CPR on Desmond. Desmond miraculously spits up some water and recovers. Everyone relaxes a bit, and scene.
All right, so nothing interesting here.
Yeah.
what a boring sequence this was. I was just like yawning. No.
Yeah, tell me about it.
So, Ben, I guess we'll start with that.
Okay. Definitely. Yeah, Ben's a big thing. Everybody's reacting to what Ben does here.
I, don't know what's going on.
I don't either. I have to say, many listeners of the Lost Lowdown will know that I have this little pet theory about Dharma being the origin of everything, and I just can't bring myself to believe that Dharma constructed this wheel and this cold cave. It just doesn't. That just doesn't make any sense to me. And furthermore, it seems to me that they constructed the station to be near where this wheel is. That they knew about it, but I don't think they built it. And
I don't think they built it either.
I think this is a good example of something that's maybe along the lines of Ben's house being sort of on top of the smoky cave or whatever that was that Ben went into.
Yeah, exactly.
So, since I don't think this is Dharma, I'm going to go ahead and just say I don't think the Smoky Cave is Dharma either.
Well, look at that.
Yeah.
You think what I thought all those times ago?
I do. I
finally got on board.
I was trying to cling to it. It didn't really make sense to me that it would just be sitting there, but since they in this case it's like underground and stuff. So it makes more sense to me. And since it's a similar situation, the only difference is they didn't put a passageway to it. It seems like you had to actually kind of sabotage the station to get to the place. But still, nonetheless,
which really would I think imply something in terms of access. You know what I mean? If it's a place you need to go a lot, it would behoove you to put a passageway.
Right.
If it's a place you only need to go for dire situations, then I think you'd see something like this.
Yeah.
Where it's hard to get to. It's not like someone could just, like in Ben's house, someone could just find his secret passageway and be able to find whatever, what's going on.
Right.
But this place is so important and special and secret that, you don't want it to be easy to get to.
Right. And that's the thing. Presumably, I don't think Ben, built that house. Presumably at some point they found out about it. So, so I think that's sort of already happened there. There is a question of why Ben even knows about this. How does Ben know that, there's, if you punch a hole in this chamber, you get to this wheel that's going to move the island? That's...
Oh, well, how does Ben know anything?
That's a hard thing to guess.
No, I think he knows... Yeah, I think he knows exactly what he's doing and how to do it, and I don't know how. That goes into really big things about Ben's origins and how he knows anything about what to do on the island.
From what we know about him, as a kid and coming to the island, his dad is just a janitor or whatever. He shouldn't have known about it then.
Exactly, that's the thing. So given his history, he wasn't born on the island. He's not a hostile, raised there and can be sort of taught anything like that. Yeah, I think he knows this either with his connection to Jacob or with having taken over Dharma and being able to really I think access their records and really figure out what they were doing and where and things like that.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot about that. If they take over Dharma, they can potentially, find out something like this just by kind of going through their records and documents and such.
And then, Ben is one to collect records.
He loves his records.
They pride themselves in their Google research.
That's right. Yeah, I didn't think about that, but in the Flame Station, they had those. They had all those binders in the basement, about various things. I wouldn't necessarily think this would be there, but there's a lot of information that they obtained access to by taking over. So yeah. Anyway, I don't know. It seems like this seems pretty obscure. Like, you wouldn't just run into this, like you might the secret room in Ben's house.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, where you just accidentally, like, push the bookcase or whatever. You know, it seems like that could, you know, just moving furniture or whatever. And But, yeah, this is like, he knows what he's doing. There's no, like, you know, you can't really experiment with this.
No, exactly. And he doesn't turn it, you know, he turns it clockwise. He doesn't turn it counterclockwise. Like, he knows what he's supposed to do down here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's something you wouldn't necessarily know. I didn't really think about that, but yeah, okay. I mean, this is a weird place. Like, why is it cold down there? Like, this is a tropical island. Like, it should only get warmer, I think, as you go down.
This isn't a tropical island. This is a place where miracles happen.
Oh, I forgot.
Did you not watch the episode?
You know, it's been a while. I guess I've forgotten a few things.
Yeah, no, the idea that it's an island, it's an island plus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, from what people have said, and look at what Dan said about the light. You know, not the sun. Not what was the phrase?
The light scatters differently.
Scatters differently. That's what it was. Yeah. I really think, you know, so much of this island is just up for grabs in terms of what's going on. You know, I have to say though, I had another brief, insane, you know, idea when I saw this room. They had a certain shot of it where I thought of just sort of the wheel and like the rocks that are behind it and the sort of, you know, I really for a second thought, like, you know, above the wheel is the like rocks or some big ice thing or something. I thought it was a mantle. So for half a second, I thought this was Jacob's cabin. I thought, like, oh my God, we're in this like alternate version of Jacob's cabin where it's like frozen and there's a wheel here, you know, like you know what I mean? Like, you sort of like the kind of thing you know, you put on some special glasses and you can see, like, you know, what's really going on in reality.
I see.
That kind of thing where it's like a different dimensional version of his cabin. And I'm like, holy crap, you know, but that's not what's going on.
No, I like that theory, though.
Yeah, I thought that'd be cool. Like, it's like the original cabin or something. It's buried, and for whatever reason it's cold. And like, yeah, I thought that'd be cool, but, you know, in a half second I thought it was true.
Yeah. Half-second theories are fun on Lost.
Yeah, they are.
They're usually, like, more exciting than what the show actually has to offer.
Yeah, that's the thing. They're really exciting, and then you get really, you know, down when you realize, oh, no, it's not that.
Disappointment sets in. Nothing nearly that crazy is going on here.
Yeah.
But it is pretty crazy. I mean, it
is crazy. So,
you know,
why is it cold? You know, I think it's cold for a very specific reason.
Okay.
That's all I got.
Oh. I
think,
see. I thought you don't know what the reason is. You just think the reason is very specific.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
I do think it has to do with, the fact he is about to move the island, that there's something going on in terms of, there's talk of wormholes and quantum physics and Casimir effects, and I think they're showing us that, I don't think necessarily this room had to be frozen. I think they did it to really illustrate something specific about what's going on, and that it's supposed to stand out that it's frozen. You know what I mean? If it was just a regular cave, we wouldn't really think anything of it. And I think they're trying to maybe give us, sort of paint the picture of what's going on here a little bit more. So the fact that it's like, really cold and everything's frozen, I think really means it's either not in the sort of same dimension, or it's the properties down here are just counterintuitive to what you would expect. So I think that is supposed to illustrate something about what's going on and what this thing is connected to.
Right.
The problem is I don't know specifically what that is. So
I see. For a second there, I wanted to connect this to the guys from season 2. Because I had, back when we saw that stuff, I had a quick theory that somehow the island was really like in the Arctic or the Antarctic region or whatever, and they just you just couldn't tell, like the island had some kind of bubble or something that made it feel tropical, even though they were really in this this wasteland area that you see the guys in at the end of season 2, and then I saw this and I wanted to like somehow get that going, but those guys at the end of season 2 just aren't nearly as mysterious these days as they used to be. I mean, you know, they just seem kind of boring now. It's like, oh, they're just, you know, they're doing Penny's little work, and
I think that's it. I don't think we'll really hear about them again.
Yeah, I agree.
You know.
I agree. It's times have changed, but for half a second I was trying to see if, you know, this was some clue about the island. But I mean, I think the island's where it's supposed to be, definitely at this point. So, you know, it's got the right climate. But I think that's a strange thing.
Why do you think it's frozen down there?
Oh God. I really don't know. The best I can come up with now is, you know, they wanted to have Ben have a parka on so he could, you know, so the previous episode will make sense.
Yeah, I still think that's part of it.
Yeah.
I think that's at least part of it.
Yeah, I do too. Like, potentially they started with that. Like, we want him to wake up in a parka in the desert. Like, that just seems cool. And then they just kind of retrofitted the... you know, how he got there.
Yeah.
That's all I can come up with, because I can't really think of why it would be like that. It doesn't, I don't know. I have no theory for that.
Well, let's talk about what this place is then.
Okay.
Or what, you know, what has been doing, what does the wheel represent, what, you know, sort of like, I guess we could talk about what, you know, conceptually what's going on, and then like how that actually would work physically.
Yeah.
That he's turning this wheel. So what do you think is going on conceptually, you know, in terms of moving the island?
Well, God, I guess there's two things. I mean, there's these articles these popular mechanics articles that you can read. There's a few links to them on the message board, tllld.net. You know, be member 56 today. If you want to go read those, you know, there's a few there that have an explanation about this in terms of something like changing the space between the island and the Earth, or something like that, and that will have the effect of changing its location without it moving.
Yeah, I read some of those articles, and you know, I think a lot of them, you know, are based on the idea of wormholes.
Yeah.
So you got to kind of assume you know, there's a wormhole going on here for some of that stuff.
That would be a nice sort of sci-fi techie explanation.
Yeah.
Then you could just go the other way with it, that it's just kind of pure magic. You know, the island is a magical place, and this wheel is just a way to access that in a way that tells it to just, you know, magically transport it to another location. So those are my two big. I mean, it's not really. I don't know how to get specific with it, but that's, you know, I feel like, you know, it's maybe one or the other.
Yeah, I don't believe the magic idea. I don't think they're going to go in that realm. But in terms of, you know, the wormhole, the idea, for those who didn't read the Popular Mechanics articles, the idea, you know, how can you move something without moving it? And the idea with the wormhole is that, you know, going on 305 or whatever the way to get to the island is, that is sort of the path to the island. And so, you know, what would you do? It's the same idea of, like, you know, rerouting traffic, or, you know, having a highway go a different direction but still go from point A to point B. I think that sort of was the gist of what they're saying, is that he didn't necessarily move the island so much as he moved how you get to the island.
Yeah.
You know, the location of the wormhole isn't the same anymore. He sort of moved, you know, it's like those who've seen Deep Space Nine, you know, and where they talk a lot, you know, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, where they talk a lot about wormholes, you know, and even in Voyager. The idea that, you know, the exit aperture of a wormhole can, you know, depending on the wormhole, can be, you know, can travel in different places in, you know, time and or space. You know, so if you go in a wormhole at this location, at location A, it might drop you off at the Delta Quadrant. If you go in later, it might drop you off in the Gamma Quadrant. And so I like that idea that they're kind of going with that idea of a changeable wormhole, and you can sort of mess with it a little bit.
Yeah. One of the articles is written by Michio Kaku. I've heard of this guy before. He's a physicist and popular science writer. He writes stuff along the lines of what Stephen Hawking writes, I guess. The same general topics, I think, but for people who aren't experts. He's known for that. I was familiar with him, so his article stood out to me just because I knew his name. So anyway, he's the one that I think talks. He talks about the exotic matter, and how exotic matter would work, and he seems to think that there's a reasonable way to kind of interpret what was said in the orientation video and what we see happen that would be consistent with exotic matter. Apparently, he said something at the end like it'd be possible that it would not just move the island but like envelop the Earth or something like that. It's pretty interesting stuff. Anyway, that's that article. The other article talks about moving the island. The thing about they didn't move the town or whatever. They just moved the highway to it, and so it sort of has the effect of seeming to move it when you just sort of moved how to get there. So yeah, I don't know. I don't really have a point. I'm just kind of talking.
I like what he's saying about that, but it's part of me is thinks that doesn't it still have to move? Like, isn't it just really not there anymore? Especially since like we kind of saw the water ripple after it vanished. To me that was like I wondered if it was just going to sort of fade or what was going to happen, and they actually show the water rippling as if the island moving. The island was physically there. It didn't just sort of necessarily fade into another dimension, but it kind of like had a physical effect on the water that was there. So it's interesting that I still feel like even with the wormhole idea, it's like I still have trouble imagining that it still didn't just move though, like realistically. Like if you were there at that location, you're not, it's it's more a relationship, or I guess a relative thing than it is just that he moved the island. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think my sense of it is it's just based on a sort of technical understanding of location and movement, and that it just intuitively doesn't make a lot of sense to me. At least the one guy, like, I believe he knows what he's talking about, so I'm just gonna like defer to him on that. I don't want to try to argue it, but I agree. I don't get it. I don't understand really how that's possible. But just from reading the articles, I feel like I just feel like it comes down to a sort of technical meaning for these terms, where technically it doesn't move, but maybe colloquially we'd want to say it moved. Maybe something like that.
Yeah. I wonder what that means in terms of where it is on Earth, or where is the island? How would you get to it now? Where does that
is a question. I mean, I have zero idea about that. Do you have any speculation on where the island might be?
I still think it's on Earth.
Me too. I hope so, for the sake of the Oceanic 6 getting back.
Yeah, I don't think and on this Earth, not like another dimension or anything like that.
Oh God, no!
Yeah, so I think I really think it's just in a different location somewhere in some ocean somewhere.
I think that too. I just have no idea where.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But I guess in terms of the universe, that does narrow it down a lot.
Yeah, no, we've narrowed it down to less than 0.01, 0.00000, how many zeros you want to put, because that's pretty narrow.
Yeah, I was just thinking, I have no idea where on Earth it could be.
Yeah, on Earth, yeah. I don't even know if it matters.
Oh,
you know,
I heard this theory on Lost Cast, and I just want to bring it up. I thought it was interesting. The idea that maybe the explanation for the black rock is that the island sort of moved there when the black rock was like sailing, and that's why the black rock's like in the middle of the island. I thought that was an interesting theory.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Because I don't know, I wouldn't have thought of that, but it seems like it sort of makes sense. I mean, you know, it would be a way for you know a vessel like that to just kind of get in the middle of the island.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I like the idea in general. When I think about how that would actually happen, you know, what I mean, I don't even know, because what if obviously a lot of the island, most of the island is above sea level. So if the ship was, at sea level, wouldn't it unless the island sort of came underneath it to lift it up, you know what I mean? Like, it seems like it would just sort of the matter would just phase together from the ship or whatever. But just the concept, I think it makes sense. And
yeah. It may not be realistic, but maybe that is the explanation.
What gets me though is did they know that when they put the black rock in the middle of the island in season 1? Like, did they really like for real know that was the explanation?
I had my suspicions about that, but but maybe that'll be the ultimate explanation. I mean, maybe they it was like maybe kind of like the Ben thing. They like the idea and like figure out a way to do it, and try to like work it in there.
Yeah.
There might be
it's a good idea.
Another and better theory for it, but it seems to me to be the best one so far.
And I think it would, if Alpert and his men are from the crew of the ship, I think it would very much, I think that would be their gateway to being interested in the island, very, very, right off the bat. Because all of a sudden they're sailing.
They're just like on an island,
Yeah,
no, that would do it for me. If that's what they are,
if that's what they are,
it's a valid theory, I think. Especially if they're not aging, because that's always been my problem with the others are the Black Rock people theory. But back when I had a problem with it, I didn't have a reason to think the others weren't aging, or at least some of the others weren't aging.
Yeah, exactly.
Because clearly some of them do, but. Alpert's not, and I would guess that anyone else with a similar background to Alpert would be the same. I don't really know that, but we haven't really seen a lot of others that are like him. So
yeah,
we don't really know what the story of some of the others was, but I get the impression they're more that most of the ones we've seen are recruits as opposed to people like him, who were there already.
Yeah, I think so. I don't think there were a lot of people who were original others or hostiles or whatever.
People like Tom and Mikhail and the guy, what was his name? The big military guy.
Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan and Pickett.
And
these guys just don't come across to me as being hostiles. I don't know. It's really guesswork. There's no real basis for that. Maybe they are hostiles, but I don't get that sense.
Yeah. Even personality-wise.
Yeah.
There's something about Richard, I think, that's different than the others.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. The other guys are fairly mundane, real-world kind of characters, and Richard is more a little more out there.
Yeah.
So he's they portray him differently than they do the other ones. So, and he might just be sort of the gateway, like the guy that they use to illustrate that type of other, and we don't necessarily see the other people like him. So
I wonder. I'm just thinking about this. So we can basically. I mean, I think we're in agreement that there's probably wormhole stuff going on here.
Yeah.
Because, which, I think we have to say goes back to 420 Brownie's
That's right.
Underwater wormhole theory.
Yeah, it sure does. It sure does. I don't think it's exactly what he had in mind, but it's in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I think he was mostly thinking about in terms of getting to the island.
Yeah, via the submarine.
Via the submarine, and why it's a rocky experience and all that stuff. And but yeah, I just the idea of a wormhole leading to the island, is seems to be plausible here.
Something that seemed, out there. It seemed a leap for the time. So it was a good call.
Very prescient, that 420 Brownie.
Indeed. I've always said that about him.
Have you really?
Well, I've always thought that.
All right. Have you really? No.
So yeah. Anyway, I'm not so sure that the fact that it's supposed to be a wormhole is going to play any kind of big role. I mean, I think it might be the case that effectively, it's the island moved somehow, science, and that's all you really need for the show. But I think if you ask Carlton and Damon, if I think that's probably what will be the explanation.
Yeah, and I think the fact that it wasn't a very obviously scientific thing that made the island move. It wasn't, he didn't punch some numbers in a computer or do any sort of experiment, or it was a very sort of simple thing he did.
Yeah.
And that's probably on purpose,
Definitely.
So it doesn't have to get really science and techie.
It makes me wonder about Smokey's cave. I guess, we talked about that a little bit. You weren't thinking that he was going into that cave and there'd be a little control panel and he would just punch some numbers and come on, Smokey.
Give him coordinates to attack. Exactly.
Yeah, presumably, based on this, I would guess it's something along these lines, some simple thing that he could do, somewhat primitive, I guess, thing that he could do that would have the effect of getting Smokey to come there.
Yeah, even something like, if there's some sort of controls for, the old Cerberus vents, if maybe there's a vent near the barracks that he opened, knowing maybe it's never opened or something, and and Smokey could never get through. I don't know, but if it was open, he knew that Smokey would go through it. Something like that.
Yeah.
Where he just sort of unleashed him more than he told it what to do.
Right. But would that mean that it is Dharma?
No, I don't think so.
I forgot about those vents. I wondered about those vents.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, the vents could be anything. I don't know. I don't necessarily think the vents. I don't really think Smokey is Dharma. That's my thing. I really think Smokey predates Dharma. I think it's something else, and I feel like it does have a scientific explanation, but I don't think Smokey is Dharma.
Okay.
So I don't really think the vents are necessarily Dharma related. And that's the thing. He went into the cave, which I don't think was Dharma. So
yeah. Right.
So I wouldn't expect Smokey to be.
I was just thinking if there were controls for the Cerberus events, or are you thinking the vents aren't Dharma?
That's the thing. I don't think the vents are necessarily Dharma.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I mean, it could be that there were these holes. There's some sort of tunnel system or whatever. However, Smokey travels, and these vents are the way he gets out, and Dharma found it out, and maybe they constructed actual real vents. Maybe places where they could sort of make sure he couldn't come out, or something, and maybe of the locations that they found or something, they placed these vents, and I could see maybe that, but But I think the vents could also just be something primitive too. Something just it's not really sort of technology. It's something else.
Right. Okay. Yeah, that's. I mean, as far as let me think. As far as I know, everything in the blast door map was Dharma stuff. If that's not, that would be the first exception I can think of. Although I could be wrong about that.
Well, I mean, exactly. It just depends. It depends on exactly what it means. Because I think if they, they're scientists. I think if they found these vents or these holes or whatever it was, that they could, that they would, it would behoove them to know where they are. If especially since they obviously know of Smokey since they built the sonic fence.
And maybe they would even try to build something on them or augment them or do something with them. I mean, they clearly have, we have a few documented cases of them reacting to things that are already on the island and sort of, using it or building stuff near it or whatever. So maybe they were not Dharma, but Dharma put stuff in them or something.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. They found there were the what became the vents were basically holes. Like what Smokey was trying to drag Locke into. It's really just kind of a hole or something, part of a tunnel system or whatever. But yeah, Dharma found some of those and maybe did construct actual real metal vents, so it could basically seal off those holes. Which would help them limit Smokey and control it more.
Right.
And maybe the reason Smokey's around now is because they necessarily couldn't find all the vents or something like that.
Oh, okay.
But I think Smokey, he's crafty. It's crafty.
Yeah. It'd be odd if it had a gender.
Yeah, it really shouldn't.
But yeah, I think I don't know. I don't know what I think about that. But
so back to this moving the island.
Yeah, okay.
So I was trying to sort of get back to that so we can agree it probably has something to do with wormholes.
Yeah.
He probably just, changed the Oh, now I get it. See, I was thinking he basically, changed the exit of the wormhole. But he changed the entrance to the wormhole. The exit is going to be the island.
Yeah.
So the entrance is what he changed. That's why the island didn't sort of, quote, move, is because only the entrance moved. Oh, okay, I get it now. I was thinking he would have changed the exit. Which is why I was like, if you're standing where the island was and you're on the right, you're on 305 or whatever, if the entrance didn't move, only the exit, then, that just didn't make any sense to me. But he changed the entrance.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Okay. I get it now. So, okay, so we got that, and then, so my point was, so what do you think is going on sort of, specifically? What's, he's rotating this big wheel. He rotates it, I don't know, I didn't really get a good sense. I mean, it wasn't exactly 180 degrees. It was more like maybe 60 or something, or because he kind of grabbed sort of the middle one and moved it. But, I mean...
Yeah, it seemed like maybe two spoke links or whatever. Two clicks.
Yeah. And I guess it's I mean, I don't know. I would imagine the spoke would have, the wheel would have 8 spokes just because of Dharma, but this doesn't obviously have to be Dharma.
Right.
The way I look at it, maybe it has 6 spokes or something. I mean, assuming it's symmetrical, it should be.
Yeah, maybe you can tell by looking at the image.
I'm looking at the image and I can't tell.
Oh, all right. Well, let me have a look here.
The way it's set up, it seems like.
Let's see, where was that? Oh, okay. Oh, it looks like it might have. Looks like it might have 7.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Just because it looks to me like we can see half of it, and like the 2 spokes are not sticking. They're not directly opposite of each other, and a 7-spoked wheel would look like that.
Mhm. That'd be weird. 7? Okay.
Yeah, that would be my guess from the image. Because it seems like you could go boop, boop, and boop, and that would do it. Because I don't think you can fit 4 in the area that's left.
Yeah, I don't think you can fit 4 either. That's why I was having a hard time figuring out what's going on.
Maybe it's 6. Maybe it's 6. That might work. I'd definitely say it's 6 or 7.
Yeah.
But I can't quite tell how much of the wheel we can't see.
So what do you think is going on? I mean, he turns the wheels. I'm assuming there's some sort of shaft connected to the wheel.
Yeah.
That gets rotated, and what happens?
And it's connected to something that manages this wormhole somehow. I mean, it's weird because this stuff seems old. I don't really understand how this got here.
Well, here's a theory for you.
Okay.
I just came up with it.
Great.
Maybe, okay, so we know that, well, we know a couple of things. We know that this place is next to the negatively charged exotic matter.
Right.
And according to your boy
Michio
Kaku, excuse me, I want to say dark matter. The exotic matter is integral to the Casimir effect.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe what sort of simple in simple terms, what's going on is the wheel maybe releases or something or decreases some sort of flow of negatively charged exotic matter.
Exotic matter.
And because when he turns it, it's sort of there's a swell obviously with the light and everything. And so maybe it's sort of like like you would see maybe in a physics experiment or a chemistry experiment. Releasing a little bit more energy has the effect of moving the entrance to the wormhole.
Mhm. Okay. All right.
Especially considering the idea that exotic matter, in his article, he talks about, in the Popular Mechanics article, talking about, it would have anti-gravity properties. If you held, exotic matter in your hand, it would float up into outer space, you know what I mean, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And I think that I latched onto that idea, or just that little part of his idea, in terms of, moving the island, almost like connecting, like a hot air balloon or something. You know what I mean? Like it just sort of gets lifted up and moved by that sort of effect of this negatively charged exotic matter coming into contact with positively charged normal matter. Maybe that just in a very simple terms just has a repelling effect.
Mm-hmm.
And so it basically repels the wormhole from its current location and plops it somewhere else.
To somewhere else.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's pretty much my working idea of what's going on, because it's fairly simple. I don't think it's the shaft is connected to some sort of machinery or like it's really complicated what's going on with that wheel. I think it's probably something just like it's releasing more of something or decreasing more of something or, something like that.
Yeah, the thing is, though, this seems to have been a built thing. Not a natural phenomenon. This wheel, I mean.
Yeah.
This wouldn't just like in the ordinary course of things, this wouldn't just appear. So like it just makes me curious about how this is supposed to have gotten there. You know, I mean, maybe that goes back to just like what is the island, and maybe that's just too big of a question. But
yeah, I think so. I mean, I think however this got there, yeah, I mean, I think that has to do with the history of the island.
Yeah, I mean, it should. It just, I don't know. It's the idea that someone like built this thing that has this effect is just, you know, when it looks, you know.
Look at ancient civilizations around the world. They did some very miraculous things.
It's true.
And I think if, you know, just take the Egyptians, you know, I think if they had found something like this and could, you know, if what's going on here is this sort of pocket of negatively charged exotic matter. I need to come up with a better name for that. Neem. I'm going to call it Neem.
Okay.
No, that's not right. Negatively charged exotic matter.
NCEM.
Yeah. Never mind. So, yeah, I don't. NCEM. That's just too much.
Yeah.
So anyway, I could buy that if some you know smart ancient or you know older civilization you know sort of could understand what was going on, that they could do something like this.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I agree. It's possible. It's just I don't know. I guess I don't have a picture of what the earlier island civilization was like. But I guess, you know, we have a statue. We have you know, a sort of altar kind of area. We've got, you know, potentially some kind of temple. So, you know, there does seem to be some kind of evidence for a you know, a civilization capable of you know, significant structures that, you know, should be capable of building this. I guess I'm just impressed. I mean, you know, if it really has this effect, I mean, it's, you know,
yeah,
it'd be good. But okay, all right, I'll buy it.
Good.
Yeah, that works for me.
Yeah, I think, you know, especially considering we do see the you know, the hieroglyphics in the cave here. So
yeah, hieroglyphics.
Yeah.
Yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, that's further evidence that it's a built thing.
I mean, I just hope they don't tell us that this is this is part of the lost city of Atlantis or something.
Ew.
You know, like that's what happened to it. They, you know, the island, you know, Atlantis didn't, you know, it didn't sink. It just moved. You know, at some point. Would that be crazy?
I heard that. I remember that theory was around a while ago. I remember.
Yeah, I remember. It's like season 1.
It was really old. The Atlantis theory. I sure hope that's not it too, because that does not sound appealing to me at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's Atlantis,
or some sort of reinterpretation of that. You know, like this is the island that the myth is based on, kind of thing.
Oh, any tie-in with Atlantis at all, and I'm going to be disappointed.
Well, they already tie it in. You know, they already have these other connections to real stuff. You know.
Mhm.
But yeah, it would be a little. You know, I don't think they're going to do that. They can come up with their own thing.
Yeah, I agree. It may be something like that. I just hope there's no like explicit Atlantis connection.
Mhm.
That's just. You know, I mean, if this is an ancient civilization and they, you know, and they were able to sort of build this thing on the island, I mean, they are, you know, very impressive, you know. So, you know, that would put them in line with some of the things people say about Atlantis. I just don't want it to be Atlantis.
Yeah.
You know, literally.
Yeah.
Or, you know, or even this is what, you know, this is where it came from or anything like that. Ugh.
Mhm.
Oh, God. Please, no. Years of loss for that. Like, no.
Yeah.
That's not where I want to end up.
Yeah, I don't think they'll do that.
I agree. Thank God I agree.
Well, here's some random speculative questions, whatever that means.
Okay.
What if Ben would have moved the wheel the other way, or didn't move the wheel enough, or, you know, he moved it quite a bit, and he seemed to know when it was time to stop, I guess.
Yeah.
You know. Go.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I did get the sense that say if he had stopped, it seemed like he started to move it, and then like you got the noise, and then he moved it some more, and that's when you got the light and sort of the full thing happened. So I get the sense that if he had stopped, prematurely, then maybe it wouldn't have happened. Maybe it just would have kind of made some noise and
died down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sort of like when you don't push the button for a little while, and then you just hit the numbers and it's all over again.
Yeah, exactly.
As opposed to the fail-safe where it's the big show.
Yeah, once you turn it, it's done.
Yeah. So that would be my guess about that. As far as moving the wheel the other way, God, I don't know.
I was just thinking, with the fail-safe, I wonder if what the fail-safe did in terms of making the island visible, which is sort of the party line, I wonder if it just sort of, scientifically, just made the exit location of the wormhole, where it was. You know what I mean?
So
like
you mean
before you couldn't see where the exit to the wormhole was.
Yeah.
Which is the island basically.
Okay.
You couldn't see it before, and releasing that energy, sort of similar to what's going on here, I think.
But are you saying it wasn't there, or you just couldn't see it? I don't know.
I think it was. Yeah, I think I would probably say it wasn't there.
Because, people got to the island. It wasn't...
Well, they got to the island. All you need to get to the island is the entry point. That's what I'm saying. To get to the island, you need to be able to, just go to the entry point of the wormhole.
But if there was no entry point...
I'm saying there was an entry point, but I'm saying we didn't see the island wasn't visible because the island is the exit point. And so basically it's like this. So if you're standing there in the middle of the ocean where the island will be or will show itself once the failsafe goes off, you're not going to see maybe the exit point isn't there where the island is until the failsafe goes off. And that's why you see the island where you see it.
But what changed?
What changed was the releasing of the energy. I think there should be a connection between, the failsafe going off and, the sky turning purple and the island becoming visible, and Ben sort of seeing that and having that, the look on his face like he kind of knows maybe what's going on. That connected with this, with moving the island. I feel like those should be connected, and I think they're both about energy and releasing energy and or whatever's going on with this wheel thing. But I think they're connected. So I'm just trying to say like maybe the failsafe had something specific to do with the exit point of the island, which is why it made it visible.
Okay.
And then moving the island with this wheel here really just affects the entry point of the wormhole.
Okay. I thought the failsafe was all about, or that whole station was all about electromagnetism and turning the failsafe key just released a bunch of electromagnetism. Maybe that has the effect of doing that, but it doesn't seem like. I don't know. It doesn't seem like that's what it was supposed to do. It seems like that's what this is supposed to do.
It doesn't seem like the failsafe was supposed to
move the exit point or make it visible.
Well, that's the thing. Why? That's the thing. It's like with the look at it this way, and I feel like the writers are kind of going to be simple about this. If we look at maybe the electromagnetism. Maybe we're dealing with two extremes here. The electromagnetism obviously is an attractive force. When you don't press the button, we saw all the metal objects get attracted to it. We know that it actually imploded. So I think with that idea versus this negatively charged exotic matter, which would have, repelling effect, not an attracting effect. Maybe that's the idea that they're dealing with here, those two kinds of energies and what they would do to the island. That's kind of what I think is going on.
Okay. All right. Help me one more time.
Uh-huh.
So before the failsafe, what happened? How do you get to the island?
Okay, that's the thing. Getting to the island, you would get to the island the same way because the entry point of the island is where it, from the show, it has always been up until, Ben moves it. So getting to the island would have been the same.
Okay.
But say it's like this, if you look at the wormhole as like a tunnel or a corridor, if you make it, the entry point is the same, right?
Okay.
The wormhole length could be, an infinite, not an infinite amount, but you know what I mean, like it could be 100 miles, or, which means the island is sort of, this is probably bad to say, but you know what I mean, like in terms of the relationship between the entry point and the exit point, which I think might have an effect on, you being able to actually see the island. So instead of the island being really, 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 really far away in terms of where the distance between the entry point and the exit point, and you not being able to see it, I'm really making a mockery of what's probably going on here. But now instead of that, the entry point is now maybe closer to the, or in the same location.
Okay.
Therefore, you can see it.
Good. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay,
yeah.
I felt like I'm really simplifying like probably what's going on or
surely.
scientific concepts, but
I understand the explanation you gave as, a way to think about it. If you think about the wormhole as a tunnel, then it sort of makes sense. The idea that you could sort of mess with that, move the thing, but still have, the ability to leave the island and come to the island and now the island's visible because of changes there, not not like, I don't know, not creating, some kind of crazy new opening or something like that, which is what I thought you were saying. So, okay. I believe I understand what you're saying now.
Because I think that, now that they've gone this far, I mean, now that they're moving the island and they're talking about, these quantum particles and stuff, I really do think that they sort of have a real idea of what they think is going on, and I think I'm just trying to include the failsafe in that.
Yeah.
What does we know that it made the island visible. Well, what does that really mean in terms of the science of it? And I think that's my interpretation of that.
Yeah. And that sounds good. I mean, it does seem notable. I think that they depicted the two events in a similar way.
Yeah, exactly.
I believe they used pretty much the same sound effect and the white light. Maybe the sky didn't turn purple this time, but
it's
it barely did
thing.
in the first place.
That's the thing. Yeah, exactly. But that's the other thing too is I think I could see just from a sort of logical standpoint that they could be making a distinction between these two types of particles, the electromagnetism and this negatively charged exotic matter. They do seem like opposites,
Yeah.
And so the fact that the events were very similar but not exactly the same.
Right.
Because different things I think are happening.
Definitely. I mean the island disappearing definitely didn't happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Back in season 2. So
and you could even explain, the connection between the Swan and this place, So if you don't press the button, the electromagnetism basically sucks everything to it. Which what would that mean in terms of this pocket of this NCEM? If those two, if they're really thinking about these two kinds of energies as opposites, what would happen if they combined? What would happen if they got in contact with each other? Maybe that is what would destroy the Earth, the world.
Right.
If the failsafe goes off, it would maybe attract this matter, or they would get close to each other and annihilate each other, or whatever.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. That would provide an explanation for why not pushing the button would destroy the world.
Mm-hmm.
Also, which is nice to have. I'll go in for that. Works for me.
All right. Well, what else about this scene?
This is another example of a scene where, you see him put on the parka, and I'm like, okay, pretty soon you're going to get a scratchy on the arm.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just waiting for his arm to get cut.
And the circumstances aren't exactly what I had expected. It wasn't really stress or duress or a struggle. He just fell.
Mm-hmm.
He was just... And it reminded me of, I think Ben falling is kind of weird. We were talking about Ben earlier, like how they present him as always, always the guy in control and always the guy
mm-hmm.
who has a plan and knows what's going on and just kind of mastermind of everything. Like, I remember in Lockdown when Locke was pinned under the door and he had been like, you remember that? Like,
yeah.
And then he's like, he tells him to crawl through the ceiling and he gets up on the couch and he just like falls down in this ridiculous display. I thought he was faking it for a long time. I'm not even sure if he was or not anymore.
Yeah.
Anyway, and then he just like lays there for a while and
I don't know if they even know what that was about. That was weird. It was like, why couldn't he climb up there?
Yeah. It just looks silly, too. He just, like, his arms flail. He's just like, blah. And it's just like, it was just totally ridiculous. I remember I used to think he had done something, like, mischievous when he got to the outside area, too.
I'm still not convinced that he didn't do something in that period of time. Because I still don't know why Ben was there. I just still don't know why he did the whole Henry Gale. Was it? I mean, are we supposed to believe it was just to get close to Locke or something? I mean, he didn't sort of.
Things are changing. I do think that might have been about Locke, though. I mean, sorry, Jack.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
surgery.
The thing I think. Yeah. That's what I think it was mostly about, because he didn't really do his actions didn't support that he was really interested in Locke.
I mean, I think he was interested in Locke while he was there, but I think his primary mission was Jack.
Mm-hmm.
I think he chose to play around with Locke while he was there.
Yeah, well, he had a free moment. It doesn't take much to play around with Locke.
It really doesn't. He's a real playable guy. So anyway, that's what this reminded me. It's just so weird when Ben's clumsy.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it just doesn't, I mean, it's not really his fault here, but like, it just, having him take this fall, it's just not dignified. It's just not.
I think, I got the sense it was more about, I agree with you. I think maybe they were trying to make him sympathetic more.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the scene before, what we just talked about, what he tells John and all that, so I'm sorry.
Yeah.
And, then he gets hurt, and, and especially it's his arm, which makes it tougher for him to push this wheel, and so I think, I think it partially has to do with the sympathy, and making it a very sort of emotional moment.
Mm-hmm.
I think this thing felt more emotional than it had to be, I think.
Yeah. It turned into this whole big thing. But yeah, then you see the scratch and you're like, okay, well, he's going to have to wake up in Tunisia here pretty soon.
Mm-hmm.
But what do I want to say about that? I hope you're happy now, Jacob.
Oh, yeah.
Just, I don't know. Is it just, I mean, I don't know if there's anything crazy going on here. I mean, it might just be, Jacob via Christian tells Locke, you have to move the island, and and Ben interprets this as, he actually has to do it because whatever, Locke does not do it, and it makes you not be able to come back to the island or get transported away or whatever happens. And so, since he's doing Jacob's instructions, that's why he's saying this, I guess.
Yeah, and I think I get the sense it also has to do with their history. I think, it seems like there was, it's pretty obvious, I think. There was a point when they were, Ben was doing what Jacob wanted, or, they were working together and on the same page, and then somehow that, they deviated.
Yeah.
And I think Ben feels, like maybe he's not the one who changed, like he's not that he's blaming Jacob, but he's putting the responsibility of what's going on him.
Yeah.
Like Ben did what he was supposed to do to the best that he could. Not to say he succeeded, but I get the sense that it's more like, I've always done what you wanted me to do, and I'm still doing it now, and I hope this makes you happy because I've done everything I've tried to do, to make you happy. So here's, I hope this is it, because when you say something like that, it's like you're talking about a person who's hard to please or something.
Yeah. Do you
I think Jacob
maybe
would be.
He's not 100% sure that this is what, should be done?
No, I think in the circumstances he knows it's what should be done, but I think he's probably a little trepidatious about, the state of things after this. What is this going to mean for the future, And of course, if he could really never come back to the island, he's upset about that.
Yeah.
But I think for the situation, I think he's sure that this is what needs to happen, but, it's like, dropping a bomb on Hiroshima, it's like, well, we don't want to, but maybe that's how to solve the situation,
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's something like that, where it's a drastic measure and probably not the best thing to do before the situation, it is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yeah, I got that sense too. It's almost like it's almost like a religious thing or something, where like you're talking to God or something, and it's just
mm-hmm.
like, I'm doing what you asked, I hope, and it's it's this whole thing that's going to create all this chaos. Like, I hope this is, good for you.
Mhm. Mhm.
It was it was a nice little moment, a private moment for Ben.
Yeah, it was.
So I guess, like I said, he wakes up in Tunisia after he turns the wheel, and the events of the shape of things to come commence. So I take this to mean that he really did time travel.
So let's talk about that in terms of, Ben is on the island in this room, and then, pretty soon after this he is in the desert in Africa.
Yeah.
So, I'm thinking, since he was sort of at the epicenter of this, whatever's going on, I'm trying to, come up with an idea of why didn't he go with the island? Everyone else on the island,
yeah.
We can assume went with it, and the structures and everything.
Mm-hmm.
What is different about his location or whatever's going on here that would make him sort of be thrust out from the island almost?
Mm-hmm.
And I part of me wants to just, obviously it has to do with the wormhole, but maybe, this repelling effect of the NCEM. I didn't really like that, and I think I might be using it all the time now.
Okay. It's better than the full thing. Could something along those lines with the electromagnetic energy explain the expulsion of Locke and Desmond and Echo?
No.
Okay.
You know,
I was trying.
Yeah, I mean, I would say yeah, maybe. I mean, really. I can't. I mean, you know, I can't be that irrational to say, well, in this case it's that, and in this other case that's somewhat similar. It can't be. But I would say, you know, obviously the big difference here is that was electromagnetism.
Yeah.
Versus this NCEM. But I would say maybe that's what the writers would think, that it has something to do with that, or that the, you know, they were sort of at the epicenter. You know, if we go with the idea that the failsafe basically moved, or, you know, had some effect on the exit end of the wormhole, then yeah, maybe their proximity to it did have a sort of similar effect of just sort of pushing them out from it.
Yeah, I mean, the idea that, you know, Ben being here and turning this wheel, and then he wakes up in Tunisia, and he actually, you know, it's actually later in time too, but you know, if he can move that, you know, that far, it just seems like, you know, potentially. You know, in the case of the failsafe, it would just kind of, you know, maybe it just, all it did was just kind of move them somewhere else on the island, not, you know, not this huge distance and not through time.
Yeah, and I think it was probably less energy too.
Yeah.
You know, and it's probably I would expect some sort of proportional relationship to the energy and how far things get moved and things like that.
Right.
But I do, you know, I think I said earlier I had, you know, at the beginning of the podcast, I had my little crazy theory about what was going on here.
Oh, are we ready for that?
I think we are.
Can't wait.
So we know that Ben moved the island. No matter what Jack says.
No matter what Jack says.
Jack doesn't watch the show, apparently. And we know that Ben was sent to the future, basically.
Jack is too skeptical.
He is. He's like irrational now.
Yeah.
There's a difference between skeptical and irrational.
Yeah, you see it before your eyes. It's, you know, it's time to at least consider it.
Yeah, I mean, if that doesn't convince him the island moved, you know, seeing it move.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like someone just told him. Like he saw it. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a nutter. Okay, so we got those two things right: the fact that the island moved, and the fact that Ben went to 2005, basically.
Okay. Check.
My crazy idea is that the island also moved to 2005. And that's how they're going to get, you know, that's how they're going to get over this jump in time between the present time in the island and the flash forwards. Is there the present time in the island when we get back in season 5 is going to be basically when Ben wakes up, the island is going to be in that time period too.
Okay, in the same location?
Or probably in a different location. Most likely in a different location.
Okay. So for the period between, you know, when Ben turns the wheel and when Ben wakes up in the desert, nowhere on Earth is this island.
Nowhere on Earth is the island. You know why I say that? Because that's the example we saw with the rabbit experiment in the chamber. Was the idea of sending the rabbit to the future, and for a short amount of time, it looks like it's disappeared. But in reality, it's just not there in the present yet. And I think that's why they gave us that example.
All right. Sure. I mean, I don't have any reason to not think that at this point. I guess I thought it would move farther into the future if it was going to move into the future. But
I think they run into problems with making it too far in the future.
Well, yeah.
Because, you know, then, I mean, obviously if they make it, I mean, obviously it can't go past the point that, I guess, Locke can come and leave the island and go visit these people. So
yeah, that will give you a good, it can't go farther than this point.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the point at which they need to go back to the island should be there.
Right.
You know,
I hope so. It'd be really disappointing.
Yeah. So, and I think, you know, we talked before when the flash forward came up, you know, what are they going to do about that? You know, and I said back then, I thought they were going to just skip ahead in time. But now they don't really have to skip ahead in time because the island was sent ahead in time, you know, like we won't be missing anything on the island You know, because
I see what you're saying. The idea is that, like from the perspective of the people who get off, the Oceanic Six and Ben and all these people like Desmond, the history of the island doesn't continue until 2005. You know, whenever Ben wakes up in the desert, and so there isn't missing history. It's,
exactly. They don't have to sort of fill in what was going on or anything like that because nothing happened. It's, for them on the island, it's continuous.
Yeah.
You know?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. But there would still be. I mean, the flash forward seemed to go up to at least 2007, I think. So there still could be that period of time to potentially fill in, but maybe not. Maybe the idea is, nothing's going on. But there would be less stuff, and it would put it in line with Ben, I guess, who initiates this thing.
And not, of course, to say that's the only thing that could happen. I think the island could go, anything could happen with this whole wormhole thing. But I think in terms of, how they can sort of, patch up the timeline of the show and what they've, shown us, I think it makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because it solves practical concerns and it fits into what they said on the show.
Right. Okay.
So that's my theory.
All right. Well, it's it sounds credible to me.
Did it get the Justin A+ seal of approval?
Yes, it gets the I like it seal of approval.
There you go.
I mean, I'm not, 100% convinced that it's true, but, it's hard to...
Yes, give me 10 reasons why it's wrong.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say? It's, I can't. There isn't that much to go on with stuff like that. So I think, whatever you have there, it sort of explains. And then you have that external thing about how they're going to run the show, which, like, I'm still kind of perplexed about. I mean, I can still see, they probably have a few more flashbacks in them for some of these characters, but...
well, they can do flashbacks anytime.
Yeah.
Well, moving the island ahead a couple months or however long it really is, they can. That doesn't negate that.
No. Oh, no. I'm not saying. What I'm saying right now is not supposed to negate your theory or even. No.
Oh, you're just saying.
Yeah, I'm just talking about like what the show's going to do in general. This isn't about your theory at all. Just speculation on how they're going to run the show in the future. Like, it's just not obvious to me. Maybe we could talk about this at the end of the episode. Because I just, based on where they leave things off, like I can't quite see what a typical episode's going to be like next season. This season, it was normal on the island with flash forwards, and I don't quite know where they're going to go next season. But it may be more appropriate once we actually see where they end up here at the end.
Okay.
So let me see. Did I have something else to say here? This is the last we see of Dan this season. Is this little, him observing the effect that Ben creates. So we going with he goes along with them?
Yeah, I think at this point, I just can't imagine that that's the end of Dan in the middle of the water with a couple of red shirts.
Yeah, because if he doesn't go with the island, then he's just like stranded in this raft. A good distance from anywhere you're gonna just paddle to. Yeah,
and he should be. I mean, obviously relatively close to where the helicopter crashed. Not too far away.
Yeah.
So that's the thing. I think if they were out there, they would have found them, or the show would have had them find them if they were out there. Why not?
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking. Because otherwise, it does seem like they would have been able to find him, and they didn't. So So they'll just turn up. Particularly Dan will just turn up on the island next season. Is that?
Yeah, I think he will. He'll probably. Yeah, they'll probably either. Everyone will gather on the beach and they'll see him rowing in with his people and.
Okay.
Yeah, I really think he's going to be back next season, and they went with him.
Mhm.
They went with the island.
Okay.
Because at the very least, I think they were inside the barrier.
Right. And it would seem that the island took the Hydra Island with it.
Mhm.
So, which is not like directly connected to the island. So yeah.
Yeah, it was like the Hydra was the mini island was supposed to be like 2 miles away or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
It was a fair distance.
It was, yeah.
The other thing about the wormhole idea that one of the articles talks about that I like is why. Why it's important to be on the sort of 305 or whatever the 305 heading basically, because if if that's the middle of the wormhole, if that's the tunnel you're in, of course that's going to get you where you need to go. If you're outside of that, and this wormhole is crazy space-time whatever and it's going on, then if it has to do with time. Which it should, then if you're not in the middle of that tunnel of the wormhole, then you would be exposed to random effects. And it's like to me it makes sense why it would be random. Who could predict, what that would be like to be adjacent to a wormhole but not in the wormhole and sort of, be exposed to whatever energies are there. So I like that idea.
So you're trying to take the wormhole or does the article do
that's
it?
That's basically what the barrier is parts of the wormhole that's not in the middle of it, not in the safe zone. And it's not a barrier so much as it's just the parts of, that area where you're not in the safe zone of the wormhole.
Yeah, okay. And so you take the, wormhole-centric view of the cabin fever sickness phenomenon. That might just make you crazy, or it might make you switch consciousness with an old version of yourself, or
if you've been exposed to high levels of radiation or electromagnetism.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Oh, that's right. You were thinking Minkowski had been exposed at some point. Was that?
I thought that was the idea when he and Brandon went on the boat. They probably took the Zodiac raft.
Yeah.
And went out and they basically went through the barrier, at not the right place and got us exposed to those effects.
Right. But were they exposed to electromagnetism or?
I think maybe not. I mean, I can see, Minkowski was like the communications guy. I mean, maybe, being around the equipment or something, or I don't know if they were in the engine room or I don't know. I mean, I don't really think they were, but I think they could have been or something like that.
Oh, okay. I was just saying
more than maybe the doctor or something.
Yeah. Okay. So if your theory is that if you're just an ordinary person, you've never been exposed to anything, but you sort of hit the barrier, not in the 305 place, then you'll just go crazy maybe. And if you are exposed, then it'll do the consciousness flopping.
I think like they said, the effects are random. So I don't, I think I would go with that answer. So so maybe you would just go crazy. Maybe you would mentally time travel. But I think if you have the, because look at Desmond. He went through the right course, but he had been exposed, which is, which made him time travel. So I think, if you were exposed and you went through the barrier, not at 305, probably some serious stuff would happen. If you are exposed and you go through the barrier at 305, serious stuff happens.
Right.
If you're not exposed and you go through the barrier, not through 305, bad stuff happens, like Minkowski and Brandon probably, because I don't really think they were exposed to radiation.
Okay.
And, of course, if you go through 305 and you haven't been exposed, then you'll be fine.
Okay. That's the win-win.
That's the one everyone wants.
Yeah, that's what I want. That's for sure. Okay. Let's see. What else happens here? Well, I think that's it for me. Do you have anything else about this scene?
No. No, I think that's it.
That's it? All right.
Turning the wheel.
So, I meant to mention the code name for this scene. They always do that with the finales. This scene was the one that was codenamed this year. And the code name was, there is something else. Fucking shit. The code name was the Frozen Donkey Wheel.
Oh, yeah, I heard that.
Which I thought was weird because they kind of told us something with that name that was seemingly just random and weird.
Yeah.
They usually don't do that. Last year was the rattlesnake in the mailbox, and the previous year was the what was it? Some kind of bread product, the bagel or something like that.
Oh yeah.
I think there were two. I think it was the bagel and the something else were season 1 and 2. Anyway, that's right. A theory that I've seen a lot about this is, because of the polar bear that Charlotte finds, in Tunisia. I've seen a lot of people say that, maybe the idea is that polar bears are supposed to turn the wheel.
Yeah, I've heard that theory, and I really don't think that's true. For the very simple fact of, how would a polar bear get down there? Do they really want to leave something like that up to a polar bear when there are smarter, more capable animals, I think. And there's other ways to get that wheel to be turned without it having to even be an animal. There is a such thing as, robotics. They could have just built a gear system, and to attach to that thing, you press a button and the motors rotate and it moves the wheel. There's better ways. I mean, how would a polar bear get? First of all, a polar bear couldn't even fit through the hole Ben had to get through to get down there. A polar bear wouldn't climb the ladder. So I don't believe that they were training polar bears to do that. Now, it's not to say they didn't use polar bears in their experiments, and I think, that's what's interesting about, time travel, and the connection between space and time. So, if you look at the rabbit, in the video, going to be moved ahead in time 100 milliseconds, I think it's not too crazy to think, okay, well, it could be moved ahead 100 milliseconds, but not necessarily be in the same place again, if something else happens or if they change some variables. So I think what happened to the polar bear was similar to what happened with the rabbit, in that it does more have to do with time travel, but the space and the place that it actually reappeared, or I should say was sent to, was just not the same location as the place it left. So I think that's why the polar bear was in Tunisia, was to do with this experiment.
The evidence, I think, is really just, it ended up in the same place that Ben did, at least the same general area, and that it's wintry down there where the wheel is.
Yeah, but it's not wintry up on the island where the bears live. Right. And then the cages that they were at,
maybe the idea is they were all... that was another... Yeah, no, let me just publicly... the theory is silly to me. Really just imagining this is just sort of ridiculous. So, yeah, no, I don't really believe it, but I've seen it a lot, so I just had to bring it up. But it raised another thing that maybe we can talk about for a second that might be a little more interesting. The parka that Ben has on has the name Halifax on it. It's a Dharma parka.
Mm-hmm.
Why would, from what we saw at the station, they weren't supposed to get down there. Like,
mm-hmm.
Why would they have parkas?
Good question. I don't know.
Okay.
I think, why would Dharma have anything? Really, some of the stuff Dharma has just doesn't make sense. All the Dharma products we saw, especially in Season 3,
mm-hmm.
Here's the Dharma this and here's the Dharma that. And you're like, really, a Dharma logo on that? A
mm-hmm.
Dharma logo on a water bottle? Like a Dharma logo and like a lot of things.
Yeah.
I really feel like, Dharma was like a precursor to like Cafe Press, where like you can just get your logo on any product you can
mm-hmm.
think of, and they just ordered a bunch of stuff. Now I think, again, the parka, I think a big percentage of the reason there's a parka has to do with the end result of him waking up in the desert with it on. Because it could have just been a light jacket, you know what I mean? Like, he wasn't down there that long. It probably is really cold, but it's not like he put gloves on, you know
mm-hmm.
what I mean? That would be the first thing to get cold is your hands, and you have to push,
Yeah.
So they did make it seem like it was really just about the cold,
Right.
But, so, I mean, to me, so I don't know. I think there's a parka there just for the off chance that, the people who are working there need to go work down there. Because I do think they probably spent time down there, obviously, before they closed it up.
Yeah.
And they may have had to tweak things or go down there and do tests in between when they're setting up the vault above and, that kind of thing. And they, I think they would need to have access to that somewhat, before they decide, okay, everything is fine and we can close it off. So that parka could just be there because they spent, however many years or months or weeks studying that place before they built what was on top.
Okay. All right. One more thing. Now that the island has moved, presumably, at least in location and possibly in time as well, does this have any? Do you think the supply drops will be affected and/or referenced after this?
I would have to assume the supply drops will be affected. I don't think they will be mentioned.
Okay. Okay. So could it be a problem at some point down the line for the people who are left there as far as food?
No, I don't think so. I think they've got enough food for a very long time, just from what they had from the supply drop before. And I think there's plenty of stuff to eat on the island. I don't think food will really ever become an issue on this show.
Okay.
I hope it doesn't. What are we gonna eat? Like, they're scouring the island for food.
Yeah.
I don't see that happening.
Yeah, I mean, it is gonna be, I think, at least 3 years, or maybe just 2 years, under your theory. But it's gonna be some amount of time before anyone's gonna be coming back. So I didn't think the supply was that big.
Mm-hmm. There's less people now. Don't forget.
Well, that's true.
There's quite a bit less people. But that's the thing. They've got fruit. They can fish. I'm sure there's some sort of animals they can hunt down and trap to eat if they really wanted to. Not that we've seen them do anything but boar. But,
right.
Maybe they can go find that cow and have,
Oh, there you go.
a couple tons of beef, hanging around for a while.
A whole cow? Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, that would last.
Be pretty easy to kill.
Yeah. Unfortunately, those cows don't have a lot of defenses.
No. Animals like that are not well equipped for that.
No. So yeah, I don't think it'll be an issue,
okay.
but I do think it would and should affect the supply drop.
Okay, so if they did another lockdown or whatever you do to make a supply drop happen, it would just they wouldn't know where to go. They'd go to the wrong place. They'd go to where the island used to be.
They would just drop it on those coordinates, and it would just fall in the water.
Okay. All right. That's not a big deal. Okay, so next scene.
Well, do we need to talk about the helicopter crash and anything?
Oh, all
here?
that? I mean,
it was pretty much what happened.
Yeah, I don't really know what to say about that.
I'm glad they had the life raft and that they, Saeed knew how to use it.
Yeah.
Saeed comes through again.
Yeah, of course.
Well, I think we should maybe just say the fact that they all survived what was a more severe crash than I thought was going to happen. Because the thing actually flipped over in the water. No one was really hurt except for Desmond, and even the baby, wasn't.
Yeah.
All. So I think that's fairly miraculous.
Yeah, I agree. Although I wasn't really worried because I knew they had to live.
Yeah. Well, and that to me is why I didn't think the crash was going to be so severe because I knew that they would all be okay. So I figured, well, they'll just either jump out or it'll just sort of kind of lightly crash, but it actually hit it hard and flipped over.
Right. I guess I could have been worried about Desmond, but I wasn't even worried about Desmond. I just didn't think he was going to die ever. In this episode, it just didn't seem like they would do that.
So we've got, and then of course, thank goodness Jack is a doctor, right? Again.
Once again.
He knew CPR, and that helped, and. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it for this scene.
Yeah, I mean it's really just it's just sort of that part of it's just kind of action. And suspense, will he save Desmond? I don't know. It didn't take that long though. It was, I don't know.
Yeah.
It was a weird thing to even bother with, but I guess they wanted a little bit of something there.
Yeah, it was barely needing. Yeah, I guess they were something needs to happen. Because even with the A-15 crash, there was a lot of injuries and fatalities. So they're not impervious.
Right. Yeah.
They're just really lucky.
Yeah, but it's definitely I would have been a lot more concerned if I didn't know that they all lived.
Yeah, definitely.
It's one of those cases where the flash forwards really ruin things. And
even when they're all fine and they're stuck with this ship, okay, well, where's their rescue? Because it's, something's got to happen.
They're going to be okay.
If we didn't know about the flash forwards, you could just, oh no, how many days are they going to drift here, or are they just going to paddle somewhere, or something else going to happen? But yeah, it was just you could just, looking at the clock, waiting for something to happen.
Yeah. Let's just, all right, guys, we're all going to be fine, so let's just sit here and our rescue will soon come.
Yeah.
Oh, I should mention, I was going to say, now that we know Michael's story, I guess we know that whatever Bent meant by rescue wasn't that crazy. Yeah,
it wasn't. It was just rescue.
Yeah, it seemed like he had something specific in mind, and I don't get the sense that he did. It was just
no.
You're going to get back to the world. That's it. So, yeah, anyway, I just tying up some loose ends there.
Yep.
Okay, so next scene?
Next scene.
Ready? Okay. The next scene is a flash forward. Kate is sleeping in bed. She hears a noise that wakes her up. She turns on a light by her bed. The phone rings. She picks it up. hears some backwards talking. She hears, I think, another noise and rushes to Erin's room with a gun that she has. She bursts in with her gun and sees Claire sitting by the bed. Claire turns around and says, "Don't bring him back, Kate." Claire walks towards Kate and says, "Don't you dare bring him back." And then Kate wakes up again. It was all a dream.
It was all a dream. See, she never crashed on the island.
That's right. Lost, it's over.
Lost. It was all Kate's dream.
Kate had a crazy dream.
Kate has a crazy dream.
Oh, God, would that be depressing.
She had too many snacks before Betty Bye. And had a crazy dream. So, it's, this happens, and it just, a lot, especially on Lost, when you hear the scene described, and then, you get a different interpretation of what's going on here. It just dawned on me how odd it is that Claire is the one saying, don't bring him back.
I agree.
Before I thought, oh, okay, she's saying that because that's Claire, the mother. But then I just realized, shouldn't she be in line with the island or at least have some sort of affinity?
Totally.
And why doesn't she know that that's the right thing to do, kind of thing?
Yeah.
So,
now, if I may just quickly finish the rest of the scene here.
It's not over?
Not quite. Kate, so it was all a dream. Kate goes to check on Erin, who is sleeping. Kate walks up to the bed, holds Erin's hand, cries, and says, "I'm sorry." That's the end of the scene.
All right. Wow.
I just wanted to get that out there before we got into this.
Yeah.
Yes, that's exactly what's troubling me about this. It made me reconsider. The thing is, though, it's a dream. I don't know if that matters, but the apparitions that Jack and Hurley have seen are not in their dreams.
Yeah.
They're just in their normal life, and this is a dream. It makes me wonder if that makes it any different. I kind of think they're not going to split hairs like that, but I don't know.
We do know the island does engender dreams.
That's right. Yeah, it's definitely done that before.
Yeah.
It's done that very recently, just a couple episodes ago.
Yeah, so we know that. I feel like it would be weird if they were like, well, this is just a dream and everything else has been based on the island influence or something, but this is just... to me, if you look at it as just a dream, there's no problem.
There's no problem. This is just Kate's,
Yeah, she should be conflicted. She should be conflicted, especially if she feels on some level that they do need to go back, or she wonders if it's true, and being, and it's Claire who comes and says, don't bring my kid back to the island, which is something Kate should imagine Claire would want to think. So
yeah.
When you think of it like that, I think it makes sense. In terms of it really being Claire, or it's being influenced by Claire on the island, maybe they're illustrating that, these apparitions have their own free will. They have their own ideas of what's going on. So I'm not really sure. There's audio of the phone call that Kate gets in her dream. What I thought was just whispers is apparently someone talking backwards.
That's right.
I'm sure you are familiar with that.
Yeah.
Have you heard of this little thing?
Yeah.
And I don't have in front of me what exactly they say. Do you?
Oh, really? I read it several times, but I don't remember. I tend to want to just not care because it, on the show it's played backwards. I don't feel like we're supposed to necessarily. We need to know what it says, but but I did read what it says. Is it not here? Yeah, it's not here.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Oh, here it is. So,
thank you.
Okay, so apparently what the phone call says is the island needs you. You have to go back before it's too late.
Okay.
And to me, it sounds like Sawyer's voice, or specifically someone who sort of sounds like Sawyer, because it doesn't really sound like Josh Holloway exactly, but it is a, production. There's some production on it, obviously. But I think for all intents and purposes, to me, it sounds like Sawyer, basically telling Kate she needs to go back before it's too late. So
right.
I think that's interesting. And I think it fits into the idea that it's a dream too. So,
Yeah, the last time we had backwards talking that I can remember was Waltz in season 2, and if I remember right, he said, "Don't push the button is bad." And I don't know.
Well, the button is bad.
Yeah, but did we need to hear that? I mean, I don't know. I just,
Yeah, I think all it can really do is just sort of, it's not going to make or break anything what this backwards.
But he said don't push the button like that, that wasn't good advice at that point.
I agree, and I don't think Walt knows what he's talking about.
He really doesn't.
I don't think there's any reason to think he would necessarily, I mean, depending on what that was, but if that's really Walt, does he really know what's really going on and what's at stake here,
Yeah.
He could just have he's a kid. He could have some sort of, sense about it and to think it's bad and to say, don't do it, it's bad. But if he really knew what was going on, I don't think he would say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Especially considering what happens when you don't press it.
Right. Yeah. At that point, not knowing about the fail-safe, presumably that would have been the end of the world. Thanks, Walt.
Yeah, thanks. Now he'll never get his $20,000.
Yeah, exactly. That's the real tragedy.
The world's dead. Yeah, it's interesting though, this little thing here, and the fact that it wasn't. I thought it was whispers. I thought, and then of course Claire shows up, so I thought, okay, it made sense. But I don't really know. I think for me, I just want to make this part. I think I'm 55% it's a dream, 45% it's really Claire.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you take this out, if it is a dream, then so far the apparitions have a unified message. Charlie was saying it. I mean, presumably, they're every one of them agrees. So, but Claire so far that they need to go back, and so this wouldn't ruin that. But yeah, on the other hand, and that's what I started to think. If we interpret this as a real thing, it does make me want to think that the apparitions are the person, maybe more connected to the person. Not necessarily they're just going to do whatever the island wants. They'll have their own, opinion on things and won't necessarily agree with what the island wants.
Yeah, I was thinking about, what was I thinking about? I was thinking about the apparitions, and, I was thinking about, that's what I was trying to say. With Claire, saying don't bring him back, maybe Aaron doesn't need to go back. Maybe there is some, I was just trying to piece it together, too, with the whole baby having problem, and maybe we can, if Aaron doesn't have to go back because, maybe because he, wasn't, he was born on the island, but he wasn't conceived on the island. Maybe for some reason he doesn't have to go back, but everyone else does. Maybe that means something in terms of why they couldn't have kids. Maybe if you conceive on the island, and you're going to have the baby on the island, then, I was trying to think of it as somehow limiting the island's population or sort of keeping the people who are there, you know what I mean? Because if you're Claire, you're pregnant, you come to the island, you can have your baby, and in my theory, or in trying to piece this together, the baby wouldn't have to come back to the island. The baby isn't a part of that pact or whatever that would be. If you, of course, conceive in the island and try to stay on the island, the baby won't be born. And then, like, if your son, you don't conceive on the island, but you are on the island and you leave, you can have the baby just fine. Mm-hmm. So maybe there's something, I feel like there's something here with limiting the island's population or keeping the people who are connected to it together, something like that. So it could be true that Aaron just doesn't need to go back. Ben says they all need to go back.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was going to bring up.
The fact that Aaron, was a baby, he's not in the same situation as everyone else, I think might exempt him from that somehow.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of what I was thinking in this scene, before I saw the Ben scene later, that maybe the baby shouldn't go with them.
Yeah.
And, we're learning this now, but...
Yeah, and even think about it from this perspective, Christian, is presumably the one who told Claire to leave the baby behind. If they know what's going on, why not keep the baby with them? Or, if they thought that they were going to, leave the island, and maybe they didn't think they would get off, but if they did, they shouldn't have left the baby with them if they want the baby to come back.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Maybe that's the idea. Maybe the island really doesn't want the baby, and maybe Ben, maybe Ben is just, not including the baby in all of you, or maybe he doesn't know. I don't know that the baby's not supposed to come with them.
Yeah.
But
maybe things changed and he doesn't know yet.
Yeah. That would make sense. Aaron is different from the rest of them, so not being born yet when the plane crashed. So okay, all right. I hadn't thought about that. So I'd say it's either that Aaron's not supposed to go or this is a dream.
Yeah, that's what I would say. Yeah.
One of those two sound good to me. It makes it way less perplexing. Or both.
One or the other, or both, because it is a dream, but not just.
Well, that's the thing. When I say it's a dream, I mean
it's just a dream.
It's a dream that is entirely the product of Kate's subconscious.
Yeah.
Versus a dream that is influenced by the island or the apparitions or whatever.
Yeah.
Merely a dream, as opposed to a dream plus.
A dream plus, exactly.
A dream with information from outside.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I like that. That makes this way less frustrating. I was just like, come on, island, make up your goddamn mind. What do you want?
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna yell at people, I don't know. At least have a clear message.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Wow. I don't know. I feel enlightened.
Good. Solving problems left and right.
Yeah, definitely. That's what this thing's good for. Okay, but I do think Kate has to go back. Although she doesn't say anything about Kate.
I think she has to go back. I just think she's just not supposed to end up raising Aaron.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
don't know what that means in terms of who would raise him.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's necessarily Kate.
Possibly no one from Lost, or no one of the main people.
Maybe Kate's dad will come back into the picture, and
that guy. You mean Kate's not real dad?
Well, yeah, Kate's stepdad or whatever.
Yeah, Kate's
captain or major or sergeant.
Kate's mother's ex-husband.
Yeah.
Yeah, Major Austin. There's that. Maybe Penny and Desmond could take the baby.
Penny and Desmond could totally take Aaron.
Yeah.
I think Penny would be happy. I don't know if Desmond
would. Yeah. Maybe not. I don't know. At least he doesn't have to go through those baby years.
Mhm. Maybe Ben raises Aaron.
Be a bright side for me. Yeah, there's Bill.
He did a good job with Alex.
I guess he did, but it disturbs me.
Yeah, I know.
He was
I don't want to think
creepy
about
parents. But yeah, there's always been. And Annie, wherever she is.
Oh, Annie.
If she's alive. Oh, yeah. That's what I was going to say. I read this theory. We were talking earlier about Charlotte.
Benny? Ben and Penny somehow together?
I guess so. Yeah, if you're really rooting for Ben and Penny to have a relationship.
You know, Ben says he's going to go kill Penny, but I think he's going to kill her with love.
Yeah, that's, God, they'd be quite a pair. Yeah, no, Charlotte. We were talking about Charlotte possibly being Annie. Another theory that I read that I thought, might be possible, but I don't even quite believe it, is that maybe she's like...
Charlotte's a polar bear. And she wants to come back to the island because she remembers her training and pushing the donkey wheel. And
oh. Wow. I would not see that one coming.
So that's why when she was in Tunisia and she saw that polar bear, she was like, that was her mom.
Look,
that was her dad.
No, it's
and she knew that if she found her, where her parents had come from, she'd find her home.
Very nice. Wow. I'm really glad that, I'm glad you have the opportunity to share that with us.
Yeah, it's my crackpot theory of the week, if you will.
Definitely. Charlotte is a polar bear. Spread it around, folks.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
The Casimir effect is very powerful. It can do all kinds of random, unpredictable things.
Anyway, the theory I was going to bring up is the idea that Charlotte is Annie's daughter.
Oh, okay.
As opposed to actually being Annie.
Okay.
And that's why she was born on the island.
Mm-hmm.
I thought that sounded like, I don't know, something with a little potential.
Yeah, it just seems like Annie was gone by the purge. I just get that feeling somehow. Annie didn't seem to be around.
Yeah, I kind of agree, but maybe Charlotte, Charlotte's potentially, I think Charlotte's definitely old enough to, but yeah, she was definitely born before the purge. So, she's a little older than I think she ought to be.
I guess I should tell you the other things I was thinking in my head.
Oh, okay.
Things like, wouldn't Ben recognize, the daughter of his love?
That's the part of the theory I don't understand, that he shot her.
Yeah, and he apparently Juliet, if Annie is the one that Juliet looks like, she's like, blonde and blue eyes. That's not what, Charlotte looks like.
Well, maybe the daddy is responsible. Maybe the daddy
he's a big ginger Irish dad.
Yeah.
That definitely, obviously could happen. But yeah, it's those little things that to me don't really make that seem, I don't really buy it either. Yeah, I like the idea. It makes sense age-wise.
Yeah.
And, why she has a connection, but
yeah.
And maybe Ben would be like, "Oh, you're Annie's daughter. Well, I guess I overreacted."
Yeah. Exactly.
I would just be surprised that if Annie, if he was really in love with Annie, that he wouldn't recognize her daughter.
Yeah.
On some level. And
yeah.
Maybe he just wouldn't, but still.
Right. Yeah, if it's true, they really haven't hinted at it very well.
No.
When they had the opportunity for Ben and Charlotte to be near each other.
And don't you think, like, if Annie and Charlotte, are mother and daughter and they left the island at some point, that, maybe Charlotte would have heard of Ben or, I think it seems like she doesn't have any real interest in him, outside of that one scene where she's like, interested in him.
Yeah, right.
If that was her mother's love or something, I think she would be interested for that reason.
A little bit more.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe Annie didn't tell her about Ben.
Didn't say, yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It doesn't seem like Charlotte really knew a lot about the island, so I wouldn't expect Annie to really be regaling her of stories of, fighting the hostiles and all that, and volcano eruptions.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I agree.
Yeah.
So yeah, whatever. It's tenuous at best, but just to get an Annie connection in there without the sort of weird age thing, that I sort of like that, and I saw that. So yeah. Anyway, okay. There it is. Chew on it. So back to this Claire scene. I mean, do you have anything else about this? I feel like we
I think we covered it.
This.
Yeah, that's done.
That was an easy one.
Yeah.
Comparatively. Okay. Well, we'll go to the next scene then. The next scene, we are back on the life raft. Whew. Kate holds to Aaron. Apparently, it's a miracle that Aaron is alive and well.
Wow.
Hurley says he can't believe that Locke moved to the island. All right, Hurley, that's a good observation there. Jack says, no, he didn't. Hurley says, yes, he did. And do you have...
Any boo-boo.
And do you have another explanation? Jack does not answer. Frank sees lights from a boat. Everyone starts to yell at the boat. Everyone but Jack, that is. Jack looks concerned. Jack says, we have to lie about everything that has happened so far. Jack says, those men came to the island to kill us. Someone planted the fake plane. And what will happen to the people we left behind? Kate says, we can't pull it off. Jack says, let me do the talking. The raft approaches the boat. We hear people speaking, not English. In the middle, we hear Miss Widmore, and we see Penny. It's Penny's boat. Yay!
At long last.
At long last. We've been waiting a whole season for this.
Wow.
Desmond calls out to Penny. Desmond climbs up on the boat, and Penny rushes over. Desmond and Penny have a little hug and kiss. Desmond says, how did you find me? Penny says, your phone call, I have a tracking station. Desmond says, I love you, Penny, and I'll never leave you again. Everyone else climbs aboard the boat. Desmond introduces Penny to everyone else. Jack, at the end, says, we need to talk. Boom.
All right. Well, I think the crew aboard her ship were speaking Portuguese.
Portuguese, yeah, you're right.
So that connects to, apparently Penny is using Portuguese, people to help with her finding Desmond. I don't know if that means she's in Portugal or Brazil.
Actually, I think if I remember right, the season 2 people were speaking the Brazilian variety of Portuguese.
Yeah, I think it was the Brazilian variety.
So potentially she was hanging out in Brazil and decided to recruit some people or something. I don't know.
Something like that.
But yeah, I definitely think it's a connection there. That's who she decided to hire for no reason I can really think of. That immediately springs to mind, except that I don't know, they had a good price, or I don't know, they were recommended to her or something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe she needed to go do this sort of covertly, so she had to go do it in another country and get her crew together. Another country. Yeah, I'm not sure if it really matters, but
yeah,
probably something practical, I would think.
Presumably.
Maybe that's where she was living or something. Maybe she moved or...
Right.
I don't know.
So the big thing I wanted to say about this scene is this scene, well, not really this scene, but like the sum total of this plot thread resolved an issue that we talked about in the last podcast, which was, they're supposed to be...
That we talked about in what?
In the last podcast.
Oh, okay.
The fact that they're supposed to be, in this like Fiji-esque area, and then they end up, over in this Indonesia-esque area, and there's a huge distance there, and I'm just like, I don't see how they're going to get there.
Yeah.
I just could not imagine how they would end up over there. And I think at some point, like, I thought of the idea that Penny would show up, but it never occurred to me, okay, Penny will show up and she'll just bring them over there. I don't know.
I also thought that, okay, well, how could they get, to me it wasn't just how could they get over there, but why would they get over there? Because I'm thinking, well, if they get rescued by someone, just why would they choose that area to be the place where they claim they were rescued? Given from, on the other side of the world is where they were actually rescued from. So I didn't really think that they would even, that anyone would say, let's drive over however many thousands of miles and say, drop you off over here. Yeah, I didn't think that was going to happen.
Yeah. I mean, I figured the why was just to be in accord with where the wreckage was found. They would go over there so that it was a believable story.
But was the wreckage wasn't found there, was it?
Yeah.
The wreckage was found there? Oh,
yeah.
That's the thing. I don't understand why the wreckage was even found there. That was not the trajectory of the plane.
Yeah,
the
that's
plane
true.
was going from from west to east, from the southern hemisphere to the northern hemisphere, and like it just I didn't even get that in the first place.
I don't get that. I don't get why Widmore planted it there, or whoever did it, why they planted it there. Because it isn't even just a logical place for it to be based on where the plane was known to be coming from and going to.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't get that. But, in terms of appeasing these whoever these people are who are setting up this fake wreckage and going along with their story, knowing that it's over there, that would be the reason they would go there.
Mhm.
So yeah, I was focused on the on how they were going to get there, because I guess I thought the freighter was going to blow up, and so I just didn't know how they could even possibly do that. It's a huge distance.
That's the other thing too. I didn't think they would care to keep in line with the story of that plane wreckage. I really didn't think. Yeah, when they brought that up of what do you think they're going to do if we whatever. I mean, I feel like, if they're gonna rescue, get themselves rescued and actually return to the public, that in and of itself defeats the idea that the plane crashed, because they said all the bodies were accounted for. So I thought, like, okay, they're going to get rescued, and them getting rescued negates a very significant portion of the plane wreckage story. So then it won't matter, that it does negate that. So I didn't really think that they would even try to keep in line with it at all. Because I think it's still, people should still be asking, well, why did you guys say all the bodies were accounted for if here's, five adults, that were on the plane,
right?
That, and plus the other people that they said made it off the plane, the 8 people, that survived the crash in general. So I'm kind of just surprised that they even went down that road of trying to stay in line with the wreckage.
Yeah, well, it's it deviates less, and maybe you could say they messed up. They miscounted, or the bodies didn't look. I don't know. Something was wrong. It was misinformation.
Mm-hmm.
It'd just be off by 5, I guess. And as opposed to not only was that part a lie, but the plane wasn't even anywhere near that area.
Mm-hmm.
That would be extra worse.
Well, shouldn't they be off by 8 or 7? I forget how the counting works. Because the people who survived the crash that he mentions, Boone.
That's right. Yeah,
They shouldn't be on the plane either.
They should be off by 8 then.
Yeah, they should be off by 8. So
the extra 3 people. Yeah, that makes it a little worse. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I thought, yeah, you're right. It does deviate less, but it still deviates. And I thought, if they didn't make it an issue of how, to sort of need to be in line with that, I just thought it wasn't going to be an issue. I thought at the very least, it would just cause people to question what exactly happened, and maybe that would lead into some story. That would lead us into finding out who placed the wreckage there, because now their story is in limbo.
Yeah.
But I was surprised, that they sailed all the way to that other Indonesian area to just to go in line with that. Which is like, I don't know. I still think whoever's behind it would have a problem with them, and that seems to be true.
Oh, I do think they have a problem with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're out in the world, and they all know that it's not true. So at the very least, there's that worry.
Yeah.
I mean, that they're lying for now, but you can't, people change their minds.
If they were really concerned about, I think, repercussions from being found, I think they wouldn't have gone public. I think they would have, they were like, Penny, you need to drop us off in a secure, we need to assume new identities. We need to not be those people again. If they were really worried about that, I guess I would say they're as worried about it as it makes sense for them to go through all the trouble to do this. Because they are worried, but it doesn't help them 100% to do this plan of being found in this other area.
Yeah.
So I guess it's in line with that, but So anyway, that's why I didn't even see that coming, because for all those reasons and more is why I was surprised they even did this.
Right.
But
I just didn't see Penny coming.
Yeah.
Or I did, but I didn't even think about her as a way to get over there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Also, I guess I thought Penny would come, but I guess I didn't think she'd be in charge of the boat and could sort of do whatever she wanted and little details like that. But in terms of this scene, I do like when Jack realizes they have to lie. And I was thinking about that too. How are they gonna all get on the same page? When did they come up with the story? And I like that they just had him say, "Let me do the talking."
Right.
And it buys them time to get on the same page.
Right.
So I thought that was good.
Yeah. And it also indicates that this lie, this cover up thing is it doesn't seem to be Oceanic's doing. They don't seem to be involved at all.
Exactly.
It seems like based on what I've seen, it seems like for all they know, it's it's all true.
I mean, that calls into question what did Miss Decker say when she found the plane? She heard the plane wreckage was. Did they? I mean, since she's with Oceanic, and you would think she would have, she would have known about it before it got into the press, if it was real, if her plane was really found or something, or or I guess maybe the idea is, a third party found it, and but I wonder what she thought about that too. Like, really, this is the plane, But it does sort of exonerate them from being involved.
Yeah, I guess I had the sense from the previous episode that maybe they, when the Oceanic 6 get back to the world, that the Oceanic Airlines would sit them down and say, you got to do this, have some kind of role in things. But it's apparently it's Locke's idea originally, and Jack sort of carries it out. And I don't know. That's not what I thought was going on.
And is it true, though? I mean, do they really have to lie? I mean, first of all, who would believe them? Saying some of the stuff they would say about what happened on the island.
Yeah.
Who would believe, half of the stuff they would say?
Well, I wouldn't.
Yeah, exactly. You would think, they just have post-traumatic stress and,
There might be a few people who believe them, but...
there's a few people who believe in UFOs, and
That sort of person would probably believe
it. But that's the thing, I think even if they did tell the truth, first of all, who would believe him? Second of all, what impact would that really have on the island? I mean, it's not like the island's in the same place, so people could go find it, you know. And I just don't. It doesn't seem like just because they told the truth that would really put the island in jeopardy. At least in terms of people finding it.
Yeah, it seems to me like it might put them in jeopardy, but the island not as much. No.
Mhm.
No.
Because that's what Locke says. It's the only way to protect it is to lie.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
And it's funny because,
I guess the idea is they're not supposed to talk about the island publicly. That if knowledge of the island gets out there, it'll be bad somehow.
Yeah, that's the thing. I just don't see how to be bad. You know, especially considering Ben didn't tell that to Michael and Walt. You know, you guys are gonna have to lie about what happened.
Although I think for them, you know, they did lie.
Well, yeah, they did lie.
Ben said you'll. What did he say? You won't tell them because you'll have to tell them about what you did or something like that. He didn't say you have to lie, but he said like you will lie, something like that.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, so I guess he thought.
And the Michael move, I think seems like what they should have done. You know, just not, you know, go back to the world under different names or something. I mean, maybe they just wanted to have their lives back, but you know.
That's what I was saying. If they were really concerned for their safety and about retribution for returning to the public eye, they shouldn't have returned to the public eye.
Yeah.
You know, they just kind of half-assed it and was like, well, we'll go a little bit in line, you know, mostly in line with the plane wreckage cover-up story, but, you know, not 100%.
Mhm. Yeah.
Because why not? I mean, did Jack just really want to go be a doctor again? You know, like, you know, maybe they thought, like, maybe they wanted that money from Oceanic or something.
Yeah, you know, that was a nice benefit.
Yeah.
I have to say. Yeah, I mean, it seems like the safest course of action would be to not tell anyone and just kind of go into hiding.
Mhm.
So
even for Kate, who was a fugitive.
Kate ends up having to go through a whole thing. She knows she's gonna have to go through that if she goes public. So yeah, that was definitely a bad news for her. I mean, it turned out okay, but you know, I don't know. I don't know. That was, you know, she shouldn't have known it was gonna work out like that.
No, she shouldn't have.
So, yeah, that would definitely be a worry for her. I mean, it's yeah. Yeah, I think this is there's some problems here.
I think there are. It's not a clean getaway.
Yeah. Yeah, the motivations aren't 100% like spot on, and you can't quite. It's at this point they're kind of locked into stuff, and they have to explain it now. Like, why did they do this? And I don't know. It seems like they couldn't quite nail it down for, you know, really strong reason for doing what they do. It's a little bit weak. I mean, I sort of get it, and it's okay, but yeah, it could be better.
I mean, I think the key here that they could have fixed all this is just to have put the plane wreckage in some sort of reasonable trajectory from where the 815 took off.
Yeah, I don't know why they did that.
Yeah,
why the writers did that, or why the characters did that.
And I was thinking, oh well, who's ever behind the plane wreckage didn't know where the plane went down, so they just put it wherever. But it's like, you know, why not put it in a reasonable place?
Yeah, at least put it in sort of the general vicinity of a path from Sydney to L.A.
And if they had done that, then they could have just been rescued from wherever they wanted to claim they're rescued from in the area. They could have, swam to Fiji or something.
Yeah, and when the wreckage was found, like, that should have generated some questions, And I think I read about this, the idea that that they've already thought about that, or somehow that's already been resolved or something, because they found the wreckage, some like a month or a month and a half or something before the Oceanic 6 emerge, and I think I remember reading like we're supposed to believe that this debate or this problem of the wreckage and why was it so far off a course from Sydney to LA is like already occurred, and it's just like not a problem or something like that. I feel like I saw that somewhere.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Well, I would love to know what the explanation is.
Yeah. But I don't think there was an explanation. It was basically just like in the public's mind that issue's already been addressed, but they didn't say what,
They didn't say what it was, yeah.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine.
I think that was supposed to be an explanation for why it wasn't asked in the press conference. Why they're
So maybe, are they just trying to say maybe the plane just went that way? Like maybe that's the party line is the plane just went in that direction for whatever reason, and it didn't go in the direction we knew it went on.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Maybe that's all there is.
But it still doesn't. Explain why you, from the writer's standpoint, make it in this.
Yeah, it's weird. It seems like it just creates like problems.
Yeah,
and they have to have this boat.
Sometimes
they have to have this boat like sail 3,000 miles just because of this thing they've created for themselves.
Yeah, they do that every now and then. They have these problems that just seem really like a really easy fix.
Yeah.
Which when this kind of stuff happens, it makes me think, well, there's a big reason why they needed it to be where it was.
Yeah, I was thinking that too. Like maybe something is yet to come that will shed light on why it was
whatever
there.
That could be.
Whatever that could be, indeed.
I can't wait to find out.
I mean, if it's an internal thing, it should in my mind come from whoever planted the stuff. Mm-hmm. And like Ben, if Ben planted it, I mean he, I don't know, why would he do that?
Oh, well, okay, maybe if Ben planted it, he just wanted it far enough away. Yeah, I still, if Ben planted it and he doesn't want anyone to get near the island, I would say maybe.
Okay.
It's still not great. It's definitely not great because he could have put it anywhere.
Yeah. Far from the island, but not so absurdly off course.
Mhm.
Yeah. I mean, they were supposed to be off course to some extent. Just not. Yeah. I don't think it was ever supposed to be that far.
They weren't. Yeah, I think they were further like south than they were supposed to be, or something.
Yeah.
But not like west. I was thinking. Oh man, I was trying to piece together the. I totally forgot what that was about. Something about that the wreckage. Had Ben planted the wreckage. I don't know what I was going to say. But that was after, the plane wreckage was obviously after the failsafe went off. So maybe that was it. Maybe if the island was invisible, he would have placed the wreckage closer or something.
Mm-hmm.
But since they could, it could be seen, he didn't want it really close. Oh, that's what I was going to say. Maybe the decision of where to place the wreckage had to do with how it was going to be found. So maybe they had to do it in a location where people would be using those scuba vehicle things.
Yeah.
Whatever the backstory is behind that,
the
maybe that's part of the reason.
Whatever they are, yeah.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's something they could say that could be an okay answer, but.
If they needed it to be found, then that might limit where they can put it.
Mhm.
So there is that, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't think about that.
We'll give them that much.
Yeah, because it was supposed to be discovered by someone. I think that wasn't them, like some other.
Yeah, some other party.
People. Yeah. So they have to make it where it can be found by other people. If they put it in a really obscure place, no one ever finds it, it was just a big waste of time.
Yeah.
So
that's what Locke would have done.
Yeah. Oh.
Well, nobody found my racket. Oh, Locke.
Oh. So true. So true. But sad. Okay, so the Penny and Desmond thing, like for me personally, the strong emotional content of this scene was kind of dulled for me because I felt that expended in The Constant when they talked on the phone.
Mhm. Yeah, exactly. When they reunited, I was like, okay, cool. What else is next?
Yeah.
I mean, it
would have had more impact to me if they hadn't just spoken a few days ago.
Especially considering, for how big The Constant was. Like, if they never had found each other again, I think they had reached closure.
Yeah.
She wasn't pissed anymore. He explained, and it was a big situation. And I think, even if they never found each other again, I would be satisfied with, that to a large degree.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It was a good. You could go out on that.
Yeah. So this was just seeing the Oceanic 6 on the plane. Just sort of okay, you get to witness the thing you knew was going to happen.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have that same emotional resonance.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it was a big deal back then, but I'm just over it at this point, and just move it along. They didn't dwell on it too long, but
no, they didn't.
But yeah, I don't know. Didn't do too much for me. Let's see. So, yeah, Jack's thing about no, he didn't. What's Jack's problem?
I wish. I wonder what other things they were going to have Jack say for a response, because no, he didn't is just so okay, Jack.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just totally absurd.
Unless the writers are, which I think it wouldn't. This isn't a good thing, but unless the subtext here is he didn't literally move the island because of the sort of science behind what might be going on.
I don't think Jack knows that.
Well, not that, but that's the thing. I don't think Jack knows that, but maybe the writers are trying to tell the audience that.
They're telling us that,
and that's why Hurley says, "Do you have another explanation?"
Yeah.
Okay, if he didn't move it, then how did it appear to be moved?
Yeah, but
I think maybe that's what they're going for, but I don't even think that's a good thing to go for.
No.
It just muddles things. It's so subtle. We don't need to think about that in this context.
I mean, even Locke, when he came out of Jacob's cabin, he said we have to move the island. That's that's presumably the term that was used by Christian.
Yeah.
So. I think even if technically it's not movement, I think it's a fair word to use.
Yeah. That's just I'm just trying to explain why they would have him say that.
Why they would have him say that? Yeah, that's
and maybe they're just trying to get across that it didn't really move, and there is another explanation.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
So, but in terms of why would Jack say that? Just Jack being Jack. He's really stubborn if he just can't admit.
Yeah.
That it moved within quote unquote move.
If this is their idea of what a man of science is, that's just. I really don't think,
I think the only man of science on this show is Dan.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, or Juliet.
Yeah, Juliet's the woman of science.
Yeah. It just bald-faced denial of what he sees, because it's preposterous to him. I really just don't think that's, the way of science. After
everything he's seen on that island, he really shouldn't be surprised by too much anymore.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. And it seems like he's just willfully stubborn, just about the idea that, Locke was right about anything at this point.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I think part of it has to do with his animosity towards Locke. When Dan said there was a time differential, Jack wasn't like, no, there's not.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, exactly.
He accepted that, and we didn't really see him get to process that, but it still wasn't like he didn't believe it, and that's pretty crazy.
Disbelief, yeah.
That's a pretty crazy thing.
Yeah, I think it's about Locke, and Locke has that line of "Wait till you see what I'm about to do."
Yeah.
And now Jack has seen something really big happen, and
he doesn't want to give Locke the credit.
Yeah. Because he wants to believe that, and he'd be right in a lot of cases that Locke, can't really do much.
And he didn't. Locke did nothing, actually.
It's true.
I mean,
it's true. In a literal sense, I guess he's right, because Locke just kind of stood there.
Yeah, he watched the video that he couldn't even finish.
Right, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's always a good bet to assume that Locke didn't accomplish something.
I wonder if, I was just thinking about, how they're going to pick up from where, some of these scenes next time. I wonder if Locke would go down there to see what happened with Ben. Presumably, Ben's not going to be coming back from up there. And Locke doesn't know what he's going to do. I wonder if we just might see Locke, I don't know, just go look down there. I don't think he'll move or touch anything. I hope he's curious enough to go look down there.
Yeah, it'd be nice. They'll have to keep that set.
Especially considering, I'm sure he heard the noise. I don't know if he saw any light since he was inside, but, he might have seen light coming from the tunnel, or something. But, he's going to know something happened. So I'm wondering if he's, curious enough to go actually just peek in there and see what's down there.
I'm a little peeky.
Yeah.
I'd have to take a look, personally.
Yeah.
It would be impossible not to. It's just that in the past, I know they've kind of just gotten rid of sets, and I have a feeling we might not see the Hydra Island just because they don't have those sets anymore.
Yeah.
Not for any real other reason. They've said, we're not gonna go back to the Swan Hatch ever again. I mean, obviously it's destroyed, but there's not going to be any flashbacks with the Swan Hatch. They don't have the set of that anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's annoying things like that kind of limit what they can even show.
Oh, I forgot. Locke left. He's not going back there. He left to go be with his people.
Yeah, he did.
I forgot.
You were thinking he was still down there?
I was thinking Ben left and Locke was just was there. I forgot we saw him leave and everything.
I see. Yeah, he's out of there. He probably won't come back then.
Oh no.
Right.
I take that back. He will not be going back there.
Yeah. Okay.
No way.
All right. Wow.
The last thing I remember from that scene was Ben just leaving, but I forgot he told Locke to leave, and we saw Locke leave, and go up elsewhere. So never mind.
That's the end of that. Okay.
Yeah. He's not curious enough to stay behind because he's got other things to do.
Yeah. I'm gonna go fulfill my destiny.
If he can figure out what that is.
Yeah, that's always the problem.
As soon as someone tells him what that is, he'll fulfill it.
I'm pretty sure at the beginning he's just going to ask Richard what to do.
Yeah.
Because, I don't think he knows what to do, as usual.
As usual.
Okay, so anything else about this scene?
Nope.
Well, this next scene is kind of tied into that. We're still with Penny's boat. A subtitle indicates that it is 1 week later from the previous scene. What?
If we can trust that.
Oh, yeah, you think that's...
I don't know. I think it was 8 days later.
Okay. Hurley says to Saeed, they're all on Penny's boat. Hurley says to Saeed, what's this place called? Saeed says, Mombasa. Hurley says, why are we doing this? And indicates that they sailed 3,000 miles to another island. Saeed says it's the only way to keep them safe. Frank and Jack talk for a bit, and Jack says, nice to meet you, Frank. Hope we never see each other again. Penny holds Aaron. Desmond tells Jack. Desmond tells Jack, oh, as long as I've got Penny, I'll be fine. Jack says goodbye to Desmond. Jack says to everyone, all right, let's go home. And they part ways with the Oceanic Six part ways with Desmond and Penny and Frank as well. And we cut to the Oceanic Six on a raft, rowing with boards towards an island that has people on it. The people come out and drag the raft to shore, and the Oceanic Six get out of the raft, and nice music plays. Yay.
Yay. The Pixies gouge away is, that's the next thing.
That's the next scene. That's the not as nice music.
That's not as nice music. One of the things, I don't know if you said it, but Jack tells Desmond, don't let him find you.
Oh. Ooh, I didn't.
You know, the
no, I didn't write that down.
Brother. That was a big line just for the, like, I'll see you in another life, brother.
I forgot about that stuff. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I forgot to write that down. That's a whoopsie on my part.
Whoopsie. Well, that's why it's a team effort.
Good.
Yeah,
so... thanks for, I thought I was missing stuff in that scene. It seemed like too short, and I couldn't tell what was going on. Okay. All right. Thank you. Oh, dear. Here we go.
So who is him? I mean, I thought I knew, and now I can't think of what I thought.
Let's see. Where is that line?
It's towards the end of the scene.
Oh.
Because it's right after Desmond says, as long as I've got Penny, I'll be fine.
Don't let him find you, Desmond. Don't let him find you.
Who's looking for Desmond? I mean, okay, he's either talking about Widmore, Ben, or Locke, and I don't think it's Locke.
I don't think it's Locke either. I don't think he means Ben. I don't think
he means Ben.
At this point, Jack doesn't know anything about Ben looking for Penny or Desmond or anybody.
Yeah.
So I guess he means Widmore.
Well, you know what? I wonder. The transcript says, "Don't let him find you." I wonder if it's "Don't let them find you," because if it's them, then that's why I remember knowing who they're talking about, because they're obviously hiding from people.
Yeah.
I think maybe that's what I thought.
Who would them be?
Him, well, them, the people that planted the wreckage and might, I don't know.
Okay.
But wait, Desmond has nothing to do with that.
The same people that, yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I know Desmond doesn't need to worry about Oceanic 815 at all.
Yeah.
You know, for all the rest, for all most of the world knows, he's got no connection to that story. So.
Well, why would he say don't let him, I mean, even if, okay, don't let him find you, could he, I mean, if he's talking about Widmore, why would Jack say that?
It has been a week. Maybe they've talked to Jack, and Jack has found out that Widmore's looking for Desmond.
Yeah, which is a newsflash to us.
Which would be something I wasn't aware of, but maybe they told him that Widmore's been. I have no idea what he's talking about. That didn't even hit me. I thought it made sense. I guess I thought he was just saying like, like whoever these people are. Like, he can't say he was on the island. Maybe he can't, since he's been gone from the world, maybe he can't tell people where he was. And so he has to hide out from them in that way. Like, he can't talk about what happened to him. Well, yeah, but why would he say don't let him find you? Like, that implies someone's looking for him. Well, maybe the idea is not that... You can do it. Go ahead. Not that they're looking for him, but that you don't want them to find you, not that they're searching for him, but that you don't want them to catch up with him, to get a hold of him. Yeah. You You know what I mean? Like,
so you're saying he's basically saying stay hidden.
Yeah. Something like that. Not that there's a search for Desmond, but just that don't let these people get a hold of you. And so stay hidden. Exactly. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say. God.
That's the kind of thing I thought. But if it's a singular him.
Yeah. Should we have a listen to that line?
Yeah, let's have a listen because I'm concerned about if it's him or them.
Me too. And the transcript is great, but possibly wrong about certain things.
All right.
Oh, this is All-Star Galactica. Okay, wrong show. You're listening to it.
Yeah, here he goes. Okay, one more time.
Are you sure about this one? Are you sure? As long as I've got any. Are we fine?
Oh.
I'm not trying to get me.
To me, it sounds like "Don't Let 'Em."
Like apostrophe EM for them, right?
Which is why I think it didn't bother me before I read him because I assumed it was them, and it was the people that could be looking for them or interested in them. So that's what I think it is.
I agree. That's what I thought it was when he said it, which is why it didn't blow my mind.
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, him? What the?
Yeah. Yeah, I think the transcript's just wrong. I think it's apostrophe EM for them.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
All right, that's settled.
I'm surprised I ignored that line, though. I don't know. I just lost it. All I got was the thing about Penny.
You're like, yeah, bye-bye.
Yeah, I guess so. Just thought it was just a bunch of bullshit. Like, whatever. Who cares?
So we know they're going to Mimbata.
Yeah, right. Okay.
We still don't sort of figure out, how they chose which island and all that. And
no, they just swept that under the rug of 1 week later. They all know what they're going to do now.
It's interesting they didn't drop them off closer. They dropped off about 8 or 9 hours away. They have to sort of, raft it to there. So that was I don't know why they did that. I mean, why not 4 hours away or 2 hours away or why? That's a fair, But he says, to give you a nice convincing sunburn. Mm-hmm. But couldn't they just hang out on the top deck while they drive them? You know what I mean? Get a nice convincing sunburn on the ship while the ship takes them halfway or closer, They
could do that. They could, yeah.
So anyway, I thought that was weird.
Mhm.
But besides that, what else in this scene? Yeah, I think, like we said before, Frank is gone.
Yeah, does Frank leaves or something? What does he do? I kind of lost that.
I think he hangs on board with
Oh,
Penny,
he just stays behind. Okay.
Yeah,
I thought he was leaving too, and I was just I couldn't tell what was going on in the scene anymore.
He's going to go to a different island.
My paragraph just wasn't very helpful. It was Frank's there, but they're saying goodbye, but he's not leaving. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think Frank. I think that's goodbye, Frank.
Yeah.
For the for the show also.
So maybe we should R.I.P. Frank.
I guess so.
Turned into a verb now.
Mhm.
But there's not much to say besides he was definitely trustworthy.
Sure was.
One of the few people who did what he claimed he would do and helped to the best that he could and
reliable.
He was not annoying.
No.
He was interesting. Well, he's the lawnmower man, so what do you want?
That's right. That's right. Yeah, no, he was always there to help. I mean, he's one season. He does, we don't have much of a history with him, so it's not too bittersweet at this point.
Mm-hmm.
But
and he's not dead. So.
And he's not dead. That helps too. There was that whole thing about how he was supposed to be the pilot of the plane and he knew about the conspiracy and stuff, but
That just seems like it doesn't even matter.
It really does.
He didn't tell anyone that. Like,
yeah.
Like, I don't know if he felt redeemed, if it's all about his feeling redeemed or something, but like, it just seemed like a tenuous connection to the event of what was going on.
Yeah. That's the only, like, dangling thing that he's got where he could. What did I say?
I think his wife would be sad to hear that.
I don't think I've ever said that before. That's not a good way to describe something. It's a dangling thing.
Yeah, you don't want. Yeah, unless you're talking about like a grape or something, or an icicle. I don't know.
Dangling plot thread, perhaps. Maybe that would be a little better word choice.
I think so.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could see that would that they could address in the future with him. Otherwise, it does seem like he's served his function and he's done. But I mean, I don't know what they'd really do with that. So
here's something to think about. You know, if they want us to believe it's such a big deal that these people sort of, you know, minimize the damage of their rescue, you know, in terms of the people behind the plane wreckage. Wouldn't Frank pose a huge risk to that? Since he knows that that's not the pilot and all that, like his connection, like shouldn't they want to take him out of the picture? If he was, I mean, shouldn't he be threatening to them and what they want? I mean, I think the answer is yes, because that's how they painted it in the beginning.
Yeah, the answer is yes. Maybe they talked to him in the 1 week and you know, just told him to you know, they all know, you know, that wasn't true, but you know, keep quiet about it, blah blah blah. Maybe he's supposed to go along with everybody else. As far as
I mean, even before this, I mean, why would they even let him go to the island or leave, or you know, aren't they keeping tracks of, because he called.
Oh, you mean the plane planters?
Yeah, the plane planters. If we're supposed to believe they pose such a threat that the Oceanic Six
and the fact that Frank already thought that, and he not only lived, but he managed to get to the island himself.
Yeah, and back. You know, presumably he'll get back to the real world. Yeah, and he has no qualms about telling people. He told Michael, you know, and it's really weird to me that if these people are posing a threat, that they would even let him get to the point where he can even, you know, get to the freighter and you know, you'd think they would at least be watching and following him if they thought he was going to.
They had that guy like get on the phone and be kind of whatever that word is. But yeah, it seems like Frank was not in trouble in the real world. He wasn't going public with it necessarily, which you know would be, you know, a different thing. But that's something to think about.
I don't know what these writers are doing.
Yeah. I wonder if they would have done more with that if it weren't for the strike.
Yeah, I don't know. I wonder, I mean, what more could Frank have done?
I don't know.
I mean, it seems like they really just used him for his piloting skills, and that's it.
Yeah. No, I just wonder if they'd have, like, some more dialogue about...
Yeah, just more talking about that, and maybe why he's there specifically and stuff like that, yeah.
Yeah, because it seems like he really didn't get much to do, and that whole thing just... I mean, you could take that out, and it wouldn't really... It gave him a connection to the island. I mean, that was the only thing it really did, but... You know, it doesn't seem to me that like Miles really had a connection to the island.
Yeah.
You know, I guess Dan sort of did because of Desmond. But I don't know. I don't know. It's I don't get it.
Yeah, it's a weird one.
It doesn't seem like it was necessary.
I was supposed to be on that plane.
Yeah.
But that's the thing. It wasn't just about I was supposed to be on the plane, and for whatever reason I wasn't, and now the guy, that I knew is dead. It wasn't just about that, which I think is, that idea is enough of a connection. He feels bad about that this guy died. But not only that, but the guy who, the pilot isn't really the pilot. That's the extra bit that I think muddles things up in terms of what they're trying to say about the people who planted the wreckage. Because you can have that emotional thing of him wanting, he wants to redeem himself for switching places with this guy who ends up dying. But he doesn't even believe that that's the guy,
Right. And that makes me wonder now, it seems like maybe he would want to ask these Oceanic A-15 survivors about the pilot who was his good friend.
He didn't ask one person about the pilot.
They could tell him, too. They know what happened to the pilot.
Greg Gunberg got eaten by Smokey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jack and Kate were right there. They could, that was, did you see the beginning of the show? That was a big thing.
I think that's a fairly big oversight. I mean, that it's not like they needed to take a lot of time just to say that. And maybe, if they had the extra episodes, they would have said that. But
maybe we're supposed to believe in the 1 week later they talked all about it.
Yeah. That's the thing. Why not even have a line saying, intimating that they did talk about anything at all. They didn't even have that.
Not really. I mean, you could tell they talked about stuff, but
yeah.
I mean, it seems like something that ought to have been brought up somewhere along the way. And I have to say, looking back, knowing that the original plan called for one less hour in this finale, that would have been crazy. They would have had to really slam on the plots to get.
I don't know. Yeah, I can't.
Get an hour.
I bet there's some scenes I would admit I could think that would be taken out.
The cracker scene.
The cracker scene. Yeah, I think
that's
the first.
Cut that.
That's the first to go. I think even Claire, Kate's dream, I think wouldn't necessarily have been in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wonder what they would have cut out.
Yeah, that would have been.
Does it seem like they've had more deleted scenes this season than before?
No, but it seems like they matter more.
Okay.
The deleted scenes they used to delete, didn't have anything in them, so they were usually not worth talking about. But it seems like the ones they deleted this season really have content.
Yeah, or maybe it's that, before, I just didn't get the sense that, this season, when they were deleted scenes, we found out about them very quickly.
That is different. That is different.
We didn't have to wait till, the DVDs came out to get the deleted scenes.
That, for example, people didn't know, for a very long time, people didn't know about the thing, when Kate comes back from the breakfast in season 3 and she's got those marks on her wrists, and, it was pretty late before anyone found out about that deleted scene.
Yeah.
It wasn't immediately. And it became a mystery that could have been easily answered quickly if they had known about the deleted. Yeah, it does seem like somehow the fact of the deleted scenes was leaked more quickly.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I was thinking more, because I felt like they would still have deleted scenes on the DVD, but I guess there necessarily won't be more of them.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff we're seeing now will just be on there.
Right.
But yeah, it's been, information moves fast. Faster and faster.
Yeah, yeah. And after a certain point, I think they are packing, certainly after the strike, they're packing the episodes more. So they might have had, more deleted scenes there.
Yeah.
Because they're trying to move things along and probably putting more in the episodes. Trying to cram and get to the finish line.
Mhm. So next scene?
Yeah, I guess so. Bye-bye Oceanic 6. I guess we, we got them. If you put this together with the first part, we got them all the way back, and we know how that all fits together, and then we can just run the flash forwards through and put together some kind of story.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah. Anyway.
Oh man, I would love. You just said something interesting. I would love to see the flash forwards in chronological order.
Oh yeah. Actually, I think someone did that.
Did they?
I think there might be a YouTube video that did that.
Cool.
Or maybe not YouTube, but a video somewhere. Because I remember reading that someone wanted that, and then I think seeing that someone actually did it, but I didn't watch it.
Was it Steven?
Probably. He's handy with the video there.
All right, so next scene, you ready?
Yeah, the next scene, the final scene. We're here. Buckle up, or whatever. The final scene is a flash forward. After the nice music of the previous scene, it segues into not so nice music. Jack is in the car. He's Beard Jack. He drives up to in front of the Hofstralar place that he was in the season 3 finale, where the coffin was, the funeral home. Jack goes up to the door. He tries the door, which is locked. Jack takes a little block thingy and breaks the knob, and thus breaking in. He approaches the infamous coffin. This is a coffin of Jeremy Bentham. So we see from some paperwork. Jack opens the coffin, and suddenly we hear, "Hello, Jack." And it's Ben standing behind Jack.
What?
What the fuck? Jack is startled, understandably. And they proceed to have a conversation that I'm now going to read in full. Ben.
Uh-oh. Should we do this?
Oh, do you want to do this?
Why not?
Okay. All right. I thought you might not want to do it. I guess we'll use the official one.
Finale.
I did my own of this one, and I'll go with theirs since that's what you have.
All right. I hope this one is right.
All right. It's been a little while, so I don't remember how they say this. Oh, who's who?
Who do you want to be?
I think I want to be. Okay.
You want to be Ben?
I don't know. I was actually going to say Jack because I was Ben.
Oh.
I was Ben in the Ben Widmore scene, and
I
don't know how to do Ben. I don't know.
I don't either.
He's hard. I can't quite pull off his character. I think I made a decent Hurley though. Personally. And you were a pretty good Jack, so then you should play Jack. I'm afraid to play Ben. I don't know.
Well, I'll try Ben. It's,
Okay. All right.
Let me get my thing here. I wish we could, really sync it up to the scene, but we'll just go along here. So, yeah. Hello, Jack.
Ah!
Oh, you're excited. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. Did he tell you that I was off the island?
Yes, he did.
My turn. When did you speak to him?
About a month ago.
And Kate?
Yeah, he came to see her too.
And what did he say to you?
He told me that after I left the island, some very bad things happened. And he told me that it was my fault for leaving. And he said that I had to come back.
Yes, I heard that you've been flying on passenger planes, hoping you'd crash. It's dark, Jack, very dark.
Why are you here?
I'm here to tell you that the island won't let you come alone. All of you have to go back.
Are you... Saeed, I don't even know where Saeed is. Hurley is insane. Son blames me for... And then Kate, she won't even talk to me anymore.
Perhaps I can help you with that. This is the way it has to be, Jack. It's the only way. You have to do it together, all of you.
How?
I have a few ideas. Jack, I said all of you. We're going to have to bring him, too. Dun, dun, dun.
Do. And
who's in the coffin?
As I say at the bottom here, Jack and Ben look into the coffin, and the camera slowly creeps over to reveal that the coffin contains none other than...
Drum roll, please.
Hold on to your hats, folks. Jonathan Locke. Boom, lost.
Boom, lost. All right. Season 4 finale.
That's it.
Finale size.
Now you gotta wait for 9 months.
Wait. Exactly.
To continue this.
Just like waiting for a baby to be born.
That's right.
The baby of season 5. I hope he's not born on the island and conceived on it, because it won't happen. So, nothing here to talk about.
Not a bit. Let's just...
I think we're done.
Move on.
Yeah. So, okay.
Been a good season. Okay, so where do we start here?
So, the first thing I want to talk about is, did he tell you that I was off the island? Presumably, he should be Locke.
I think so, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So, I guess when Locke came to Jack, he said, Ben's off the island.
Oh, I didn't pick up on that. I mean, I did, but I didn't note it mentally.
Mm-hmm.
That should mean that Locke knows about Ben.
That should mean that at some point, Locke, Locke should know Ben can't come back to the island, in terms of what we know about this time frame. He doesn't necessarily know what happened to Ben. So at some point he finds out that Ben is still alive and off the island.
Yeah. Yeah. But he knows something about Ben being off the island. We don't know the extent of that, but I didn't... Mm-hmm. I wasn't sure if he necessarily knew anything about Ben.
Yeah.
So this is confirmation of that. I thought he did, but maybe this worked on me subconsciously. I don't know. But yeah, I agree. I think he means Locke.
And he says Locke came to visit him and Kate, which weren't they together at some point? I don't know the state of their affairs a month ago, but. Maybe Jack had moved out by then. But I was just thinking if they were living together still, Locke can just come over for dinner.
Oh, they can have a nice...
Two birds with one stone.
Dinner party, potluck, and...
Yeah, maybe a little rabbit, a little chicken, maybe.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Or it could have been separately.
I assume it, from how he says it, it was a separate encounter, which probably means they weren't together at that point.
Yeah. Yeah, because there was a time before, too.
Mm-hmm.
So
the next big thing, Ben asked, what did he say to you? And he said, some very bad things happened after Jack left the island.
Mm-hmm.
And that it was Jack's fault for leaving. And that he has to come back. So, what bad things could happen?
Of course, the last part we're all quite familiar with. Quite expecting him to say. Yeah, the bad things. God, I have no idea. I've been thinking about that a lot, and the island contains, some red shirts. Charlotte, Miles and Dan, I guess. Juliet. Who else? Anybody else there? Rose and Bernard.
Jen.
Jen, potentially.
No, maybe he's there.
If he's not dead. And Locke and the others.
Mm-hmm.
As far as we know, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
So it would seem to me that if bad things are going to happen, I mean, what could they be but stuff involving those people, right?
I wonder if it's something crazy like, the island is becoming unstable or something, and like there's some strange physical phenomenon going on that may have endangered people or killed people. Maybe it's something on that end of it, or maybe it's something, just with the people. But I don't know. I don't know what bad things could have happened. And, the fact that Locke is off the island and eventually dies, maybe kills himself, allows himself to be killed, who knows what's going to happen.
Yeah.
I think that does paint a picture of some dire situations.
Yeah, I definitely think, the island for Locke was the place to be. I don't think, whatever happened, I don't think he ever wanted to leave the island.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why I never thought he'd be in the coffin,
mm-hmm.
because I was just sure he wasn't going to leave the island. That became my, fatal flaw.
Yeah, well, we didn't know that the Oceanic Six were going to have to go back.
Yeah.
I didn't think that was going to be. I didn't even think of that at all. Like that. Okay, what's the point of getting rescued if you got to go back, right? So I just wasn't thinking they would have to go back. Really?
I thought of that since
Well, that they would eventually get back to the island. I thought that would be true, but the fact that the island wants them to come back is what I mean. Not that would the characters get back on the island? Yes, but would it be that they have to come back is what I didn't think would be true. Like that the island wants them to come back, and therefore there would be these bad things that would happen. And that's the thing. Like if I knew, I think if we knew that they had to come back and bad things would happen, we could maybe assume Locke might leave the island to go convince them, which is what he does.
Yeah.
But since we didn't even know that they have to come back, just plot-wise, not like, the show obviously needs them to be on the island again at some point.
Well, Jack's, the line at the end of season 3 was Jack saying that, exactly.
Well, but that was Jack saying that. We didn't know that the island wanted them back.
Yeah, that's true.
That's
we
didn't know
that
was just. And that's
but the idea was out there.
But now it's become true that they really do need to go back versus Jack just thinking that they need to go back.
But as early as episode 1, like Charlie tells Hurley that, so we get this idea that,
yeah, I
it's
forgot
beyond
about
Jack's
yeah.
world.
Mhm.
And I think. So yeah, I feel like I've been expecting that for a long time. I was just surprised to hear you say that. The idea that they have to go back. I didn't really know like how why that was true, but I just thought it was even in the early season when Charlie says that they have to go back. I don't know. For me, it's now that they all have to go back and it's Ben's involved and all that. To me, it's like. Okay, it's for real now. It's not just something Charlie's saying or, you know what I mean? Like, it's really the case. Yeah. It's not just something they're going to say and then not do.
Yeah.
Or not, like, give a lot of serious time to.
Mhm.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I didn't think, bad things would happen if they were off the island.
Yeah, that part's weird. I guess I just imagined that it was something to do with the people who were there. But if it's really Jack's fault, like, I just don't get how could it be Jack's fault? Like, that just doesn't, it doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I think he just means if they wouldn't have left, the stuff wouldn't have happened. I don't know if it's really.
Oh, it's kind of like Sun blaming Pike for Jin dying.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
okay.
It's not. Yeah, it's like, well, these things wouldn't have happened if you were here, so it's your fault for leaving.
I see. Okay. I was just thinking, like, how can Jack really have much of an influence? You know, once he leaves the island, or even the act of him leaving the island. But it's really about. But that's the thing. Was leaving the problem, or was it just a fact? I mean, you know what I mean? Like, what did these people leaving do? Like, I think,
yeah.
'Cause their leaving wasn't about moving the island.
No.
You know what I mean? Like, they could have left or not left and still, like, you know, move the island and everything else be the same.
Yeah, I think they're leaving. I mean, I think that's the point, is it's not about moving the island. It's about the fact that they left and they're not supposed to. Now, what that reason is, I have no idea.
Yeah.
I don't know why they're not supposed to. But like I said before, I mean, there seems to be some sort of thing about, you know, certain people need to be there.
Maybe Smokey, like, kills everybody.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, you know, Smokey goes on a rampage, or
I forgot about
Smokey. Other things going on the island.
And maybe Claire, like, I don't know, does something.
Yeah, I don't know. Anything could happen. The boar go wild.
The boar go wild.
And those frogs,
they go boar wild.
The frogs come out and start making all kinds of noises and.
Yikes.
I wish I could come up with the bad things.
The papayas are all poison.
Yeah, the bananas. The bananas spoil too quickly.
Yeah.
These are already brown.
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously it's way up in the air at this point. It's like bad things happen. That could mean a ton of things. Do the writers even have, like, everything specifically in mind at this point? You know, or is it, you know what I mean? Is it something big and specific, or is it just the idea that, like, things got bad in general?
And, you know, like, I mean, this might not apply to him, but, you know, Albert leaves the island, Ben leaves the island.
Yeah, true.
You know?
No, I think they all leave with the intention of coming back.
True, yeah.
Previously, I mean, except, you know, Ben in this case, obviously not, but
I mean, that seems like suggesting that if they had gotten rescued but at some point had decided to come back, these bad things wouldn't have happened.
Yeah.
Where I feel like it's got to, I mean, can the island read their mind? And the island's like, well, they'll come back, so I won't let these bad things happen. But it's like, it should be the fact that they weren't physically there.
Tom, too. Tom left the island.
Yeah.
In the Mike Clubs, because I was going to say maybe it's a hostile thing, but then, you know, then there's Tom.
And hey, you know, Ben was going to let Juliet and Jack leave.
That's true. That's totally true.
Did he not know that Jack needed to be there? Did he not care?
Maybe that's why we're supposed to believe that Locke blew up the submarine.
You
know, that Jack wasn't supposed to leave.
And so it just made Locke blow up the submarine?
Yeah, maybe he didn't know why he was doing it, but ultimately that's the cosmic explanation, you know.
Yeah. Well, the island can't just, like, sink the sub or something?
No. It apparently, I mean, that's the problem. I mean, if it wants these people to stay, it seems like, you know, if it's powerful enough, it ought to be able to make them stay and not let them leave. You know? If it's just going to let them leave and then hound them forever until they come back, it's just like, come on, island.
Yeah.
Why didn't the island speak up before they left, you know? Like, it was just up to Locke to, like, convince them. Like, it just, you know, seems like the island could have just, you know, spewed forth a ton of apparitions and just, like, you know, all begged them to, like, stay and, you know, done something. I don't know. It doesn't seem like the island was, like, you know, it doesn't seem like the island did a good enough job of trying to get them to stay, and then, like, once it left, now it's just gonna hound them forever. You know, it's just kind of irritating on the part of the island.
I don't think the island is really omniscient, you know, or Jacob is. I really think, like, it can only do what it, you know. It only has its range and scope of operation is, you know, is small. You know, I feel like, you know, it obviously, you know, they did have a hard time leaving the island.
Yeah.
You know, with everything that happened and the the fuel leak and like everything else. You know, but it's like, you know, the island couldn't send a Dharma shark over there to like, you know, bite the life raft or something, and like, you know, they could just drown, or, you know, I guess it doesn't want to kill them.
No, I don't think
it just wants to. Island wants to kill them for a second.
Yeah.
But you know, just, yeah, that's the thing. Or
if we're supposed to believe that, you know, for example, Jack's appendix problem was supposed to be some kind of island warning. Like, it just irritates me. Maybe that's an indication of how powerful the island is. But it just seems like the island should have given a specific request at least. It seems like if it can tell them, if it can go to them and say, you have to go back, it should be able to go to them and say, please don't leave. You're not supposed to leave. And it seems like it failed to do that.
Yeah, I mean, I think Jack would rather Christian come and say don't leave than him have appendicitis.
Yeah.
You know, or an appendectomy, really.
Definitely. Yeah, because he doesn't know what that means.
Yeah, I mean, he's a skeptic anyway. So,
yeah, and that's just so unclear as a message. Like, how's he supposed to know, like, how to interpret that?
Yeah.
You know, and I don't know. I mean, Jacob is supposed to have, if he did that, if he gave Ben cancer, if he cured Juliet's sister's cancer, I mean, he's got some kind of power.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't know. It just seems like too late.
That's the thing. I think he does have power. I just think the scope is small, which means like he can't really multitask. You know, like with the state of what was going on on the island, you know, and I feel like there, you know, things are happening so fast that he just in terms of trying to stop them from leaving. I mean, obviously the big and easy thing would have been to send an apparition, but
and Christian took the time to like tell Michael, you can go now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, nothing for Jack.
Yeah. You know what? But you know what I would say? Here's my answer to this. I remembered that I thought of this earlier, and I think it's probably true. What we were talking about earlier was maybe he had to let them leave so that Aaron could get off the island.
Oh, there's all
That's
Aaron.
the thing.
Okay.
So that Aaron could get off the island.
For Aaron to get off the island, but okay.
Well, they didn't have to, but, you know, with the way things worked out, I mean, what is he going to do? Like, you know, they're on the helicopter and you guys stay and you guys leave and, you know. I mean, obviously, you know, the answer's still the same. You know, he could have sent an apparition to tell him what to do. Okay, Jack, Kate, all you guys, I'll let you leave. You can go because Aaron doesn't need to be here, but you're going to need to come back.
Mm-hmm.
But obviously, that's not a fun show.
Right.
So that's what I would say. You know, the island sort of let them leave because of that.
Good old Aaron. Okay. He really needs to go. They need to stay.
This is the first time Aaron's ever come in handy.
Yeah. As a plot device. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very nice. That works.
Can I get some points for utilizing Aaron as a plot device?
Yes.
He's been useless this entire time.
You get like 5 plot points for that.
Oh, I'll take that.
That's good. Because it's very rare that you're able to do that. Especially in something that, like, you know, goes way outside his world.
Yeah.
You know, affects so many other things. On the subject of Aaron, what about Claire getting in that helicopter, Desmond?
I remember that. Yeah, I was just waiting for her ghost to jump on board.
Yeah. All right, guys.
Yeah. Exactly. I don't need a seatbelt. I'm dead. You know what? I guess he just lied.
I guess so. Thanks, Desmond. He didn't lie before.
Yeah, I guess he just told Charlie what he wanted Charlie to hear. Or I mean, he told Charlie what Charlie wanted to hear.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe that's the idea. Like he thought it was Penny's boat, and so he was just, you know, somehow doing what he thought he had to do.
Mhm.
You know, I guess he guessed that there was a switch down there, and
wasn't he going to let Charlie die so that he could get that whole thing?
He did.
With,
he totally thought about that. Yeah.
Yeah. So he's gonna do what it takes to get his old Penny back.
Yeah. Even though it wasn't Penny's bow, but he did get to Penny as a result in a very convoluted way.
Yeah.
So, good for him, but like, I don't know. I wonder if he feels bad about that. I wonder if he even thinks about that at all.
Yeah, considering, Charlie basically agreed to die because of that.
And he didn't, it seemed as though, the way they played it seemed like he didn't need to. It seemed like he really died just to fulfill the vision.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that if Desmond hadn't told him that, they could have done the mission still, and he could have run out of there and not died.
Yeah, that's the thing. He just seemed to die just to die, not because he really had to.
Yeah.
But just, like you said, to fulfill the vision.
Yeah. And if the vision was fake, then I would feel really bad about that if I were Desmond.
Mhm.
But they're really not talking about that.
Yeah. Or not that the vision was fake, that he just didn't have a vision. He just lied.
That's what I mean. Yeah,
the
vision is fake. Like they're that's not the right word, but there was no such thing.
Yeah.
The vision he claimed to have, didn't happen.
Mhm. All right, so what's the next big thing here?
Back to this scene.
Here's a question. When Ben says that Jack has been flying on planes hoping they crash, I've heard of that before. Has that been on this show before?
That was from season 3. That's what he said.
Okay.
That's what he said to Kate at the end.
I couldn't place it, but I was like, I thought I had heard of that before, of Jack doing that, but I couldn't remember where. Okay, good.
Yeah, it was in the last scene of last finale.
Oh well, there it is.
And they refer to it again. So yeah, they really follow that one up. Yeah, he's like, dark Jack, very dark.
Yeah, I wonder. I mean, is that dark though? Considering he's he's trying to get back to the island, which is what he should be doing. So it may be dark, but it's like reasonable kind of.
Yeah, it strikes me as being kind of. It feels sort of outside the show. It feels like Ben is commenting on the show more than like talking to Jack.
Yeah.
That line felt weird to me. Like they're telling us like, yeah, that was really dark, wasn't it?
Mhm.
Because, like, the general tone of that flash forward in season 3 was dark,
Yeah.
But specifically that, and the reasoning he had, like, yeah, it could be worse.
Yeah, exactly.
Some of the other stuff, like using your dead dad's prescription pads to get medication, and, that's sort of a little, I don't know.
Dark Jack, very dark.
Very dark, yes.
So, here's a weird question. Where did he hear that from?
Where did who hear what from?
Who did Ben hear that Jack was flying on these planes?
Good question. Well, he could have heard it from Kate, I guess. Jack told Kate that.
Mhm. But you really think Ben talked to Kate?
Well, no, Locke did.
Locke did.
Yeah, you're right. Well, maybe Ben talked to Locke and Locke talked to Kate. That's where he heard that. Maybe he
But Locke's dead. So at what point would that
maybe
happen?
That's another way where it feels like he's just commenting on the show.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I heard.
It's like he heard it because he watched he watched it
on TV. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really think about that. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe if we find out that that he's been, if he's in cahoots with Locke, then if I may say cahoots,
you may, but you probably shouldn't.
Then maybe that's how he knows.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe he's keeping tracks on him or something.
Yeah, I mean, he's all about that. He's all about knowing everything about everybody.
Yeah, except himself.
Oh.
He is a flawed character, and we love him for that.
Yeah.
all right, what else you got on this scene? We're going through line by line here.
Yeah, I mean, this is, it's kind of loaded. So did you have any theory about the bad things? I don't remember if you...
No. Like I said, maybe there's some sort of the physical properties of the island are changing, and, I don't know, the volcano erupted.
And you think that's happening just because these people left the island?
Yeah, it could be that, well, you gotta, what's the reason why they need to be there in the first place? And I'm thinking if bad things happen when they're not there, then, to me it gives me the idea of some sort of like, maybe Jacob can't hold things together without these people there because the people who are there somehow influence whatever, I'm just, rambling here, but you know what I mean? Like, whatever would have kept the bad things from happening, whatever would have not made them happen, wasn't there. You know what I mean? Those people weren't there, and so whatever would have stopped that from their presence on the island is what I'm trying to think about. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So if they were there, what benefit is there to them being on the island? So maybe, I don't know, maybe the island gets its power from the life forces that are on it. I don't know.
But at some point, won't they just die? I mean,
maybe if they stay on the island, they won't.
Oh, dear.
I don't know. Alpert's still around?
Who?
Albert, you heard of him?
Ben totally aged. I mean, we know you can't age on the island.
And Ben's not obviously supposed to be on the island forever.
Well, there's that. Yeah. Okay.
That's the thing. It depends on how important these people are. And I'm really curious. I'm actually starting to wonder why aren't these people on Jacob's list? It seems like they're really important.
List. Yeah, Jack at least. We have a specific line that Jack's not on Jacob's list. Yes, he may not leave the island. He's supposed to be there. Like, it does seem like such a person ought to be on Jacob's list.
Yeah, and the reason they didn't take the other people was because they weren't supposedly good or whatever the big reason is supposed to be that the others took people.
Yeah.
If they were on the list, you'd think they would have taken Kate and Saeed and all the others.
Yeah, they had Mikhail sit there and say why they didn't take Kate and Saeed. And I think, I don't think none of the just the two of them were there. But yeah, that's supposed to be the idea. I mean, that's what Goodwin said to Santa Lucia, and that's the party line over there with the others. So if they're that important, it is really odd that no attempt was made.
Yep.
I don't know. How are they going to do it? I didn't even think about Jacob's list is like not even on my mind these days.
Oh man.
I forgot about that, and they're stuck with that line about Jack not being on Jacob's list. And they're going to have to explain how that's different from this.
Yep.
That he's really important and he has to be on the island, but Jacob's list that's a different thing.
That's a different thing.
And that's just silly. That's irritating. They're forced into that now.
Yep. Unless Pickett just read the list wrong.
And that's it. Oh. I thought it said Jake.
This isn't Jake Shepard. Oh, Jack Shepard is on the list.
Oh, that'd be sad. Maybe they'll just retcon it.
Yeah, Pickett didn't know what he was talking about.
Pickett had no idea. Yeah.
Oh, well, I guess Pickett overreacted.
Oh shit! This list. God damn it.
And here's another thing. I wouldn't be surprised if Pickett never actually saw the list. I could imagine the list being sacred or hidden or kept secret or safe. So maybe he heard from Ben or someone who was just lying and said Shepard wasn't on Jacob's list.
Right.
So they could do that too.
Yeah. I did wonder. We talked about that a lot, about how, what the access to this list is. What is the list? Like, where is it? Who gets to see it? All that stuff. So, yeah, Pickett, I didn't get the sense he was too high on the pecking order.
No.
So I could see him not necessarily having access to it, and then I guess finding out. And yeah, that would be the retcon. I mean, I think when they wrote that, they meant to mean it, but
yeah, and it doesn't still explain why Jack wasn't kidnapped earlier.
Yeah, that too.
Or taken earlier, and it was obvious he was just taken because he's the doctor.
Totally, yeah, and that's the thing, exactly. If it's supposed to end up being true that he is, then yeah, they still have to deal with that, and that's true actually for all of them.
Yeah.
Who were never, it was never attempted to take them. So that's a whoopsie.
Whoopsie. The next big line is, the island won't let you come alone. You all have to go back.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting. I don't know what else to say about it, but it's interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, and he takes... Oh, this is a line where Jack says that Sun blames me for, and I'm guessing he's going to say, Jin's death.
Yeah.
Which if that's true, then that would make him person number 2.
Mhm. If yeah, I mean he could still think Sun blames him and still not necessarily be number 2. The Sun's number 2 in Sun's eyes. Then it would just be a coincidence.
Yeah.
But yeah, if we're supposed to take it like it's supposed to be connected, then yeah, and I think that's what it's supposed to be is Sun blames Jack because Jack was supposed to go, Kate was supposed to go save Jin, and she didn't because of Jack.
And one thing I noticed, there's a alternate version of the press conference scene that aired with the version of part 1 that came before this part of the finale aired, and they have some extra stuff in there about who the extra 3 people are, blah blah blah. I don't remember. The thing I'm going to talk about was in the original too, but I saw this in the new version. So anyway, I just had to say that. Because I don't remember if this was true in the original, but I noticed when I watched the press conference and they asked, the Korean reporter asked Sun if Jin was one of the people, or was and Sun tells him that he died on the plane, or tells her that he died on the plane. After a long pause, I noticed that during that scene they cut to Jack and they cut to Sun looking at Jack. There's this long thing between the two of them. I hadn't really noticed it until I watched it after I watched this.
Yeah,
and then I noticed that there was that look, and I thought they were doing a little bit of foreshadowing about Sun blaming Jack, potentially. So yeah,
I think so.
It's possible that Jack thinks that and he's just wrong, but it led me to the idea that Jack's number 2 and Sun's gonna go with Widmore and try to hunt Jack down or something like that. It doesn't really make sense because it doesn't seem like Jack's that hard to get to. But that it made me think that if he really is number 2.
What did Sun say about what she was gonna do? I forget exactly. She's like, "There's 2 people responsible for my husband's death."
I think all she said was there's 2 people responsible and you're one of them to Pike. I don't think she said anything else about what she was going to do about that.
Yeah, that's the thing. I didn't get this. Yeah, that's the thing. I don't necessarily think she is going to necessarily do anything to Jack. I can't imagine her. What could she do? Sun. Yeah. What? Even if she found him, what is she going to do? Kill him?
Yeah, I guess.
She's not gonna go kill Jack. And why wait all this time? Why wait that long? If you're so upset about it, why? I don't think she's. I think this is. Jack is the second person that she blamed. I don't think she's gonna.
But it's not gonna get to that level.
No.
Okay.
Yeah, she might have, Sun's, maybe she's really creative. Maybe she has some other idea of revenge. I don't think it's going to be killing Jack, though.
Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Maybe Sun knows that Jack wants to get back to the island, and her revenge is going to be, helping Widmore to secure it and make sure no one else can get there or something. Maybe she's
trying to stop them.
she'll try to stop them or something, even though she needs to go back too.
Even though, yeah, I know, that's the thing. She better be included in all of you.
Mhm.
Although presumably her baby wouldn't be if Aaron isn't.
Yeah, I would imagine not.
Although maybe. I mean, it's slightly different since it was conceived on the island, as opposed to just showing up and being born there.
Yeah.
But it seems like either one could tie you to the island, potentially.
Yeah, I would say being conceived there is a big one, especially since being conceived and staying gets you killed.
Mhm.
But yeah, I would imagine that I could see Aaron, you know, just as he's older, I could see him not coming back to the island, but Sun going back with her baby.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, I can't imagine Sun would want to leave the baby behind.
Yeah.
You know, unless, you know, I don't know, unless she gets a Jinn apparition telling her.
Yeah, that's the thing, like, you know, as much as Kate loves Aaron, that's not her kid.
Yeah.
You know, so it's a little bit of a different thing. That is Jack's nephew. But with Sun, I feel like I would be surprised if they were like, you know, if Sun left without Ji on.
Yeah.
Even though she is with Grandma.
Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think she'd want to, you know, if the idea is they're going to go to the island and have to stay there, you know, I don't think she'd just want to not see the kid anymore.
Mhm.
So, unless she has good reason to believe, you know, that's a bad idea.
She doesn't.
Yeah, right. Okay, let's see. Hurley's insane, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I have a few ideas. Thanks, Ben. Oh, okay. So the big thing at the end here is, is that both that, you know, Locke's in the coffin and that they have to bring him also.
Mhm.
So any thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's pretty clear that the fact that they have to bring his body back to me means I feel like that's the future of the Locke character. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He's already dead. You know, if I feel like if him being dead isn't the end of his story, then they don't need to bring him back.
Right.
I don't think they're going to bring him back just to bury him on the island or, you know,
I hope not.
anything like that.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. And it also, you know, brings up that idea of, you know, if they have to bring Locke back and he's already dead, then, like, it's not about being alive. It's just about, like, your body being there on the island.
Yeah, which I think means, you know, we'll see his apparition, which, of course, raises the questions of, you know, what's the connection between bodies on the island and apparitions.
Yeah, so maybe that'll shed light on that if they bring Locke's body back, and maybe we'll get some better sense of what's going on there when that happens. But I totally agree that that's where we're headed. I mean, they're going to be doing to him exactly what happened to Christian Shepherd, presumably.
Yeah.
You know, taking his coffin to the island with his body in it, and I would guess he would become an apparition. I mean, I think Locke is a show long character. I don't think this is the end of him.
No, I think we'll probably see them get there, and I don't know how they're going to get there, but on a plane, however they get there, and they'll go open Locke's coffin, and he won't be in there when he gets to the island. Yeah,
that sounds exactly right. It will change Locke, though. I mean, if Locke becomes an apparition, that's going to be different. That's going to be.
It better be different.
What do I do? I'm an apparition.
He better change. Yeah, and I think it also helps the idea of Locke being Jacob, or some big connection between the two of them.
That's true. Yeah, they could go that way, but it just, you know, it'll just change the way I think about his character. He just can't be the same kind of character in my mind, even if he has the same personality. Just the idea that he's not.
Oh yeah. Oh no.
You know.
It's like Gandalf the White. You know.
Yeah,
it's like
exactly.
He's a new version, and he has different things going on.
Yeah.
abilities.
Yeah, and this is not what I thought was going to happen. I really didn't see Locke dying this early in the show.
No.
You know, that's pretty shocking to me.
Well, I guess we're more than halfway through the show at this point. But yeah,
that's the thing. I didn't think it would be. I mean, I thought if he died, I thought it'd be way at the very
yeah,
very
me
end.
too. Yeah, but I guess it's I guess they're just they've got their plan for him. I can't wait to see what it is.
Yeah, they're going another way with it. And the thing is, I feel like he's got to be in next season, right?
Oh yeah. Oh totally.
So what are they gonna do with him? Like, are they gonna I guess they can show some of the stuff he did before he died.
Yeah, I think we'll see. Yeah, we'll see his island stuff maybe before he actually leaves the island. But I think they're gonna. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do with that exactly. Because they got to come back at some point.
Yeah, and I don't think they're gonna get. I don't think they're gonna get to the island that fast. You know, where a significant portion of next season is going to be on the island.
I would imagine the season finale, the season 5 finale, is them getting back to the island.
Yeah, I agree.
That's as early as I would expect that.
Yeah. So if he's going to be on the show, he needs to be doing other stuff besides just being them taking his body and him becoming an apparition on the island.
Yeah, all they need to do is start the season back when Ben wakes up, and the island has just been moved, and then it can just progress from there. We see what Locke is doing on the island. We start seeing all the bad stuff. That's whatever the bad stuff is. The bad things that happened, and then Locke decides to leave and go. Because we got to see him get killed or die or whatever happens.
Right. Yeah. No, they'll have to explain that. Definitely, and what are the circumstances that brought him back, and how's he going about this? Oh, another question is, if we found out that Locke went to see Walt. Do you think Walt is included in this?
That has to come back?
Yeah.
I want to say no, because I didn't think Michael had to come back. I mean, obviously he died.
Yeah.
So I would think Walt doesn't have to come back. But they make it seem like he thinks his dad's alive, which would make him want to go try to maybe find the island to find his dad. So yeah,
somebody should really tell him before they all go to find his dad.
I know, before they get up there, before he gets to the island, and they're like, oh yeah, by the way, he's dead.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel they need to speak up at a certain point. Just in case this affects your future plans. Yeah, in case you want to weigh your options. Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Hurley knows that Michael was on the boat, right? Yeah. I mean, well, at the very least, Son at least could have confirmed that he was really there. Son knows. Desmond knew who they were around for a while. So yeah, they really should know. Unless everybody just kept quiet about it. They had that week, man. Yeah. Maybe we'll have an episode about what happened during that week. The whole week, just a lot of long conversations. Who found out what about what? Games of poker and Knights of McCutcheon. What was it? McCutcheon whiskey? McCutcheonson? McCutcheonson? What is it? McCutcheons. McCutcheons? Oh, okay. McCutcheon's like apostrophe S. Oh, McCutcheons. Possessive. Okay. Yeah. That's where the Son came from. McCutcheons. Yeah. Okay. You wanted to put an S, and you were right. Yeah, I just wanted to add an O in. Yeah, that was a little too much, but you were too much. You were there. So yeah, in terms of Walt, I don't know. What do you think about Walt? I don't know. Based on the show, I think it's a possibility, but based on the real world, I kind of feel like he won't be involved. What do you mean the real world? Just the outside world, the. Oh, you mean the production aspects of having his character be back? Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I just don't see them bringing Walt back as a big character.
Mm-hmm.
The writers, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess they could, they have the time thing going now, but I don't know. I just don't feel like they're going to do that. I could be wrong though. I feel like it's a possibility.
I just can't imagine what Walt would do, even if he even if he got to the island. What's he gonna do? He's gonna be like another.
If they're gonna develop the Walt story anymore, if they're gonna give us any more on that, then I guess they need Walt around at some point.
Yeah, they do.
And I do feel like they're gonna address it some more. At least I think they should.
I definitely think they should. I want to believe they will.
I was listening to some old Season 2 official Lost podcast today, and I was listening to the one that came right after the hunting party, and it was really weird to hear them talk, like knowing a shitload of what came afterwards. And hold on, sorry. Yeah, the call dropped. Good. Well, should I tell my story again or should I read news? I don't know. I feel like I want him to hear the story, so I'm gonna go read some news here. Let's see. Let's see.
I'm back.
Oh, I didn't find a story. Okay. Woo!
I'm back. You
okay.
know what's really funny? I just picked up my phone when you started talking because I was like, this is about the time my phone cuts out, and it was at 3:53:53, and I said, oh wow, I should tell him that my phone's about to drop, but then it went to 3:54, and I was like, oh, wow, look, and I didn't want to jinx it, and then it dropped.
That's so weird that it's specific like that.
Yeah, it is. Man, that is weird.
That's so baffling. I don't know. I'm baffled.
Well, that's why it's baffling.
Yeah.
It baffled you. Yeah, it was. Yeah, I'm like, why hasn't my phone, dropped yet? And and then I looked at it and I was just amazed that it went to 3:54.
Oh, wow.
So, all right.
Okay, so anyway, as I was trying to say, how much did you hear?
You might as well start from the beginning.
Okay, I'll start from the beginning. So earlier today, I was listening earlier to this very long day. It's about 6 in the morning when I did this.
Yeah, it must be.
I was listening to the official Lost podcast from season 2. There's an archive of them, and so I just. I thought I'd go listen to them, and it was kind of interesting to listen to them, knowing what they're going to do for a really long time in the future.
Yeah.
And see what how much what they're saying is sort of on target, and how much is kind of whatever. One of the things they said that really got to me, that really just sort of bugged me, was they said by the end of this season, you will know what happened to Walt when he was with the others. And I'm just like, you're lying. We never found out.
Yeah.
It's not true. Why are you saying that? What happened?
Maybe they were talking just about the Miss Clue scene and they made me take tests thing.
That was it?
That's all we found out.
Okay, all right.
Now, if they would have said you're gonna see what happens to Walt, that kind of thing, if we want to be nitpicky, in their grammar, but we didn't see it obviously. But we did find out generally what happened.
Very little though.
Very little. It's definitely not complete.
Yeah, from what they were saying, it sounded like we'd get a decent idea, besides just a few lines of dialogue, about what was going on. And even if we didn't see it, we could have got more than that. And so, I don't know. It was just, come on, guys. I don't know. It made me think that something happened and they kind of changed plans or had to do other stuff and didn't have time for it or something. And then they had to get Michael and Walt off the island, and so they weren't able to get to it.
How early was that podcast?
It was right after the hunting party.
Okay.
Which was, I think, episode 11.
Maybe that's why, I'm thinking maybe that's why they had the FAMP and the thatch door, that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they were really going to do more with that. And they were just like, well, we'll just leave it as this being all fake and blah, blah, blah. But maybe they were going to do more and show more about what was going on with Walt over there.
Yeah, I could see that. Actually, now that I remember, there was a spoiler for the episode. Whatever. I don't know what this means, but there was a spoiler, that it was like, scene by scene, just a description of everything that was supposed to have happened in the episode.
Which episode?
The season 2 finale.
Okay.
And it came out, and it in this spoiler, it had almost everything right. But I remember one place where it went off the rails. The fake hatch door was real. There was stuff in there. Yeah, that's the thing. That I kind of remember that too, hearing about that, and that's what I was just saying. Maybe it seems like, because we were talking earlier in the podcast about the fake door and why you go through all the trouble and all that kind of stuff. Yeah.
And maybe they went through all the trouble because it was supposed to be real.
They were going to do something with it.
And the easiest way to get out of that storyline was just to make it fake, and it still doesn't explain the horrible logo on the door, but
yeah, there's that.
Maybe by the time they were actually going to do the door, they changed the logo maybe because they realized
it wasn't going to be like that. Yeah,
something like that. But that's interesting because I would bet that the spoiler, those spoilers usually get it right. I mean,
they do.
It
makes me
think
that
up stuff.
Potentially the spoiler came from a script or something like that. Because I don't think it was filmed, but
yeah.
But yeah, like some real source that they really did intend to do something with that door at a certain point.
And what's funny is in the Mobisodes in the Room 23 we saw Walt's basically in the Hydra station, which is a total season 3 contraption. So I bet that kind of idea wasn't originally supposed to take place in the Hydra. It was going to be on the island somewhere.
Right. Yeah. In whatever that was supposed to be originally, maybe.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. That's yeah. I don't know what happened though. Like if some kind of story thing came up, or I don't know where they just didn't want to deal with that.
They didn't. Maybe it was too much for the show at the time to go down that road of his powers or something. Yeah, maybe so. But they've really put it off at this point. I mean, damn. I want to know if he still has powers. What can he do now? I mean, I would assume he does, but yeah. Yeah, I know. I kind of wish they, if they're going to bring him, they would do some, give us something. Yeah. Even if it's, not much, just a tiny thing or whatever. What else? Is this are we done with the recap? Well, I mean, that's the last scene. Do you have any more? I can't. I feel like we've kind of talked about the issues around this scene a lot already. Mhm. Like we've talked about the lock and whether it was a suicide or not, and who might have gotten to him and all that. Yeah, that's true. And I mean the new issues are the thing about bringing the body and. I guess the thing with Ben participating. Yeah, I think it's going to be weird if he helps them figure out a way to get to the island and he just sends them off on their way.
Yeah.
Knowing they're going to the place he probably really wants to go.
Right. Yeah, that would be weird. I feel like he ought to go, or ought to want to go at least.
Mhm.
And
you know what? Another thing, real quick, is to say when he said the island won't let you, like, at what point is he going to start saying Jacob, if that's appropriate to say?
Yeah.
You know, like, can't he tell Jack? Like, Jack already, obviously, at this point, just by what Ben is saying, knows that the island is crazy.
Yeah.
So why can't he mention Jacob and just say Jacob this, Jacob that?
I agree. Yeah. I don't know.
Because at this point, it should, you know, all the cards should be on the table.
Because we're assuming, I think rightly, that Jacob and the island are the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
As far as, you know, when they talk about, you know, the island wanting something, you know, the island as a conscious will is really just Jacob. And maybe they just, I don't know. It seems like he should be able to say that, yeah.
Yeah. Because the audience pretty much knows by now. I mean, it's not like anyone, you know, Jack. It's not like his mind will be blown.
Yeah. No. No, I think he can handle it.
Yeah. I think with his OxyContin, he's doing okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He can take anything now.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah.
Is it cotton or codon?
It's cotton.
Cotton. Oh, that's what it is.
No,
Cotton?
It's hard to say. Yeah, that's it.
Cotton.
Cotton. But it's cotton.
Yeah, I say cotton.
It's hard to say. I don't want to say it.
I don't want to say it or ingest it because the Lost Lowdown is drug free.
So just, I don't know, we're kind of like here at the end. There's this other thing I just want to bring up briefly. We talked about it a little earlier, but I want to maybe do a little bit more on it. The David Fury interview.
Okay.
All right. There's a couple of things from here I just want to address in a public forum. Let me see here. Yeah. Just, sorry, I need a second here.
To prepare.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I thought I would just remember, and now I'm having to kind of read what I'm looking at here. Oh.
Well, why don't I entertain everyone while you're...
I'm sorry. Yeah, we talked about that. We talked about that. All right. Now that I read this, there's only one thing I want to bring up.
Okay.
The question is, did Walt make the polar bear appear in special? And the answer from David Fury is, I'd certainly like to think so. That was the intent. But then, things have changed since my time.
Mm-hmm.
So, we talked about that earlier, the polar bear, the idea that, or maybe not earlier, maybe it was, I don't know when it was. We talked about it sometime. Anyway, I can't remember.
It's been a very long podcast.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm getting delirious. So anyway, they really, I think, stressed, at least made people wonder when the polar bear sort of attacked, and they had that comic book that I guess turned out to be Hurley's with the polar bear in it, and they showed Walt reading it, and it was sort of imply that maybe he had something to do with why the polar bear was there, and this interview makes it clear that they thought that too.
Yeah.
The writers had that in mind, and they just decided to explain the polar bears in a different way, and so so that just became not true anymore. And
or not as clear cut. I mean, he can still summon a polar bear, and there can be polar bears on the island.
Yeah.
Why not? I mean, I think, like you said, things have changed. Walt left the show. whatever they were going to even trying to do with that, they didn't even do anymore. So
yeah,
but yeah, I wonder what Carlton and Damon would say about that. You know, I wonder if they would really say, well, no, he didn't conjure the polar bear.
Mm-hmm.
It was there because of Dharma. Like, I don't even want to believe that. I want to believe, like David knows it to be true, that at the time, that's what they were going for, you know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'll just have them, you know, polar bears on the island because of Dharma and Walt conjuring a polar bear aren't mutually exclusive for me, so I can have, I'll believe both are true.
Okay.
And not think about it too much.
Fair enough. But I think, you know, it says to me that maybe the idea wasn't there. I mean, and reading the rest of this interview, you get the sense that, like, a lot of ideas that became big deals later weren't there. And
a lot of things that were big deals then, like, aren't necessarily the same now. And
cease to be, the same kind of thing. And I think something like Jack's dad, you know, when he appears in season 1, like, I don't think they really had in mind what they ended up doing with him at that point. And so that might really be the explanation for why he's portrayed very differently from the way he's portrayed now.
Yeah.
You know, just because they weren't thinking he's going to, you know, be the spokesman for Jacob and be doing all this other stuff, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
So that, you know, I don't think that's a good explanation, but I think it just might be it.
Yeah, it happens. I mean,
Another thing I wanted. Oh, sorry.
No, I was just going to say another thing, but it's just saying the same thing again.
Oh. Okay. You sure? You don't want to?
No, I was just saying, no, yeah, go ahead. This doesn't matter.
All right. Another thing I was going to bring up is something that, like, I've been obsessing about, not obsessing, but I don't know, a small part of my brain has been dedicated to this for a little while now. In the first episode of season 3, there's that scene, you know, Jack's in the little shark cage place, not cage, but what's the word? Aquarium?
Aquarium.
Yeah, anyway, that little room, he's locked in there. You know, and he goes to the intercom and he hears his dad's voice on the intercom say, "Let it go, Jack." I just wanted to say that now that his dad is, like, playing a role and just kind of going around doing stuff on the island, talking to people, you know, maybe that sort of barely, kind of, not really, but possibly fits into that.
I think, I think it fits in. I think it's one of the things where, you know, what they're doing now, they're lucky that it fits into some, you know, that, right, you know, they're lucky it fits and doesn't contradict it.
Right.
So I think they luck into that kind of working, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I think you're right.
I don't even want to believe that was really Christian or that he really took the time just to say that. And, like, why not appear to him and say that? He appeared to him before, you know.
Yeah. No, I agree. I don't think that was the intent at the time, but
it's just, like, yeah.
You know, it's been bugging me ever since. That was something that at the time I was like, whoa, and never really, I don't know. It ended up just seeming like, you know, they said he was delirious or he was hallucinating or something. And
he just needs to eat a nice sandwich.
Yeah, exactly. That was the problem. He was dehydrated and he needed a sandwich.
Yeah.
So that's, I don't know. But now that his dad is, like, playing this role, like, it just, it works a little better.
It does work better.
Than it did
Lucky
at the
them.
time. Lucky them indeed, yeah. If they had to be like somebody else, it just would suck. But
yeah. Or if Christian is like, I never told you anything, Jack, you know, like, it's, oh, really? Well, what was this? Or
yeah, exactly.
So, I guess since we're done with the recap, we can bring out our special guest. Surprise!
Hey. I'm sorry. I started talking over you.
That's all right. That's how we do it on the Lost Lowdown. Introduce yourself, special guest.
So, hey, it's Jen again. What'd I miss?
Not too much.
Nothing much.
I just ran out to the store and I came back and you guys looked like you were done.
Yeah. We finished up pretty quickly here.
Yeah, I got the lemons though that you wanted. So.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Well, now I can make lemonade.
Excellent. That's what the adage tells you to do. So yeah, hi, I'm back for a second time this season. It was really a pity decision. Claude and Justin wanted to let me have an opportunity to podcast about a good episode, although that's not really what we're going to do now because I guess the podcasting about the episode is over.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, you can definitely, I say, what do you think of the season 4 finale? Let's start there.
Oh my God, it was amazing, but I really thought we were going to find out the identity of the final Cylon. So I was a little disappointed.
I thought the final Cylon was in the casket.
Yeah,
but it's just Locke. Who cares?
Exactly. We already know that Locke is not the Cylon because of, well, I don't have to tell you. But suffice it to say, no, I did like it. I loved the way it started with the continuation of the scene that ended last season.
That was
I thought it was good. A lot of stuff I was wondering about was sort of fleshed out better. Obviously, it was cool to see the island move. There were some really hilarious scenes with Ben and Locke that I loved. They were really smug. Oh God, they did this very Lost thing in that scene where, I really wanted to watch the rest of the orientation video and find out what actually happened to the bunny.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, they're not gonna. I should have known that they'd do that, but it was cool. I know someone on the forum had said that they thought, I think it was a he, I don't remember who, but that he thought that we were going to see the orientation film, and I thought that was crazy. But, I sort of have a history of thinking that theories sound really crazy, and then they end up happening, and more than just that, I end up finding out that, everybody thinks that. When I first read on your forum, because the Lost Lowdown is really the only place I think I'm the only person associated with who, listening to the podcast or, between the two of you who never looks at anything other than the Lost Lowdown, because I hate spoilers and I want to go in completely cold when I watch a thing. So
that forum
anyway.
is PLLD.net.
Yeah, that's right.
The only place to be, says Jen.
Yeah, I get a quarter every time I say that. Soon I'll
you do? I only get a nickel.
Yeah,
I don't get anything.
Well,
we need to renegotiate the deal here. We got to call our sponsor.
I drive a hard bargain. What can I say? I'm a good negotiator.
Well, you bring in all the big female demographic, so
Yeah. I know that's a big demographic for you guys.
Yeah, we got to get the women.
No, you've got some very loyal female listeners.
No, they only listen to your parts, though.
Right. Well, why would they? Yeah, it's the whole Sex and the City phenomenon.
Yeah.
Would women be interested in anything other than the most debasing female stereotypes?
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, but what I was going to say about this fact about me that I don't ever look at stuff other than you guys is that I don't really realize that things are more
widely accepted.
Yeah, exactly. Like Michael being the man on the boat. When I read that on your blog, I was like, that's crazy. And of course, obvious. It was just something that, because I don't spend the whole, this is anathema. All of your listeners are going to be like, why does she get the podcast? And I don't, because I don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about the show. Except when I'm talking to you guys. So.
Yeah. Well, everyone has.
I do. It's sort of, it brings my office together. It gives us something to talk about other than work, because nobody wants to talk about or do work when they're at work.
No.
So it's actually really depressing, though, because, now the season is over for a long time, and Battlestar Galactica is also winding down, and so I'm not going to have anything to talk about at work anymore. So I'm going to go back and re-listen to all the old LLDs, and I'm going to just talk back at you guys as if you can hear me on these past recordings. And
I think that's the way to do it.
You should do your own commentary track.
Oh, that is a good idea.
And then people can listen to that on top of the podcast.
That would be good. You know what it would sound a lot like? It would be like me saying, like, just, oh, God, I just want to shake you guys. Don't you remember when the phone broke?
Mm-hmm,
you know,
exactly.
Do
you remember when the phone broke? Seriously?
No, but Vicky told me.
Yeah, Vicky H told us all.
Because, like, I'm going to watch the season again, but I do not remember the phone breaking.
No, I don't either. But, okay, so that's a bad example, and you called me out on it.
No, it wasn't so much that I called you out as that I was really impressed if you actually remembered it. I wanted you to describe it to me, because, like, I'm going to have to comb through the season to find that scene.
No, I did recognize Horace immediately. I don't know if that was a thing with you. You asked me at one point, right after that episode, if I recognized Horace.
When he shows up in Locke
yeah,
Dreams?
chopping the wood. Which I thought was kind of a crazy question because I thought, but then again, I didn't really get that it was Michael on the boat until it became painfully clear. So anyway, so there are other things like that, like the orientation video. But or beta, whatever it is, the orientation tape. But no, but I didn't know the phone thing, but there are other things, and it's usually really subtle stuff that neither of you can remember, and oftentimes you remember like 20 minutes later, and you're like, oh, wait a second, yeah, and then I feel vindicated. Sometimes I just want to like pause it and call you and just dream.
You know, the longer the show goes, the harder it is to remember everything that happened and be able to instantly call up some tiny line of dialogue from some obscure episode of season 1 or 2 or whatever. So
yeah, I have a very strange memory. I have a not a great memory for most things, but then sometimes I'll just, something that will really stick in my head. So anyway, I thought it was a good episode. I'm excited.
What's your favorite moment of the episode?
Oh God! Wow. Of the
or top 3, or you don't have to narrow it down.
Yeah, I don't know. I really loved when Ben was like, Ben like sat locked down and was like, watch this, and he starts loading up all this stuff into that hatch. It was cool.
Give him a little sippy cup.
Yeah, it was cool seeing Ben put on the parka and then get his arm hurt. Because it sort of placed us there. It wasn't really my favorite thing. Sawyer was in top form this episode. He was great. He's been getting really great. I think he's a great character. One thing about him that I want to point out is, in the episode earlier, I'm so bad. I don't remember the name of the episode.
I'll tell you.
Oh, something nice back home. I know you will. No, I think it's...
I don't even try to remember stuff like that. That's Justin's territory.
Yeah, I don't... I was... When you asked this question, Claude, I thought you were going to ask me to rank my episodes. And I was like, oh, shit, I should have done that before we started.
No, I wouldn't ask that.
If anybody wants to see rankings of my own and others, they can go to TLD.net. It's on there.
Cha-ching.
So, yeah.
Yeah, but I get nothing. God damn it.
Right. You don't get anything.
You should stop plugging it.
I really should.
You know what?
I was just trying to be helpful. Shame on me.
I'll give you my quarter from earlier, but don't spend it all in one place.
All right.
I will not share my nickel.
Of course not.
Yeah. Oh, right. So I think it was Something Nice Back Home, the episode where we see the flash forward with Jack and Kate.
Mm-hmm.
And Jack says, I'm sure you guys already talked about this. I apologize for the redundancy.
We did. I know what you're going to say.
Okay, well then I won't.
No, but go ahead. Say it. Tell us your thoughts.
No, go ahead.
No,
I don't know what you're going to say.
I was just going to say that, he says in this big dramatic, Sawyer decided to stay behind, and so a lot of us were talking about what it would mean for Sawyer, like why would Sawyer choose to stay on the island, and we had hypothesized that maybe he was going to stay behind, and because if not everyone could leave, then he would stay behind and try to protect them or help them or whatever. But as it turns out, he really didn't choose to stay behind, as you see when he jumps out of the helicopter, so that, it can safely, presumably, it can safely land on the freighter and then come back for him and everybody else.
Yeah, we talked about that. That was Justin. That's exactly what Justin. That was his point of view.
And
too,
it may or may not have been influenced by what you said to me.
Oh,
yeah, I think we did. We had a conversation about this.
Have we located the origin of that idea?
Maybe.
It's so hard to tell,
I told Justin.
That too, actually.
Like I told Justin, to me, I still consider it a decision for him to make because I think first and foremost we know that of most of the people there, he really doesn't want to leave the island. He told Kate that, like, what does he have to go back to?
Yeah.
I think he may have been thinking that the freighter would come back for him, but I think to take that chance is really to say, I'm taking a chance of never leaving the island because, this is the first time that they've been off, and Jack could have jumped out, other people could have jumped out if it was sort of like, I'll just, I'm willing to risk staying behind, but no one else was really willing to risk that. So I consider it him.
Yeah, no, that's true. It definitely, he decided to do it, but I thought, especially based on when he finally gets back to the island, he swims back to the island and he sees Juliet there with the bottle, and he's like, "Are you celebrating?" And then he just, like, when he turns around, he sees the smoke, his face just falls. And so I think that he probably does think he's gonna get to escape nonetheless.
But he's gonna what?
That he will get off the island. I do think he thinks he's gonna get off the island.
Why do you think that?
I mean, I know that he says in the beginning when he goes with Locke that, there ain't nothing for me to go back to, but I don't know. Okay, all right. Well, I'm gonna let this drop because I agree with you, but I also just don't think that the way Jack left it really set us up for the reality.
Exactly. Well, that's the thing. We talked about that too. Is that Jack was drunk and upset. And he was probably over exaggerating and oversimplifying. When he was yelling at Kate, he chose to stay behind. Because obviously, when we saw it, it wasn't really that clear cut. He was making a sacrifice for the people on the helicopter, as well as making the choice to stay behind. Not necessarily indefinitely, but I don't think he's going to get off the island at any point.
Oh, I hope he does. Yeah, I was really worried that Desmond was going to die, and I know that's silly because his story really wasn't over, and so they shouldn't kill him. But I was really worried that he was going to die. I'm also worried that Sawyer will never get off the island because I really.
Well, what does he got? I mean, in terms of the show, why does he need to get off the island?
I don't know. Why not? The island sucks.
Because he loves the island, as many bananas as you can eat.
He does have that kid. That could be a reason for him to get off.
But he's got no connection to the kid, nor to the woman, nor to the baby's mama.
Yeah.
It's not like he loves her really. I mean, it was a con.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right.
No, I think he did care about her, and he felt guilty about the fact that he conned her. I thought that was the point of that episode.
Has he really been pining for her for the last?
I don't know about all that, but
that's what I mean. Like I don't see it's like Penny and Desmond where they obviously have this intense love and connection, and nothing's gonna stop the two of them. I don't see Sawyer really getting off, especially since everyone else is coming back to the island. Like
right.
I did wonder if Sawyer is included in this group of people that isn't supposed to leave, if that's if that's just everybody that was on the plane or whatever.
Yeah, it's weird because he doesn't seem to have the same sort of connection to the island that some of the other people do. Like Hurley with the numbers.
Yeah, I think for Sawyer though, I think his experience on the island, I think, we can see a dramatic change in his personality and sort of his motives, and like he's more selfless now, and he's not hoarding things, and I think his island sort of made him become pretty much the best person he could be, and I think he realizes that. I don't see him wanting to ever leave.
Yeah, maybe not.
But I agree. The baby and Clementine and Mae West or whatever their names are.
Cassidy. Close enough.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that is a reason for him to want to leave, but I don't think that'll be what makes him leave. Especially if Kate comes back, you know.
Well,
I think Kate should come back. I think he and Kate should be together, and Jack and Juliet should be together.
So I can't wait to see.
Is that for Juliet or for Jack?
Well, I don't know. Just a part of me, and I know this is horrible, but part of me sort of wants Juliet to die.
Thank you, Jen, for joining us on the podcast. It's been very fun.
No, I know.
You can leave now.
It's a horrible thing to say.
You want Juliet to die?
Well, I think it might be good.
For whom?
Me, the viewer.
Are you just tired of her character?
Sorta, yeah.
Yeah, I kind of see that. I mean, I think she was a lot more exciting last season than she has been this season.
You know what will make me even more tired of her character?
What?
If she becomes romantically involved with Sawyer.
Oh yeah, her and Sawyer. I hope they don't do that.
Yeah, that'd be weird. I can't really imagine that.
But I do agree that the Kate and Sawyer are a better match. Maybe they can just hole up on the island together. Because what is going to happen? Well, I want to pose this question, but don't answer it because the answer is huge. What on earth would happen that would cause Kate? Because this is one of the big questions of the next season. That would cause Kate to take her baby, break her parole, and go back to an island that she doesn't want to go back to. Like an island where, by all, evidence, terrible shit happens on.
Yeah, probably the most traumatic experience of her life, landing on that island.
Yeah. Exactly.
I think they're going to realize. Wait. Oh, you're not finished posing the question?
Yeah, just because that's a huge question. But so hang on with that, and okay. I just want to say this, and then that I want to hear your answer to that, I guess. But one thing is, if they're coming back to the island, the two of Kate and Aaron to stay, because they're coming back to the island and they're never going to go back. And maybe they could just live in a little one of the barracks with Sawyer, and I don't know. Anyway, so what's your answer to the question?
Well, first I want to say, as Justin and I talked about earlier, I don't think Aaron's coming back to the island. Our sort of interpretation of Kate's dream when Claire comes and says, "Don't you dare take him back." I think Aaron doesn't need to go back to the island. So I think that's going to alleviate that problem, and obviously it'll be, she will be concerned about his safety, if she realizes that too and doesn't want to, she knows she has to go back, but she's going to leave him, and that's obviously an issue. But generally speaking, I think, I don't think he's going to go back, so I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Okay. Well, I thought he was going to be the new Dalai Lama, but I mean the new Jacob.
Same thing.
The new Vincent, perhaps. I haven't seen him in a while. Yeah, where's Vincent? We haven't seen him in a while.
Who knows? Did he get off or not? Probably not.
We didn't see him.
Since he wasn't one of the
I seriously doubt that they would prioritize
unless he went with Penny and Desmond, but I don't think that's true.
No.
He's off solving island mysteries.
Yeah.
I think he and Smokey are hanging out.
Yeah, that must be.
Yeah.
That you reminded me. There was a couple general season 4 things I wanted to quickly mention. First of all, I have liked Sawyer this season. He didn't get a flashback, but he's been a pretty good character. And I also liked Hurley a lot better.
A flash forward.
What?
A flash forward.
Well, yeah, an episode. I also liked Hurley a lot better this season than
and the two of them together
in previous seasons. He just, I don't know, he was taking part in more interesting plots, and he got better stuff to do. I don't know, he had a better season than he has in the past. So that's something I'm looking over the season, that from getting the premiere to participating in that scheme to capture the Saeed and Kate when they went over there to get Charlotte and finding going to find the cabin and being one of those Oceanic 6, getting all those flash forward bits, and I don't know, it's been pretty good.
Yeah, I agree with that. They were both good this season. I thought that this season was definitely stronger than season 3. but I was thinking about some of the really crazy, incredible stuff that happens in season 3, and there wasn't like when Ben rolls in. This is at the end of a super shitty episode. I think maybe the tattoo episode where Ben rolls into television and shows the like World Series tape.
Oh no, that's the Glass Ballerina.
Oh yeah.
Episode 2.
I podcasted that one. I should have remembered. Also the scene with Juliet and the tape that she's supposed to be showing him.
Juliet,
that's the Cost of Living episode.
Yeah,
5.
when Juliet shows Jack the tape, that was one of the best moments of the season, definitely.
Yeah, there was a couple more, but I'm blanking. They were just really amazing sequences. And I felt like there wasn't. I don't know. Maybe it's just because in comparison with the rest of the episodes, the really remarkable scenes in this season didn't seem as remarkable because the whole episodes were a lot better. Maybe
this whole season I think was better overall than I think most of the previous seasons, and so things don't stand out as much because I think the quality was overall higher.
Yeah, so I guess that's really what I think.
Yeah, it was a lot of action. They were really embroiled with getting off the island from the beginning to the end.
Right.
So.
Yeah, there was never a period where all the characters are kind of settled. Mm-hmm. There was always something going on with at least one of the groups, often, more than one of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, I enjoyed the stuff on the freighter and the stuff in the other show. The beach was the most boring place to be this season.
The beach is so season.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the appendectomy was very exciting.
Okay, I forgot about how much you love that appendectomy.
Yeah, I can't stop talking about it. Although I did really like the scene in this episode where Sawyer says, "You cut yourself shaving, Doc." Do you guys like my Sawyer impression? It's almost as good as my Christopher Walken.
I like your Sawyer. Yeah, your Sawyer is good.
Yeah. Anyway, and he says, "No, Juliet took out my appendix a couple of days ago." And Sawyer's like, "Huh?" He thought he was just making a crack and that there wasn't going to be much of a remark in response, but no, he blew him away.
Yeah.
But yeah, that appendectomy whole thing was just pathetic. That wasn't this episode though.
No. No, that was something nice back home.
You know who I really, God, you're, wow. I feel like I'm talking to Lostpedia.
Maybe you are.
Yikes. You're the human face of Lostpedia.
Lostpedia has become intelligent and aware.
Do you know what I would love to see next season? And maybe we will, and maybe you guys, maybe this is another thing, like Michael being the man on the boat, where everybody already knows the answer to this, but I would love to see Ensign Rolaren play a bigger part next season.
Right? You don't cast
Admiral Kane.
You don't cast Michelle Forbes unless you're gonna use her.
I know, God. And her voice.
I feel like, I don't know what they're gonna do. She's just an oceanic representative, but I feel like she's especially in sci-fi world, she's a pretty big name, and I don't see them casting her for that one, scene or whatever.
Yeah, but what about old what's his name from the freighter and Zoe Bell? Oh, that guy.
Fisher Stevens.
The guy who plays he had a couple episodes at least.
Yeah, I think Michelle Forbes does have a greater cachet than him, but oh God, she's amazing and scary.
Well, I think now that we've seen the whole season, they did just cast her for that one thing. I mean, they could use her in the future, but I think especially now that I see that, doesn't seem that Oceanic Airlines really has anything to do with anything, at least so far. Like I could see them not using her.
If Widmore owns Oceanic, which I think he does, then
all right.
Then maybe we'll get to see some more of that.
All right.
Unless she was just hanging out in Hawaii and they're like, hey, you want to shoot? You got a couple hours? You want to shoot some scenes? Maybe. But I just would still expect that they would do something else with that.
Yeah. Do you guys want to hear some more of my harebrained theories?
Oh, please.
Yes, please.
I think that Sun is going to kill Widmore. And
Yowza.
Yeah,
we had a extended discussion about that scene. Neither of our interpretations had that in it.
Yeah, that's what makes it a patented Jen.
Well, okay, we've got to. I got to ask this question, Jen. The line that was the point of contention for this episode was when Sun says, "As you know, we're not the only ones who left the island."
Yeah.
My interpretation is that she was implying that Widmore has been on the island before.
Oh, really? It's not that Desmond left the island too?
That was Justin's interpretation, that it was Jen or Locke or
the non-oceanic people who left the island.
I guess I have to stop assuming that your opinions would be, very different.
Yeah. No.
We didn't talk about this one though, so
no,
this was independent innovation.
Yeah,
I see.
I was joking. That was what we in the business call a joke.
Oh,
at
really?
any rate, barely a joke. I think. I don't know. I mean, I haven't read all the message boards, but I think that was about Desmond, and I think maybe.
I actually didn't think that was about Desmond.
We didn't even mention Desmond.
I actually thought it was about Ben or Locke. I mean, in general, I thought it was about the non-oceanic 6 people who got off the island. But I really didn't think Desmond would be an issue for him. Like, does he want? You think he wants to kill Desmond or something? We actually had a conversation about that because of that line that Jack says that. Don't let him find you or whatever. We came to the conclusion that it's actually don't let find you, as in don't let them find you. Just
the classic him versus
Yeah.
They're not. You're not supposed to be in that cage.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, right. Wait, let me clarify. Let me clarify. I don't just mean Desmond. I also mean. Like all the non-oceanic 6 people.
What would be her point in saying that?
I don't know. I guess.
All right.
I guess if she also wants to kill Ben, or if she somehow whatever she wants out of it, I guess she would be willing to do whatever she could to help him.
Do you think she would sacrifice potentially Desmond or other people who have gotten off the island or something like that, just to what? Revenge for Jen's death?
Yeah, or maybe she thinks that Jen is still alive. I do.
I don't see Sun. I see Sun as being, ambitious and motivated. I don't see her being murderous and really being. I don't think they're going there with her character. Yeah, I just don't see her gonna plot to kill any of the major characters or even be a part of that. I think that'd be surprising.
Not Ben. Not even Ben.
Not even Ben. I mean,
really?
First of all, she's not going to kill Ben. I mean, he's not going to, that would be futile to her even try. Not that she knows that, but. Ben's not dying anytime soon.
Right.
Yeah, I don't really think it's about murder for her. I think maybe she does think Jen's still alive and she wants to get to the island or something like that.
Yeah.
If anybody, we were talking about the second person she blames is most likely Jack, and I still don't even think that it's just killing someone else isn't going to bring Jen back. I think whatever she's doing.
I bet at some point in this coming season we're going to hear that line.
What line?
Killing Jack is not going to bring Jen back.
Oh.
They do say that sometimes.
Yeah.
You mean all television and
Yeah.
movies?
Yeah, I mean that's if anybody goes on a revenge thing, it comes down to that at some point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Then they kill him anyway.
Mhm.
And then they realize that it really didn't bring the satisfaction that they thought, and they have an existential crisis. And then one day,
and then they both feel guilty about what they did and the original thing that they took revenge for.
Right, exactly. We should
write
a
screenplay. Or lose-lose.
That's what I like to call a double whammy.
Oh my God! Yeah, you and the president. Sorry, of the
That's
United
right. We share
States.
a lot of phrases, me and the president.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mission accomplished.
Yeah. Stay the course.
You like to say that all the time. Just stay the course. Yeah.
Mission accomplished. Do you think if the mission was accomplished, it'd be over?
Yeah. Did you hear somebody? Dana Perino, I guess for you foreign listeners, the White House press secretary for now, said she was asked about that banner, the Mission Accomplished banner, and said that it was probably a poor choice of banners, but what it was supposed to mean was that this particular mission by this particular aircraft carrier had been accomplished.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I think, first of all, that's a little bit of revisionist.
Is that a retcon?
Right, it's a retcon, yes. But, I don't mind a retcon on a television show, but when it has to do with, the lives of tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, depending on whose statistics you listen to, innocent people dying under, sorry, I'll get off my soapbox before I even finish that.
Well, that's the political lowdown.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't want to anger any of your listeners. I don't know what their makeup is like. I know they're all good people, regardless of who they're planning to vote for.
In Lost, we're all sans politics.
Okay. So anyway. No, I'm not going to say so anyway. No more. No say any. So anyways. In the
Moving right along.
Yeah, that's
right. None of that either. So what's next?
All
right. Well.
So
what
wait.
else?
Let me just clear. You think that Widmore's you think Sun's going to kill Widmore?
No, not really. I don't know.
Oh.
I was just going to try to give you a string of crazy.
You weren't serious about that.
It seriously could happen.
Okay. What would killing Widmore do?
I don't know. It would be awesome. I'm pretty sure that.
What would it do? It would be awesome. Well, that's it. All right.
Right. Well, it would function as an awesome story. That's it. That's all.
Here's a quick question. Do you think Widmore and Ben are each other's constants?
Oh God, I hope not. I saw that. I saw that on the thing, and I really hope not, because that just it turns my stomach to think that they might.
I don't know why I don't like it. I just don't like it.
I don't like it either. I don't like that. There's a few reasons I don't like it. First of all, it's just there's something, like you said,
number one.
Yeah, there's something inexplicably repugnant about the idea.
I agree.
But two, I don't want that to be the reason why he can't kill him. I want there to be some better reason.
Yeah.
But God, there's so much, and I feel like I'm so uneducated on this, and you guys are going to start asking me questions, and I'm going to start floundering.
We have 100 questions each to ask you. So,
right. Well, the thing is that when the two other podcasts that we did, first of all, I took notes and I watched them with Justin, and also there was at least there were at least limits to what I could be expected to have something knowledgeable to say about. Basically the episode. Just talk about the episode. And now it's sort of the whole series. Anyway, I'm getting a little nervous.
Is it sort of like the more you have to talk about, the less you can think of stuff to talk about?
Yeah, I just need a little.
It's like a comprehensive test at the end of the semester versus
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Or like if instead of giving you an exam at the end of a semester, they just sat you down and said, "Okay, tell me everything you learned."
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. My if I could just quickly add to the constant thing, I just don't think it's going to turn out to be, this whole thing about everybody there's just constants left and right, and Jack is Juliet's constant, and Ben is Widmore's constant, and it's just all about everybody having constants and lots of time travel all over the place. I just don't think it's going to be like that. I think the constant thing served its function in that episode, and it might come back, but I don't think it's going to come back in a major way if it comes
because
back.
if it does, if they do that, then what's to stop them from starting to do that to explain a whole bunch of other stuff?
Yeah.
And I don't want that.
Constant is a slippery slope.
I had a sort of funny moment earlier today. I guess I've been sort of thinking about the podcast and doing it for a while, and so it's been sort of seeping into my thoughts. But I had this sort of highbrow, lowbrow moment earlier when I was thinking about the movie La Jetée, or the short Chris Marker film La Jetée. Claude, did you have to watch this in art school?
I've seen it. I'm a film school buff, guys.
I know,
so,
I know.
Yeah.
I knew that about you. I also went to art.
If I could
explain La Jetée.
If I could just say something about it real quick for those of you who aren't familiar with it, it's.
I was gonna explain it, but go ahead.
Oh, sorry. All right. I thought you were just gonna say something about it, and I just wanted to introduce it. But go ahead.
No, please. You introduce it, and then I'll.
All right. So it's an older movie. It consists of still images and voiceover, and it formed the basis for the movie 12 Monkeys. The plot is very similar, although since it's just still images and it's very short, there's a lot less details and there's a lot of extra stuff in 12 Monkeys. But that's basically what the inspiration for that movie was. So if you've seen that, you get the idea of what the basic story is.
It's way better than 12 Monkeys. I just want to throw that in. But it's also like 26 minutes long. And everything Justin said, I agree with. It's the French filmmaker Chris Marker, and everybody who goes to art school has to watch it. And I think it's actually amazing, as most people who have gone to art school think. It's pretty much drilled into your head. But anyway, there is a time travel paradox aspect to it. So basically, I was just thinking about this earlier because of thinking about time travel and Lost. And anyway, the thing is that basically the protagonist, as it were, is haunted by this still image, this memory of this moment of a woman turning on a jetty at what is the airport in Paris, or something or other? Anyway, at the Paris airport, and in the end, it turns out that she's turning and looking at the protagonist getting killed, and so it's this whole thing where the first image you talk about turns out to be the protagonist's death, which happens in the end.
Spoiler alert!
Yeah.
Wow.
I just realized, you're totally ruining the ending. If anybody hasn't seen either that or
Yeah. Well, now you just ruined 12 Monkeys.
And I love shouting spoiler alert after you say the spoiler alert.
Yeah.
It's really nice.
I love it. It's pretty much my favorite thing to do. Anyway,
besides spoilers themselves, huh?
Yeah, right. I don't really know why I brought this up, but there you have it.
But in your defense, they're both very old, so I think it's fair game to spoil them at this point.
Is there a statute of limitations on that?
I think there is, yeah. I think it's fair to say, what the outcome of some Greek tragedy is at this point,
I don't want to know what happens to Romeo and Juliet, I don't want it spoiled.
Mm-hmm.
So don't tell me.
I agree, or I want to agree with that, especially since I just did this. But I did once get really angry at my roommate for telling me how, actually this happens a lot, so it happens a lot where something that has completely entered the zeitgeist and everybody knows, I've somehow managed to not find out, and then, because she considers it common knowledge, she'll sort of mention it, like how the second to last Harry Potter book ends a couple years after it came out. And also the ending of $1 Million Baby. So those are both examples of things that really anybody who's not living in the jungles should know, but somehow I didn't, and I got pretty indignant. So if there's anyone like that with Legite or 12 Monkeys, who cares?
Yeah.
You can send your hate mail to, was it the Lost Lowdown?
You know what? But in defense of something, I don't know. I think both films, especially 12 Monkeys, which I've seen more, it really doesn't depend on that revelation.
No, it doesn't.
Really
it's definitely not Legite. The thing about Legite is that that it's really admired for its style, and it's all still photographs except for one really short video clip of a woman blinking, the central woman in the story, which is I gotta say it's way cooler than a black and white film where you see one girl wearing a red cloak. Yeah, a little Schindler's List, Justin's most hated film of all time.
What? Why do you say that?
Oh, nothing.
I really have no idea what you're talking about. Is it known that I hate Schindler's List?
Well, I thought it was known by me that you were harboring a resentment of the film.
Okay, let me be clear about what my resentment is. Just for the record. The movie's great. I'd have no problem with the movie. I mean, it's very depressing, obviously, but it's well made. It's well done. I have no criticism of the movie itself. Here's my problem with Schindler's List. They showed it on network TV, uncensored.
Oh, here we go.
Sorry,
Claude. Sorry, listeners.
No, continue. I remember this, but I forget the details.
And that just bugs me. On the grounds that it really happened, and therefore it's okay. Actually, it wasn't uncensored. I found out they censored one thing. You want to guess what that is? The
Nudity.
Sex scene.
Yeah.
That's what they censored. Everything else was left in as is.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and to be clear, Justin's objection to this was not that he thought it should have been censored exactly, but rather that other stuff does get censored when it's shown on network television, and why should this be different just because it really happened?
Yeah, I just don't think an exception should be made. Either censor it or allow other fictional movies to be shown uncensored.
There's this. I know some of there's a section on the Lowdown .net where
TLLD.net. You mean if you're talking about the forum?
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. I put in T and it shows up.
I see. Well, see, not everybody can do that, so I just wanted to.
Yeah, well, that's why you guys are here.
Yeah.
No, but anyway, there was a section where your listeners were talking about other podcasts they listen to, and so I know from that some people listen to the Ricky Gervais Show, which is a hilarious podcast, and there's this whole thing they do called the Cinema Police, or you can put it into YouTube and listen to it. But they're talking about how obnoxious it is going to a movie and people eating popcorn and being loud. And they make this big deal about how when Schindler's List was shown, theaters, at least in England or London, wouldn't allow the selling of popcorn to people who were going to see Schindler's List.
Wow.
Because of the noise. And obviously the response to that was, you shouldn't allow, they were saying, you shouldn't allow people to eat popcorn in any movie because it's loud and it's really obnoxious and it ruins everyone's
and it gets stuck in your teeth.
And it gets in your teeth, and it's really, really fattening.
Mm-hmm.
So.
It's weird. It's weird when organizations or whatever make these weird sort of arbitrary exceptions to things. Schindler's List is a great film or whatever, but it's interesting. I hadn't heard that about when they were showing it in England, but that's weird.
Yeah.
I wish they would institute. I know Justin would agree. Institute a no laughing policy when they show older films and older films in theaters, retrospectives or whatever.
Repertory.
Modern audiences are awful when it comes to watching old films because they just laugh at things that aren't funny. It's really weird.
Yeah. We just saw The Shining. and people laughed and laughed and laughed the whole time. And I was looking through the New Yorker, and I always look and see what's showing in repertory. And 2001 and Eraserhead are both showing this coming weekend in repertory here. But I know that if I went to see either one, it would be just such an obnoxious experience of people laughing the whole time.
I saw 2001 and funny. Yeah, I saw 2001. Like an old style theater, and they were showing it, and it wasn't that bad. There really isn't a whole bunch to laugh at, especially since a lot of the movie is just like shots of the spaceship and things like that. But yeah, there were definitely parts where people were laughing, and it ruins the whole point of going to see those shows in the theater.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when we went to see The Shining, I was standing around outside, and people were coming out of the theater, and I overheard this conversation that made me so angry. This one guy turns to the guy he's walking with, and he's like, "That was amazing. Wasn't that just amazing?" And he was like, "Yeah, The Exorcist is showing next weekend. We should go see that." Yeah. I love seeing these classic old movies that are just really incredible films, because then you see them again and you just laugh and laugh.
What?
And I wanted to just shake the fool.
Wow.
And yeah, it was ridiculous, because I sort of assumed that the people who would laugh in a movie like that didn't really have any reverence for the film itself, or else they wouldn't laugh, because it's really not a funny movie. There's a couple of funny moments that are intentionally funny, but really it's a terrifying movie.
Yeah.
So anyway, people. I guess the moral of the story is that people are jerks, except of course for all your wonderful listeners.
Yes, our listeners are not jerks.
Right, not jerks.
Unless they laugh in movie theaters when it's inappropriate. Yeah. Then our hands are tied.
Yeah, but I encourage all of you to go onto YouTube and put in the Ricky Gervais Show Cinema Police, because it's really funny. It's short and hilarious. So.
Well, speaking of Lost,
only a slight tangent there.
I somehow forgot that we were podcasting, even though I was still addressing the listeners.
Wow.
I guess maybe what really happened was I forgot that we were podcasting about Lost.
The clinical term is the podcast effect, and really it's you forget, you're podcasting, but it's so like regular conversation you just sort of forget.
Interesting.
Yeah, I did my what?
Did you coin that term?
I did. It was the subject of my thesis.
Ah, okay.
Yeah.
I think was it published? Because I think I saw that at the bookstore.
Oh, did you? Yeah, it's published.
Okay.
Online. Oh. Why was that a joke?
I don't know. But I think it clearly was.
Yeah, of course. So, all right, season 4, season 3. All right, let's rank the seasons. How about we do that? I feel like season 1, I really don't ever want to rank that, because it's the first season. It's like
completely different.
It's the basis for the whole show. But in terms of 2, 3, and 4, I think I like 4 better than 2 and 3. I would probably say 4 and 2 are very close, with 3 being an also close third. Or a close second, maybe.
I think they're all tied for second place.
You think they're all tied for second place?
No, so we're not allowed to. Okay, well, without breaking the rules, I'm just going to say that number 1 is the first season. So we'll set that aside.
Okay.
And so then I think for me it goes 4, followed closely by 2, and then there's a massive gulf, and then 3.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So.
Justin?
I think, it's it's a mixed bag. For season 1 is, I agree, it stands out. Season 1 to me is like, that was a time in the show when I think the show satisfied, like, on a character level, that at this point, for a long time, I don't think it really has to me. Like, I'm really
this season, I thought it came back a little bit.
Somewhat, but it's still not. It doesn't have that season 1 like intensity on a character level.
Yeah, it's
you know?
true. And that happened a couple of times in season 3, you know, with Juliet's flashbacks, with Ben's flashback with the Purge.
Mhm.
I think
those were good character-wise.
Yeah, but you know, I think that's really what the purpose of season 1 was for, is to say, okay, these are the characters, this is their crap they got, you know, that they've been through, these are who they are, and then they can, you know, basically build off of that plot-wise and do, you know, you can't, you know, all the action that we have in season 4 wouldn't be as interesting if we didn't really know these characters, you know, and really know what they're capable of, and, you know, like that kind of thing, so.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it'd be interesting to see them do more character stuff. But I mean, we really know most there is to know about most of the people, I think.
You
know, what more do you need to know about Jack? You know.
Oh God, nothing.
You know, like,
it's not that I want to learn, but it's just like the character moments. I don't know. We're more sad. Like they still do those now. They're just they don't really get to me like they do like the season 1.
Yeah. Because they're just adding to what you already know.
Yeah, that's the thing. And you know, if you take a broad view, if you really think of the show as just one big thing, you know, then it becomes sort of like ranking chapters of a novel or something like. You know, it's sort of not really what you should do because it's, you know, different parts of it have different functions, and so like you said, I mean, there, you know, if you read a book, there are parts that are about that thing and parts about action and plot development, and so we've kind of hit that point, and so it's not fair. So anyway, but season 1, it's weird to watch, but I'd probably put that number 1 still, and then after that, season 4. And then I think 2 and 3. I think 2 and 3 for me are tied. They have their relative merits and non-merits, and I think it evens out for me. Those are on the level.
Yeah. Well, I would add to put my cards on the table that season 3 was the first season that I watched episode to episode, week to week, instead of just sitting down and watching the whole season in a couple of days. And so it was a really different watching experience for me, and so it was shocking. Also, I thought that there was a lot of just not as good storylines in it. There was a lot of stuff that I was just kind of tired of seeing, that we kept seeing.
They spend too much time, Jack and, you know, Kate and Sawyer, I think spend too much time being captive. Like that whole little thing of, okay, you know, Kate, you know, Jack, at a certain point, you know, Jack is, you know, well, actually the whole time Jack was, you know, separated, and Kate and Sawyer were in their separate cages, and that their whole thing, and then Kate escapes, but no, get back in, and then like it was just like, what are you guys doing here? You know, like I think they kind of wasted a lot of, at least those two characters, Kate and Sawyer. They didn't really have a lot to do while they were basically waiting around for Jack to finish up the surgery. You know.
Well, they got to, you know.
Well, they got to do it, which is the only thing they had. What else are they going to do?
Right, nothing else to do.
Well, they were bored. They were building that runway.
Oh, that's right. They were put to work. The runway to nowhere.
I'm sure that's going to come into play real soon here.
I'm waiting for it.
I am waiting for it. Any day now. Well, I wanted to add that I thought that the season 3 finale was really amazing, and that I thought that it was better than the season 4 finale.
You thought the season 3 finale was better than the season 4 finale?
I did. Yeah.
Interesting.
I can see that on a character level. I mean, the season 3 finale was like, it was all, you know, the flash forward at least was all just these character moments, and then like a revelation at the end. But there wasn't really, you know, it wasn't as packed as this year was.
Yeah, but also Walt showing up.
You know, and I think to me, I did get sort of pulled into it more, but I don't know. There were other things that I liked better about this year's. So
this year's I thought was really good. For some reason, I didn't feel like the cliffhanger this year was as extreme as it usually is. Did you guys feel that way?
Well, I think I would agree, because you just don't. What is a cliffhanger? I mean, except for you know they're going back to the island, and you know the island has moved. That's it. There's no real like. you're waiting to figure out what happens next. You just don't even know.
Yeah, they didn't leave it, and the introduction of a new storytelling device. Like, it's hard to beat that, you know.
Yeah, that was a game changer.
Yeah.
I mean, that really changed the game.
I guess that the big cliffhanger is what's going to happen on the island now. Like, what are these terrible things that happened? How does Locke get killed? Are any of the people on the freighter alive?
Nobody cares about those questions.
What's going to happen now that Locke is supposedly in charge of the others?
Very bad things.
Apparently, more specifically, you know, what's going on with Sun and Widmore? So those are the things.
That's the thing. It seems like a lot of mini cliffhangers.
Yeah, they're just like little things. They're not like exactly.
Like huge bomb thing.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. I need to go back and watch season 3 again.
Yeah.
I didn't get a chance to watch it before season 4, so it's been a while.
I like some of the on-island stuff, especially the stuff with the radio tower and then like calling back to the beach where they were, you know, where they blew up the others, and then Jen and Bernard and the other guy.
Saeed.
The other guy. You got Bernard, but you couldn't get Saeed.
I'm sorry, I forgot who the third person was. Anyway, yeah. I thought that plot was just kind of flat. It didn't really.
Yeah.
It didn't really do much for me. The Charlie's plot was pretty good. It was better, I think.
It was nice. You know what was nice about that though was Sawyer
Charlie
killing
dying.
Tom. What?
Oh, I was going to say Charlie dying.
No. The good part of that whole beach ambush thing was
I think the best part of the beach ambush was I mean, Hurley coming in, Saeed doing the, you know, killing a guy with his feet.
With his feet, that was.
I mean, that was the best part of that.
Yeah.
No, I really thought it was when you know, when Tom's like begging for his life and Sawyer just shoots him. And says, you know, that's for taking the kid off the boat. And Hurley's like, you know, dude, why'd you do that? He was surrendering. I didn't believe him. Because there's no reason to. I thought that was brilliant. I thought it was good.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Sawyer saying that's for taking the kid off the boat, you know, I thought that was pretty good, too. You know, it's not, you know, the reason to kill Tom, but, you know, it's the reason to kill Tom. You know, I like that Sawyer cares that much about what happened to Walt to kill this guy for it. You know what I mean?
And it was amazing because it's not like that. This is for blowing up our raft and nearly killing us.
Mhm.
You know, and it's just sort of like, oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, I mean, that was the thing. Tom was kind of a cuddly, nice guy through most of the season, so it was pretty easy to forget that he had a pretty, you know, violent past.
Yeah.
Right, and
on
also
the show.
it became easy for me to think in that scene for just a split second, because there's not a whole lot of time to think before the scene resolves itself. But you think like, well, maybe he'll let him live and we'll see more of him. Because yeah, he had been sort of a good guy the whole season. But yeah, I mean, the Tom with the beard and he used to be a very scary guy.
He was the face of the others for a little while.
He was. He was a very intimidating face of the others. And it really, even though it had been a long time for the viewer since the season 1 finale with the raft, it really hadn't been very long for Sawyer. So
yeah.
Anyway. So yeah.
All right. Well,
yeah, I mean, I can agree. The resolution of it was good, but just in general, I don't know. It just kind of played out, and it was just like whatever. I got more into the regular, like, you know, shuffling around and getting on the helicopter and all that stuff. That was the equivalent for this year.
Mhm.
You know, like, I don't know, that was more engaging to me.
Mhm.
Yeah, and the stakes were bigger. It's you know, it's the Lockies getting off the island, you know.
Yeah, that's true. It was a big event.
Well, it was weird because this episode, I mean, I guess this was destined to happen because of what has been happening this season, which is that we're sort of burning the candle at both ends. And so we ended up meeting in the middle, where we started out this finale by seeing the continuation of the episode that last season ended on, which has been this thing that's just been hanging over us. And then it ended with seeing the man in the coffin. Who was in the coffin again? Michael? Was it Michael in the coffin? Who was in the coffin? Walt?
Locke.
Yeah. I remember.
For just in case you were serious, that is just it.
I was slightly worried for a second there.
Yeah.
I thought maybe by in the coffin you meant on the boat, and anyway.
Right. And we were back to square one.
Yeah.
No, I was kidding. It was in fact a joke.
Okay.
But
The jokes are unpredictable.
They really are. I'm gonna have to try to stop making them.
We need a warning sign.
A joke
before
alert.
You make a joke alert.
Oh my god. Yeah. So I guess what I was trying to say was it was sort of inevitable because of the way the story's been told this season that there wouldn't be a huge cliffhanger because all season we've been working our way toward last season's cliffhanger.
Yeah, that's true. It is different because we're not at this point in the story, especially this season, we're not venturing into new territory so much as like trying to fill in gaps. And that's it feels different when you're watching.
That's what I was trying to say.
That's what you were trying to say?
Yeah, sorry. I was speaking French. I don't know.
All right, well, here's the question. What do you think is going to happen in season 5?
Oh, dear.
Go.
Me?
Yeah. I know what Justin thinks.
You're the extra special guest.
Oh, I am extra special, aren't I? I don't know. I mean, I guess in general what's going to happen, we're going to see Jack and I guess also Sun maybe separately, and Saeed and Hurley trying to get back to the island. I mean, I guess that's what everybody knows the next season's going to be about.
Well, what do you think? Any ideas on what the bad things, why do the 6 or the 5, depending on whether Aaron needs to come back or not, why do they need to come back? What are the bad things that's happened? You got any thoughts on that stuff?
Yeah, no, that is a good question.
Thank you.
That's the question. No, I mean, I don't know. I think that's the really big question mark for next season. That and how are they going to get back to the island? But yeah, I mean, it seems like it must be some sort of island oriented. No, I mean, it seems to me kind of clear that it's somehow the island responding to these people leaving by inflicting bad things or making bad things happen. Because there's not really any other third party there anymore that would do that, because we're not going to see the others terrorizing the survivors anymore. I mean, that is so over. And, not only that,
Locke is the others.
Well, right, exactly.
I mean, now.
Yeah, exactly. So, I think it's possible that there's still going to be, I don't know, maybe the island is angry with whatever Charlotte and Faraday and Miles are doing. Or, I don't know. I really don't know. So there.
Well,
I have no idea.
I'm very glad I asked. Well, I'll catch you up on my little
tell me what you think.
Somewhat crazy theory
Did you guys
in terms of what's going
that?
on. Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you're a little late. No. My little theory is that since we know that Ben basically, after he turns the frozen donkey wheel, winds up in 2005, the desert in 2005.
Wheel? Did you say donkey wheel?
Yeah, that was the code name for this scene, the frozen donkey wheel, and sort of referencing the big wheel that's frozen that Ben has to push.
Yeah, I don't get the donkey thing though.
I don't know either.
It's a Damon and Carlton thing to call it.
Yeah.
That, so
it makes as much sense as any other things they say.
In previous finales they always code name one of the scenes, usually one of the bigger scenes. Last year the fact that it was a flash forward was the rattlesnake in the mailbox.
Oh.
So that gives you an idea of what to, that's what they do. They come
not
up
very
with,
yeah. They're not obviously logical.
It's supposed to be silly, but the weird thing about this year is that it kind of tells you something about it without, because I actually heard it was called the Frozen Donkey Wheel before I saw the episode, and it never occurred to me it would be like kind of literal.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't think donkeys were actually supposed to like move the wheel.
No.
Right.
Maybe it's the kind of wheel that is on some sort of cart that donkeys traditionally
Yeah, maybe
pull.
like the rides where you ride on a donkey and they just ride around in circles like with little kids.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's what they had in mind, but not like
that.
Not this wheel,
Yeah.
Right, this wheel was never used in that way. Okay, I'm sorry for interrupting. Please continue.
Oh, no. So my little idea was that we know Ben basically time travels and gets sent a little bit ahead to the future. Something in the island also will be in that timeline, too. And what the show is going to do is, because there's sort of a gap there between where we leave off in the present and where Ben is, where the flash forwards kind of start. And they can just sort of skip ahead if they, in terms of the island timeline, if they just bring the island in the same timeline as Ben. That's my big idea for next season. That's, I think, the big revelation we'll probably find out, very soon, probably the first episode.
That's good. I like that. That sounds good. I'll buy that. Why not?
All right. Well, it costs $500. You can send me a check or money order.
Okay.
I don't accept PayPal.
No?
No.
I only pay with PayPal.
Well, PayPal charges to. I don't like their fee structure.
Sounds like your problem.
I know, right?
Yeah, Justin, what do you think is going to happen?
Oh, it sounded to me like Claude earlier was saying he knew what my theory was for next season, and I'm not sure I remember. Do you know what my theory is?
No, I don't. Did you have a theory?
I thought you were saying earlier that I had a theory.
Did I say that?
I thought you did. Maybe I'm wrong. I guess I'm wrong. If you don't know what my theory is.
No, I think I was saying. I don't remember what I said exactly. I think I know what you're talking about. I don't remember what I said, but I didn't mean to imply you had a theory. So I think I said we talked about this before.
Yeah, but I thought you were saying specifically that I had a theory. I don't know. I don't think I really do. I mean, your theory I think could be true or not. I think it's decent. It's reasonable. But maybe not. I mean, maybe it'll just transport to some other location and they'll either fill in the gaps. They'll show us something, or just tell us what happened if nothing happened for that period of time between, when the island gets moved and when Ben wakes up in the desert.
They could pull another other 48 days.
Yeah, so they could do something like that. Yeah, just a highlights kind of thing, the big things that happens. But in general, yeah, I mean, it seems clear it's really going to be about the thing. I just don't quite get is how they're going to structure the show. Like, is it gonna like alternate between stories about people on the island? We're gonna get like a Sawyer episode, and then it'll go to Jack, like back in the real world. And if it's someone back in the real world, what are they gonna do with them? Like, are they gonna if they're in the real world in the present?
See, that's why I like my theory, because it doesn't have that problem of not only switching between off-island and island stories, but different timelines too.
Yeah.
I would be surprised if they did that, because that's pretty convoluted to have the audience keep up with. It's one thing to have obviously present time and flashbacks and flash forwards, but like to have it where it's you have the island stuff that could potentially be still in, the regular timeline. Then, Ben and Saeed or whatever they're doing, later in 2005. And then, of course, Jack and those guys maybe trying to get back to the island. And then having flash forwards or flashbacks per episode, That would be crazy. That would be a lot going on.
Well, I think even if your theory is true, like some of that, I mean, you take away the timeline shifting, but like you still have the problem of having the story like really located in very different, places from week to week potentially.
Well, but see, that's the thing. I think what's going to happen is if here's the thing, if the island moves to the same time as when 2005, whatever that, it's like later in the year, 2005, after they rescue or whatever, I think, Locke can very soon after leave the island. The bad things that can happen, like they don't have to spend that much time dealing with the island stuff if they move the island ahead, to 2005. So Locke can leave very soon after, the bad things happen, however long, he waits to leave after the bad things start happening, and we don't have to spend a lot of time between off-island and island, so they can just get it back to more, the traditional structure of, sort of one main kind of focus in location and time, coupled with flashbacks or flash forwards.
But I just, will we just not see Sawyer, like, all season? Or just in, like, 1 or 2 episodes when they're showing the island or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, it obviously depends on what's going on. I could see, I think next season is going to be about them getting back to the island, so I think most of the focus is going to be on that. I think it's going to be on what Sun is doing, Sun and Widmore, whatever they're going to be teaming up to do, more about what Ben and Sayid are doing, specifically, maybe seeing more kills or more, I'm sure Sayid's going to try to figure out who killed Nadia, or what that, he knows the guy who killed her, but I mean, the reasons behind it. And the big thing is, the biggest thing I think is going to be the, Jack and the gang trying to get back. So, I don't think there's going to be a lot of room for Sawyer mucking about on the island, unless he's, what is he going to, I guess is he like the new leader of the Losties on the island? Maybe him and Juliet or something?
How many Losties? First of all, I think
there's
you're
not a lot.
Right.
Oh, and you know what else? There's the Dan and Charlotte and Miles thing. Like they're probably going to be addressed, and they're on the island, so they'll at least, probably have to go to the island for that stuff.
I think what's going to happen on the island is going to work in concert with what's going on off of the island.
Okay, but they're going to have to switch, like somehow, would they?
They're going to have to switch the same way they did in season 3 when we were on the Hydra Island, dealing with that stuff, and then we would go back to the regular, It's not the best, but I think it's more muddled if the 2 locations are in 2 different time periods.
Well, yeah. Then it's just
then
more
things
like
don't even have direct effects,
Yeah. Okay. But for for the people who are in the real world, if it's a Sayid episode, like what's going to happen? Like, is he going to get? Are they just going to give him? I just don't see that they can do more flash forwards. Like, I feel like that's going to get out of control.
At a certain point, at a certain point, they can't do flash forwards because it'll be. I think I would be surprised if we don't see a lot of flash forwards next season. There's a lot. I think there could be a lot going on without them, but I don't know. I don't know how they're going to handle that.
Yeah, because I just I feel like they went to flash forwards partially because they ran out of flashbacks, and so I don't think they're going to just go to flashbacks again. Mm-hmm. But flash forwards are getting too far ahead, and it just seems like I don't see them abandoning the device altogether. I don't know.
Well, see, that's the thing. At this point, it's interesting to think about the way they've kind of structured it. The first sort of flash forward was, of course, the season 3 finale, and now with this finale, season 4, they've sort of caught up, to the flash forward. So they could stop doing them. You know what I mean? They've sort of used that device, and it's all cyclical. It all makes sense, and it's there's no sort of loose ends in terms of that. And they could just bring everybody up to date and keep everyone on the same timeline and just tell current stories about them, what's going on.
With no flashbacks or flash forwards, you're saying?
Potentially with no flashbacks or flash. Now, obviously, it's a big staple of Lost to have that, and I think they can still do flashbacks of certain things.
Yeah,
but
there's room for some.
Yeah, and there's other people, too, who need flashbacks more than others.
We could get some Faraday, Miles, Charlotte flashbacks, which would be cool.
Yeah,
but
they all barely got one.
But, and it was like barely is the operative word. But I that's sort of what I'm thinking, that it's going to be the Oceanic Six trying to get back, and Miles, Charlotte, and Daniel doing whatever it is that they're going to do, and hopefully some of whatever is awaiting Locke.
Do you think that Dan, last we saw of Dan, he was in the middle of the boat, in the middle of the water on the boat. So you think he went with the island?
I do. I think that he and the freighter both went with the island.
Oh, you think the freighter?
Yeah.
The freighter that blew up?
Yeah.
You think the wreckage of the freighter went with the island?
I do.
Oh, that's interesting. What would be the that's
I thought it was crazy. Someone else suggested this, and I thought it was crazy.
What would be the point of that?
So that Jin can turn out to be alive.
Oh,
that's
like
my prediction. Because otherwise, even if he is alive, like, how is he going to stay alive?
Even if he is alive, he's dead. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
Not if Miles finds him in the boat.
Oh, you mean Dan, of course.
I'm sorry, I totally mean Dan.
Right.
Yeah, there's always that. But then they're kind of stranded, and we talked about that. I think we talked about the idea that the freighter was inside the barrier.
Yeah.
Right,
and if that's true, then I could definitely see the wreckage.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I can't. Yeah, that it's. I don't think that's true that the freighter went with them, but I do believe it was inside the barrier, and whatever was inside the barrier went with the island. So I'll give it that.
Okay.
It would just be weird to me to I would even imagine Jin just shows up and they don't even say anything.
They don't even say anything.
That would make me really angry. But if that happens,
it's just like,
happens,
hey,
then
dude,
you'll have to assume that. I think you'd have to assume that it went with the island.
Yeah, but that's the thing. It's like, at what point is the barrier? What's the shape of the barrier? Because if this freighter sinks to the bottom of the ocean, which
I
is,
know the answer to that. I can tell you.
Yes, please. We're listening.
It extends just as far into the freighter as it needs to get him and nobody else.
Oh, okay.
No, I mean, who knows?
It's got a gin-shaped lump right at the end of it?
Yes, that's exactly right.
Okay.
Well, that's the thing. I would imagine I could even buy that gin, presumably, swimming to the surface and being on the top of, the water, as opposed, gets transported, as opposed to the freighter wreckage, which sinks to the bottom of the ocean, which could be very, very far depending on where they are. I wouldn't want to buy that the freighter really comes with it, because at a certain point it's so far down that, is the barrier really that, that
Well,
deep?
the thing is, I think that effectively it won't matter if the wreckage came or not, because it'll be sunk
exactly.
and we won't see it. So,
I don't think we'll even see the wreckage. That's what I was saying about Jin just kind of showing up.
All right. So,
what else about Lost?
Yeah, I'm not going to say anything about moving on. What else about this? I think that some people on the forums suggested, or at least one person suggested, what if this whole thing with Harold Perrineau getting so angry about his character being killed was in fact a ruse? And I hesitate to bring this up, one, because I imagine you already talked about it, and two, because Justin and I have had this conversation ad nauseum.
I don't think we did bring up that idea, actually.
We didn't bring it. We talked about the fact that he was upset that his character was dead. We didn't bring up the fact that it could be a ruse. I don't think it's a ruse at all.
I don't think it's a ruse
because
either.
I think his contract is up, and I think if they were really going to have him back next season, then they would have renegotiated his contract. I just don't see him doing an independent interview, lambasting the show and almost saying that they're racist. And that's a ruse.
I think more than almost. I think absolutely saying that. Well,
but he didn't say it, but.
Well, he all but said it. I think that it's pretty bad business to do that, for one.
It's pretty what?
It's bad business for an actor to do what he did, I think. And, you know, basically your character gets written off the show and you start lambasting them and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. That's what makes me think he's really upset, because I think, you know, I agree. I wouldn't expect an actor to just do that, but I think he seems really upset about the fact that he did, you know, sort of, you know, come back on the show just to be killed off, and not only just to be killed off, but to have really no redemption.
Well, okay, I disagree with that. I think that his death was redemptive.
By whom? I mean, in terms of, like, the characters on the show, which are the people, you know, he's trying to redeem himself. You know, he wants those people to know that he came back to help them.
Right.
And the only people who really know that were obviously the people on the freighter. And to me, like we talked about earlier, there was nothing from Sun or Jin saying, you know, we understand what you did, or thank you for coming back, or thank you for, or, you know, no, like, you know, he made the first step, obviously, the big step by doing this, trying to redeem himself, but no one else, I think, you know, on the other side of it, sort of validated his attempts.
Well, regardless of whether his attempts were validated, I think that they're validated by the viewer. You know.
Well, I think the viewer.
And I do think I put this on the forum, but I do think that at some point we'll get some big dramatic scene where somehow Walt finds out, or is told by one of them, that his dad died, you know, trying to save the people on the freighter. The problem with this argument that his death wasn't redemptive is that I think it was as redemptive as it could have been. Like, he really complicated his storyline by telling Walt about killing Ana Lucia and Libby, and that now the only thing he could do to redeem himself basically is die trying to save the survivors who he sold out. And, you know, and it could have been better. It could have been a lot better.
I don't really feel like he was redeemed, because I don't feel like the people that matters. See, the viewer, to me, you know, Michael doesn't care about the viewers. You know, he doesn't obviously know about them. He needs to be redeemed and you know, validated by the people that he's coming back to, and for his character.
Validation are different things. You know, redemption is not redeeming yourself while other people are watching. You know,
well, but it's like if you make a transgression against someone and you apologize and they don't even acknowledge your apology, do you really feel like, you know, your apology was worth it, or you were redeemed? I mean, in my opinion, no. If they're not going to validate your apology in terms of acknowledging it or it really mattering, I mean, what did Michael really do that was so great? I mean, he was there, he was sort of instrumental, he was the man on the boat, that kind of helped information-wise. But he came up with the idea to buy them some time, which was great. But I think I think they really could have nailed home his redemption, and you know, for what he did. I think they could have made it bigger, and at least have someone else acknowledge and say, you know, thank you for this, or you know, even with Jen, you know, like I was saying earlier, you know, Jen and Michael were fairly good friends, and you know, they're potentially both about to die. You know, that's all the C4 here, and they don't even have sort of, to me, a really, you know, satisfying goodbye. You know.
Yeah, but you know, Michael tells him, you know, go. There's nothing you can do. Just get away from here. But I think that there's a difference between a human redemption, you know, like being forgiven by a person who you have transgressed against, and then like a sort of a larger idea of redemption, and a more of a spiritual redemption. And I think that is definitely something they're going for, because really the real complication of the redemption is not that no one said, like, you know, none of the characters said to him, you know, you're doing good by us, you're like making up for this. It's that when he got on the boat, it was not really to help the survivors, it was so that he could die.
Yeah, on the subject of general of redemption, I think the idea of doing something good only for its own sake, and not just to obtain the forgiveness of people you've wronged, or you know, or to you know, make up, you know, just literally for something you did. Like the idea of just doing something good for its own sake, and you know, having that, you know, sort of counterbalance something bad you did, like, I think that's a valid thing to do and a redemptive thing to do. You know, like giving charity anonymously or something like that.
Mhm. Yeah, I mean, obviously that kind of thing depends on the person, you know. But I think, to me in general, I just don't feel like he was really redeemed because, I mean, I would say, you know, like you said, you know, if you know, spiritually or the sort of, you know, conceptually redeemed. Yeah, I agree with that. But to me, it just wasn't satisfying that that his actions just weren't, you know, no one, because to me it was about the people. He was there. He wasn't there to sort of, to me, rescue, you know, help them because that's the right thing to do, so much as these are specifically the people he, you know, fucked over, and he killed 2 of them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Those are the, to me, that's who he needs to get forgiveness from, not just sort of in general for doing it. I feel like I just wanted someone to acknowledge that what he was doing and why he was doing it. Right. And, you know, the only people who were there were Desmond and Sun and Jen. And I just, you know, just for someone to acknowledge, yeah, Michael, you know, just for Michael's own sake, because to me, I think he felt like he died in, you know, maybe in vain. I mean, he knows he helped them, but but to me, if I feel guilty about something and I go out of my way to make it up to the person and I never get acknowledgement, whether they even recognize that what I did, I may be redeemed in a general sense, but just personally, I wouldn't have closure. I wouldn't necessarily feel like that made up for it.
Okay, well, I'll buy that quite possibly his character died without closure, but I would point out that you know, that he wanted to die and he tried to blow up the freighter much earlier. And, you know, if he really did not care about trying to redeem himself by saving these people's lives, when they walked in there and saw that C4, he would have just let it blow up. He wouldn't have tried to help, you know, freeze the battery and, you know. Well,
that's the thing. That's a different situation because he was told what to do. He was following orders. You know, he was told to initiate that bomb, and that's, you know, Jake, you know, you won't be able to, you know, you can't kill yourself. You know, he was so depressed. Yeah, he was trying to kill himself before. And of course, I think, you know, in terms of a small character arc, I think he did sort of, you know, found a new reason to live, and, you know, in terms of helping these people as much as he could.
Right.
But that's the thing, you know.
That's redemptive.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I'm not saying he got no redemption. I'm just saying, on a personal level, I don't think he got it, and I think that's part of the reason why Harold is upset. And I think, you know, maybe if it was either some sort of acknowledgement or a bigger sort of obvious helping, you know, that he would have done to them. That's a bad grammar, but then I would be more satisfied. But as it stands, I'm just really not that satisfied with it.
I can see that. I'll also add to that I thought that Michael was one of the best characters on the show. So it's sad to see him go. It's also really sad to, and Justin, you may have already said this because I know that you said this, and I completely agree with it, that it's sad for an actor who's obviously invested in the show and his character on the show to be killed off because so many of the actors on the show just apparently do not care about the show at all.
Mhm.
So that's kind of sad. But I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I do think he's dead. But I just want to.
Oh yeah, I think he's dead.
Yeah, I definitely think
thought about
he's dead.
this conspiracy theory that's floating around. It's funny because somebody posted a YouTube clip from the Comic-Con last year where they brought him back, and it's hard to imagine how he went from being that guy at Comic-Con last year to being this guy who's so angry, and you know.
Well, that's I think it illustrates the whole problem here is that they were, you know, oh, Michael's back, and they put him on this platform as if he was going to be this big thing in season 4. And it really wasn't, you know, like it really wasn't, and it didn't really come down to much. And I agree with him that, you know, it is shitty that he didn't get to end up with Walt, you know, and I hope they can, you know, do something with the Walt character, you know, so that they can sort of not ignore the fact that they aren't together.
No, I think that there'll be something. I think there'll be some big dramatic scene where, where he gets to find out that, that Michael died trying to save them, and that's got to happen. If that doesn't happen, then the series will be very remiss in not doing it.
And if we ever see that scene and Hurley or someone tells Walt, his dad died, trying to save them, and even I could see them saying he was a hero, dude. Then to me, there's what I want. I just want the acknowledgement of Michael's contribution.
I think we'll get that. I think absolutely we'll get that, because one of the huge themes of the first 2 seasons was Michael's desperate desire to be reunited with his son, and to get his son back into his life, and that's basically the story of Michael. Everything he does is about Walt and about protecting or maintaining custody of him, or whatever it is. At all points in the story, it's all about that.
And the fact that they don't end up together is sort of that part that it's just a tragic ending. Obviously, it would be like if Jack never had closure with his father. Like if he just dies before that or something like that.
I mean, and I think that his I don't know whether Jack's going to get closure with his father. But I think it would be more like if Penny and Desmond never, if Desmond
exactly. Like
died,
if Penny and Desmond never got to reunite. But they're white, so they get to.
Right. Yeah.
Says Harold.
Says Harold, right. Yeah, that scene, speaking of Desmond, if he had died on that raft, that scene was shockingly like when Ethan tried to kill Charlie. I was just waiting for Jack to start just like pounding on his chest in a very uncomfortably manner.
Jack, I'm alive. Please quit hitting me.
Why are you hitting me? Jack, he's gone. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, that was weird. Just give up. It's over. And then he survives.
Yeah.
Glad I didn't listen to Kate on that one.
Yeah, she was wrong.
So, what else we got to talk about here?
I don't know. Are we trying to make it to 20 hours? Is that good?
I think we want to do a 48-hour podcast.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah,
do you guys mind if I go to sleep during that?
No, there's no sleeping.
I talk in my sleep. Does that change it?
As long as you have interesting things to say.
Almost always.
Okay, well, go to sleep then.
All right, sleep.
All right.
But I do need you to sing me a lullaby. I can't fall asleep without lullabies.
Yeah, there's no lullabies in the Lost Lowdown.
All right, well, never mind then. I guess I'll have to stay awake.
Let's talk about. There's not much to say, but the alternate endings with Sawyer in the casket and Desmond in the casket.
Yeah. And Bela Lugosi in the casket.
And the final Cylon in the casket.
The final Cylon, yeah, perfect.
I was just thinking about that. I mean, obviously that was just, to throw people off or whatever, but
right.
I don't know. Anything to say about what if it was Sawyer or Desmond?
I think it would have been a better psych out if they had shot Michael in the casket. And, I don't know, somebody else who makes more sense. I don't think that either of those people makes any sense.
Yeah, it is weird that I feel like they ought to have known that Michael was such a popular theory, but...
I thought that that's what everybody thought.
Yeah.
Maybe Michael wasn't there to shoot it because he was done with his stuff by then.
Yeah,
They couldn't have him on in Hawaii anymore, wherever they shot this.
Yeah. I think that scene might have been in L.A.
Yeah, probably.
I could be wrong about that, but I think it might be. I know the scene with Widmore and Son was in London.
Yeah.
They actually shot that in London?
Yeah, the actor who plays Widmore is in this like play, and so he can't go to Hawaii, and so they
Ugly Betty the musical.
So that's no, it's called Spamalot. Anyway,
wait, he's not really in Spamalot, is he?
Yeah.
That's funny.
He is.
Okay.
They did that with the Ben Widmore scene too. They just flew a few people, and I guess got a crew there, and obviously Sun, the actress who plays her, they flew over. So yeah.
Yeah, I think I read it was just like the actress who plays Sun and like one of the producers or something.
Yeah.
It was and then I think they just used the local crew.
Yeah.
To actually shoot it.
Very interesting.
It's a long way to go.
I learned so much talking to you guys.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, they needed him enough to kind of go out of their way a bit.
Justin, does Jen know about the idea of why the Black Rock is in the middle of the island?
Oh, I don't think I told her that.
But do you think that the last time the island moved, it moved to on top of the Black Rock?
All right, you just
not at all.
The theory.
I just what?
Congratulations, you just guessed the theory.
Was that really that was really what you were?
That's exactly it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I got that theory from Lost Cast. I didn't think of it, but you just thought of it by yourself. Way to go.
A friend of mine thought of it actually.
Oh, really?
He told me. Yeah.
All right.
Did a friend of yours is they wanted to host on Lost Cast?
Yeah. Wait, Jack and Jay?
No.
Both of them.
No.
Sorry.
There's so many things wrong with that.
Really?
2 things actually, but
that's a lot. What are they? Just
well,
now.
it's Jay and Jack.
Okay, but it's the same thing, right? It's the same. If I could.
Well, and then Lost Cat, Jay and Jack they have the Lost podcast with Jay and Jack. Lost Cats are totally different people.
I don't need the whole thing.
You what?
Nothing.
What did you say?
Nothing.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, all right. So, no, quite obviously, my friend is not a host of any Lost podcast, because why would I be friends with anyone who hosted a Lost podcast?
I know, right? Because they'd be too cool for you to hang out with, right?
Exactly.
Or too cool to hang out with you. Just kidding.
Yeah, no, I've heard that. I don't know if I think it's true. It makes sense.
I was trying to envision the ending with Desmond or Sawyer in the coffin and how that would have played. That would have. It didn't really make any sense, but it would have been. I don't know. It would have been surprised. Either one of them would have surprised me. It would have been like, wow, what's Sawyer doing, and in the real world, and like, what happened to Desmond that he's in this like obscure, funeral home and no one cares about him, and like both of them,
Penny doesn't come and all that, and like
yeah, they both like why doesn't Kate want to go to Sawyer's funeral? Like they raised all these questions, and I thought it could have been kind of interesting if they went down those roads.
Yeah.
With this episode and with Locke, and it makes more sense for it to be Locke, but I don't know. I tried to like think of what the show would be like if they went with one of those, and it's kind of, I don't know. It's a fun little thought experiment for you guys to try at home. That reminds me, I meant to say this earlier and I forgot. Now I want to say it. I have a little experiment. I want everyone to try this.
Do I know this experiment?
Yes, you do.
Oh my God.
Yes, you do. I just want to invite everyone to do this. So, I mean, it's up to you sort of how to implement it, but the basic idea is somehow keep track, either write down or put it in a computer, or, do what you will, but note down a date and a time and a location. Okay, so date, time, location, and then just, keep it, right? And the idea is that if you ever obtain access to time travel technology where you can go into the past, you will go to that date and that location and you know, that way you can figure out if you'll ever. So basically, the thing I did, which was just to write it down for a few minutes from that time that I wrote it down, and the location where I was in right then. That's probably the one of the fun things you can do with this, and then you can just simply wait and see if you show up where you are. And that'll give you some kind of, way of testing if you ever have access to time travel technology. So everybody, give it a shot, see if it works. Anybody, let me know if it works.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I mean, we were talking about that. If you really want to remember that date and time, to get a tattoo, or something where you would always know if you ever have access to time travel, this is the time and place you should go back and visit yourself, or.
Yeah.
And I think making it like sooner than later, I think makes more sense, because if you just say, 2 years from now at the top of whatever play, you might not be there, yourself, so.
That's the problem, yeah.
Yeah, so, but I think a good test is to make it very soon after, you do the thing. Because it shouldn't matter in the future when you pick.
It shouldn't. And I did it. I did not show up, so I'm guessing I'll just never.
And there's all kinds of reasons why not. It could be illegal to time travel if they ever invented or perfected. There's all kinds of things. But yeah, it's a pretty cool test. Just to it's a cool way just to test it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See what
I actually tested this already. But I put it in my iCal. Does that count?
As long as you have your iCal whenever time travel is invented.
Hold on.
Yeah.
What's an iCal?
Oh,
it's a calendar program for Apple computers.
It's a Mac thing,
Cal, like C-A-L, not like C-O-W.
My iCal. No, but shit, that reminds me, I have to go milk my iCal.
You milk it and it gives you iPod.
Yeah.
Instead of milk.
Well, you have to churn it, but yeah.
You do have to churn it.
iPods.
Okay, sorry, I'm just not up with the lingo, especially the I-lingo.
I-lingo, yeah. Yeah, no, I tried this, and I have to say, I got a little scared.
I did too, actually. I was looking out the window, and I got kind of nervous.
It will freak you out just to think about what, do you want to see your future self coming to say hi? That would be crazy.
Yeah, it would.
And if we could just get everyone to do this, I feel like we could kind of conclusively get a result.
If enough people got on board, then it would be and if it was in, to coin a phrase, the zeitgeist.
Mm-hmm.
Then
yeah, I mean, we could even like if we could all join together and like pick a specific date and place, like we could all, we could just have it. Everybody goes there, and we could.
But that's the thing. We have to go there as well, because if you pick a place and a time where you're not there,
well, as
then
long
how
as
would you
someone's
know?
There. As long as someone's there that knows about the experiment, they can just see if people show up and say they're from the future.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it'd be like, Las Vegas, 2010, and then like whoever shows up, and then.
Yeah, and then you'd have to whoever's there can just figure out some way to tell if they're telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, so why don't we say 9:30?
Predict some events or something.
That way we can be there by 10.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the space-time differential might make you run late.
Yeah, or we could just say 9 o'clock and make it our beeswax to be there at 9 o'clock.
Yeah. If you have a time machine and you can't be on time, you just might be a redneck.
You need to tighten the bolts a little bit, yeah.
That is a nice thing about a time machine. Like, it doesn't matter when you leave. You can sort of always be on time.
Oh, God, that's perfect. That's how they're going to market it.
Mm-hmm.
Always be on time.
Always be on time. Tired of being late everywhere.
The new Apple iTime machine.
Yeah. You can also use it to make a phone call and watch movies.
Yay!
And play videos, of course.
Of course.
Of course. And podcasts.
Yeah, and it also serves as a replicator, so you just tell it what you want, and it gives it to you.
Well, look at that.
Oh, great.
That's nice.
Hot. Really don't forget.
Hot, yeah, sorry.
Steve Jobs, take notes.
Mm-hmm.
Is Steve Jobs listening?
I think so.
I think he is too.
Oh, dear.
Seriously.
So what else is
all right.
new?
In the world of Lost?
No, just in the world.
Oh, just in the world? Well, that's
yeah.
for another podcast.
Okay.
We should do a Mr. podcast, though, I think.
Yeah.
That way we're unencumbered on topic.
Right. I've noticed how encumbered we are.
Yeah. Very bogged down with us only talking about Lost. Well, I mean, I don't have a lot else to say unless you guys have another, topic. I'm all topped out.
Topic?
I'm out of stuff. I think, this has been quite a podcast, and, congratulations for making it to the end.
Congrats all around. If you've made it to this point.
Congratulations to the two of you as well.
It's been a really long day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
We're pushing against the clock here.
Yeah. So. Yeah. No,
I think we should eat at some point today.
Probably.
If anything's still open. All right. Well, I gotta say, it's been a great season, and I'm looking forward to the next. And thanks, Jen, for hanging out with us again. I'm sure you'll be back.
Thanks all around. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you.
Round of applause. Thank you.
Thanks for not kicking me off after we started too.
Yeah, well, that anti-Juliet talk, was a little much, but
I might have been too hard on her.
I think so.
I find the thought of her and Sawyer in a relationship so upsetting that it's really soured me on her. But hopefully they aren't really going that direction.
I hope they don't either. I hope they don't.
Me too, by the way. I think we can all agree on that.
We gotta hold on to that.
All right. Well, listeners, you guys know the places to go: TLOB.net, TheLostLowdown.com. The only two websites you need to know.
Yeah, we'll try to do stuff over the break here, Mr. Podcast and whatever else we can squeeze in.
We'll come up with some Lost podcasts over the break, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I think there's some things, some retrospectives are in order, I think.
Yeah.
And there's stuff to talk about once we get a little bit of distance from season 4, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. So I'm hosting this podcast technically, so I think it's up to me to maybe initiate the goodbye.
Yeah, I think Jen should go first.
But yeah, we need.
Yeah. Thanks for having me back. Thanks for listening. And ta-ta.
All right. So, thank you and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.